those should be both there. So let's go ahead and pick up where we left off. We are jumping back into our existing 16 times pop run. Like I said, a little bit before stream on the YouTube side, we were saying it over on Twitch. I liked the Wilderness Challenge thing we gave a go yesterday, but it is a thing with that I need to shop it a little bit more, figure out where I want the settings, that kind of thing. Because I want to make sure it's challenging enough to be interesting, but also not tedious. And so I've been on the fence of, like, do I give myself Sower as a trait, which would make it not 0 to hero because it'd start with 1 tailoring, just so, like, realistically I can make the shoes. Maybe I get rid of the noise equalization kind of thing on the population stuff. We have to figure it all out. Yep, no, basements are scary, Lardine. Absolutely. But yeah, so where we're picking up, basically where we're at, we played just a little bit last night on the other VOD, so it's technically not in the right playlist and all that. But we're due for a helicopter. We did verify the helicopter's not happening today on the radio, but like we are solidly in the time frame that the helicopter can arrive. We are starting to shed weight. I'm 1 kilogram shy, or 1 kilogram from being underweight. So that's kind of a big concern. But we're right by the military surplus. We're trying to make our way up there. And one of the problems I'm running into now is there's simply so many bodies in the area. It's very hard for me to go around without having to worry about potentially getting corpse sickness. Grab you. Let's see. Knights, and we got Illyspid with their 15 stream streak. What's the under-over? 75 to 85 is the healthy range. Because it's in kilograms. I'm trying to get away from all the bodies at this house. So just get cruise along here. Now, the place we're trying to go is to our north. I know I'm cutting straight west at the moment, but it is very much one of those things. I'm trying to cut straight west to get away where I've got all these bodies piled up. Because if I don't do that, we're going to have corpse sickness. And it can be very dangerous in build 42. More so than it was in build 41. The game build 41, it would sneak up on you, but build 42, it does seem like it's escalated a bit. So yeah, where this is showing awful order, as long as that Moodle's there, we are building up corpse sickness. Kind of hoping that we would, Ooh. Alright, so we got some zombies in this field, more than I thought I was going to have. I was not ready for that to break. All right. So let's ditch that bat now that's broken. Alright, so what I need to do is I need to grab a little bit of food before we get the day properly started. I'm going to kill some zombies in this field to give me room to work. This takes ages to go away. Yeah, the corpse sickness I find personally not too bad in how long it takes away. It does take a little time, but definitely not as bad as it could be. Yeah, so let's try and get up towards the road. That's a crossword puzzle. We're going to leave that on the ground. No happiness for us. But yeah, so I'm going to cross over to the road, I think. You know, start fighting from there today, but I do have to find a little bit of food. That shouldn't be too big of an issue. Hey, Nimble 3. I was checking to see if it's worth sharpening the blade, but it's wear and tear makes it not worth that effort. Oh, there's a ladybug. That doesn't help. Alright, let's just rest for a minute for the muscle fatigue. Okay, there's mushrooms we can't take our chances with. All right. Alright. So we got that sorted. Let's get to the other side of the field. It's not helping me having more and more zombies down here. Let's back up, because I don't need to keep clearing down there. That's not really helping our cause. You know, I enjoy Product Zomboid. I played a lot of it on the channel over the years. Alright, give me my knife back. Okay, so probably right about to break that. So let's go ahead, and I believe we have a nightstick in here. Yeah, I'll stage that on our other side. That should clear up enough space I can move the water bottle in here. Almost get that last crowbar in that inventory. Alright, so let's skip a couple of rows over. So we're walking up the field again to see if we can't find ourselves something to eat. Is it like your most streamed game? No, RimWorld is. It's up there. It's probably second or third place. But it's also one of those things that it's mostly front-loaded, where I played an incredible amount of it, you know, a couple years ago. But like the last 2-3 years, I mostly just pop in Product Zomboid like right after the big updates. You know, maybe I'll play for like a couple of weeks, and then basically I don't really play it for the rest of the year. And that's just because I got thousands of hours in the game. then in a lot of ways I've kind of burnt myself out on it. Like, as long as I take the breaks in between times playing it, I'm pretty happy. But, it is one of those things that, like, anytime I start feeling the pressure, like, I gotta play, you know, for business reasons as opposed to because I want to, I very, very quickly just need to get away from it when that happens. It's pretty much the way I feel about anything with streaming. If I ever feel like an obligation to play a game, like if I want to, you know, the channel to survive or whatever, I will 100% want nothing to do with that game. I actually do have food. Not a lot of it, but some. Forgot we had the orange and the onion. But yeah, no, Product Zomboid's definitely up there so far as games I've streamed a lot. It's one, you know, I enjoy, the community enjoys. I've got a history in it. It's arguably the game that got us partner. Like, you know, I also had RimWorld going on and other stuff, but it's definitely one of the games a thing. Orange and onion sounds like an awful pair. Just the two of them by themselves, I'd agree. Probably not that bad, though, all things considered, because if you think about it, when you have tacos, a lot of times, like, common topping on tacos is onion, and then quite often you will have tacos that have a citrus juice or citrus seasoning, and, you know, usually it's lemon or lime, but, you know, orange is in that same area, so I actually don't think it'd be that bad. Just, like, a bowl of orange slices and onion, I think it'd be more weird than anything. But citrus and onion go together. Alright. And we're just trying to get a little bit extra food. That orange did help quite a bit. But still. If I sit down and rest long enough for the muscle strain to go away. Because we have muscle strain, there's a pretty good chance that I'm also sitting a little bit exerted. You got good durability, so we should be good there for a while. Pretty soon will no longer even be over encumbered. So slug, roach, centipede, mushrooms I can't risk eating. There we go, some nettles. Alright. So cut over here. And in a pinch we can eat the nettles, that'll help a bit. There's the ridiculously long freeze from a zombie becoming a crawler. One of the oldest bugs in the game that is still there. And I know I'll complain about it every single time because I don't see it as an excusable thing anymore. It's just been there too long. And nothing we care about. Let's back away from those bodies for a minute. Sit down and rest, and we'll go ahead and eat our nettles in the wheel. Oh, I have some lemongrass too. Lemongrass doesn't exactly give you much hunger, but we'll go ahead and eat it because it's in my inventory. The alternative just sits here and rots, and I'm pretty sure you can't make a salad with nettles. Yeah, no. They can be added to a salad, but they in themselves are not enough for a salad. So while I wait for our muscle strain to start backing off, we're just going to slam all of the nettles, all of the lemongrass, get that all out of the way. We are officially no longer considered overburdened, because we dipped just enough to get to peckish instead of hungry. So we got rid of the carry weight penalty there. Alright. Not that it's going to stay gone very long. Each one of those is worth like 1 to 2 hunger. Okay. Alright, got a bit of muscle strain on that one. Let's go over here. Just enough away from the bodies that we're not getting corpse sickness. Hey, how's it going? Just dealing with one moderation issue. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry. That was not the one I meant to do that to. Give me one moment. Deal with moderation stuff. Can I unhide them? That's the one that's meant to be hidden. So my apologies there. You got friendly fire on the moderation side. What is the game? The game is Project Zomboid. It's a survival crafter zombie apocalypse game kind of thing. No, it gets us. So my apologies about the accidentally friendly fire with the moderation over there on YouTube. Just dealing with one person who's just being weird. Which is pretty much any time I have that going on YouTube, 90% of the stuff is just probably bots, honestly. But just stuff being weird. Okay, so we're hoping to find some more stuff. We're going to keep killing the rally groups to push into the military surplus area. Little A, little B. Gotta love the bots. Yeah, it's hard to tell, because like, it could very easily be bots or trolls. It's kind of a 50-50. Was he the one that said, yeah? Yep. I've gotten to the point on the YouTube side when someone opens up with something like that, I just go ahead and just ban him to begin with. I've never had it turn into a constructive anything. When someone opens up and just immediately starts acting weird, there's no point. No, the no loot run died too. We were exhausted and very tired. when the helicopter arrived. And we tried to salvage it, but, you know, I didn't get a chance to have the character rest, so it was the slow burn down kind of death. Like, the moment the helicopter showed up, I was like, this is a bad time for a helicopter. Finally, the point where you can take on a full rally group comfortably. How far are you in this run? This run, we're late early game, early mid game. Somewhere in that ballpark. Ooh, gas station. Okay, I didn't think about the fact that there's a gas station here. This gives me multiple opportunities, because we already have the generator magazine, and I do know where there are some generators at. So very genuinely, there's a very good chance with this. As we push into clear to the military surplus, I will, by its nature, since it's in the same plaza, clear that gas station. So this might literally be where we start basing this run from. Now granted, the point of this run is that once we start finding like annotated maps, we're quote-unquote treasure hunting and just chasing down those maps, which strategically is a terrible idea. With my settings, I'm just gonna, you know, exhaust my character way more than I'm gonna benefit. Trying to push that. You reveal that? Oh, it's still that same skull. So strategically, it's a bad idea, but one of the things you run into with these kind of runs is you just end up killing for the sake of killing, and it doesn't really have direction. It's just, what's my next target? Okay, let's work on it. Whereas this way, if I go and I sit there and be like, hey, the annotated map wants me to go there, it gives a direction. Even if it's a useless direction, it is a direction. That was a little dodgy, but okay. Alright. So just, like, 2 pulls per rally group now. I could do it in less, but the challenge there is if I were to start doing them in less pulls, I'd just be fatiguing myself more, which means I'd end up getting sleepy faster, so I wouldn't actually benefit. Alright. Yeah, we pushed the muscle strain a little hard that time. Which means most likely we also have unrealizingly pushed our, oh, we got a group behind us. Probably unrealizing also pushed our, exertion a bit harder than we planned. Okay, looking like the nightstick's gonna break relatively soon. Get away from the bodies again. We don't want to use the club hammers. We'll keep the meat cleaver and that for carving. Yeah, we'll start probably using the crowbars. If I put this on my back, will we go significantly overburdened, or will it still be just weighed down? Still just weighed down? Excellent. So when the nightstick breaks, it's on to finally using those crowbars. We've got 3 of them I've stockpiled. Yeah, it's a sapling. I don't care about that right now. Want a few more than just the one. Come on, give me a couple of you. Give me a couple. There you go. Okay. But we're solidly in the helicopter range. That today we won't have a helicopter. We already checked the radio, but like very, very genuinely, it's like it's not a certainty it'll be tomorrow, but it's extremely likely it'll be either tomorrow or the day after. So we'll need to worry about that. My intention for the helicopter is I'm going to deliberately draw the zombies to the east. Sort of with the intent of, like, trying to, you know, clear the area a little bit, that kind of thing. Pull zombies away from where we're operating. Yeah, so you're... I mean, you still actually have a decent amount of condition left. Okay. Do you play other games? Yeah. No, I play a bunch of games. I play variety. We played, like, a lot of RimWorld and that on the channel. Let's deal with the zombies behind me. We played a decent amount of Project Zomboid. We've done stuff like Factorio and Satisfactory and Subnautica and Hard Space Shipbreaker and a whole range of stuff. Just in case it comes up before someone suggests Roblox or Fortnite. It's cool that people enjoy that, but that's usually immediately after I have someone ask me what games I play. For whatever reason, it's almost immediately I'm asked if I play Minecraft or Roblox or whatever, and I don't. No judgment about it, just not my jam. Closest we've done is Vintage Story, which is sort of a much more in-depth game that's kind of structurally similar to Minecraft. The other one I get all the time on the YouTube side is, you know, people asking to join my game or whatever. It's like, no, man. I'm doing content creation. There's definitely... Oh, we got zombies back here. So, you'll notice I keep turning around and dealing with the zombies behind me. It's kind of a... Oh, man, that's a full rally group. Kind of the whole... Always have your exit. Don't get yourself boxed in. It'll slow down my rate of clearing into the other area. But if things go wrong up there and I haven't kept this area clear behind me, then suddenly I'm in trouble where I'm going out of a fight where I'm kind of off balance already into another full fight, and it can just keep escalating until you can't make it. Plus, these zombies will end up just coming up behind you later anyways. Alright, let's scooch over to the side to get away from the bodies again. Have yourself a little sippy sip of water. No need to kill another rally group. Now, the good news is we are clearing out a lot of the rally groups in the area. So I am kind of expecting that we'll start seeing a lot of this begin to chill a little bit. Oh, we got multiple sets of berries. Be a little dangerous because the food poisoning mechanic is basically the same thing as the corpse sickness, so they do exacerbate each other. First berry was safe though. We're just scarfing on a second. little sloppy with some of these. Steak knife's no good to us. Let's get away from the bodies. Eat another berry. We had 2 different batches of berries we grabbed, so either of them could be poisonous. But that's alright. Okay, that one still seems safe. Go ahead and slam another one. What we should do is it's starting to get later in the day. It won't be too much longer till it's dark. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to cut down to the east next. And it's basically to work my way back down to the house we were staying at. Oh, we got zombies moving in my direction. Probably migration. Not many of them. And there's one down here. All right. Get away from the bodies again. Yeah, we got zombies moving in. That, basically, because I've been clearing this whole area and there's zombies in the surrounding area, they are kind of filling in the gaps here. But yeah, so what we want to do is we want to work our way down to the east over here, where we've been fighting around that house, and make sure our house is clear, because pretty soon we're going to start getting drowsy. It'll be harder to keep our fighting up and our exertion down and all that stuff. And we want to make sure it's clear before it's dark. So I think the next in-game day, assuming we don't have the helicopter, which is not a safe assumption at all, what we're probably going to want to do is start clearing up across the road here. And we're trying to just move around where I'm clearing so that hopefully I'm not dumping all the bodies in kind of the same spot. Just moving around a little bit here and there. So good news is it doesn't look like we got more zombies right here. I got a couple down there. There might be some over here that we don't see. Yeah, there are. Let's clear out the zombies in the surrounding area. But this way we're relatively close to home. So when we do get drowsy, we just back off. Go in the house and get some sleep. Alright, let's pop in here and rest inside for a minute where we're not going to get corpse sickness building up. Okay. Right, before it gets to be too long, let's go ahead and remove the broken glass from here. Just in case I have an emergency, gotta huck myself out a window. Little prep helps. And I don't have the houses across the way marked as being looted. They look like I've already been through them, judging by the bodies going all the way up to the front door. But, you know, maybe we cleared that much and got bullied away. Let's make sure there's no zombies chilling in the backyard or anything before we go inside and get ourselves in trouble. There's a couple over there. Those ones are far enough back, they're not a problem. So, oh, you know what? We got close and there was a rally group inside here. I remember that now. They just kind of smashed through all the windows and dumped out of the building. So I'll kill these two. We'll go check the house out. Probably won't matter. Alright, so we got a grill in the backyard. Let's mark that. Because later on, if we go long-term on this run, I'll have to, you know, tear apart wrecked cars and all sorts of stuff like that, which means propane. Oh, my nightstick broke and I just totally missed it. Alright, drop you off. Grab the crowbar. Got a saxophone and a guitar in there. I got a ton of caffeine pills. I'll take your ginger ale. We can drink. Oh, we can fill our water bottle. That's enough to make it too heavy for me to carry. Grab the peanut butter and the cinnamon. Put you in at least a bag. Should be nothing that's any good in here. Nope. Got a magazine we can read. Alright, so we got a room we can sleep in a pinch. We're just going to go ahead and close these curtains so we don't get spotted while we're asleep when we go in there. Water in here. Leave that window open. Duct tape and rope, barbell, dye bottle. Okay, so let's mark this. We're gonna go and put this here. Duct tape, rope, dumbbell. Because that's stuff I could see coming back for at some point. Probably not, but technically is something I might consider. We need to deal with stuff. I'm going to slam the whole ginger ale. They're kind of heavy. Oh, did I check the boxes? Yeah, we did. Okay, there's your empty pop can. Have a nice time. Alright, so let's deal with some of these scattered one-off zombies. I probably don't have much longer until it's going to be dark. But you get the idea, just running around, killing a few more. We do not want to go for the next house. I also don't... There's Drowsy. That's basically what I was waiting on. I feel comfortable sleeping in this house. It's just as dangerous and awful as any other house in the area. So, you know. That's fine. Alright. So... next time we're resting, I do have that magazine we can read. Move the peanut butter and the cinnamon down here. Not enough room for that. So I can go through all this stuff. I don't need to fast forward. Like I said, there's a really, really, really high chance that, we're going to end up having the helicopter this coming day. We just want to wait till midnight to go to sleep. And generally speaking, I don't worry about zombies breaking in and attacking the room when we're just chilling. You'll notice I'm not moving, I'm not crafting, I'm not doing anything. And we're on the 2nd floor. So the odds a zombie figures out the way to me is pretty much 0, because I have nothing that would potentially aggro the zombie. Now, sometimes you get into a weird situation like that. You'll have a door, and then perfectly in line a stairwell, and then perfectly in line like another door up here. That's kind of one of the exceptions where you can get in trouble, just because everything is in line with each other, that a zombie walking from that direction would hit and just naturally path into you. But those are pretty rare. So then we can, not the bathroom, where there's the bed, then go to sleep. Yeah, and that's the reason why I always wait till midnight to go to sleep, is I want to wake up when it's daylight out. Alright, meanwhile, get your radio on. Put a battery in. Turn it on. I am going to need a weapon to put in my other hand. Can't use the crowbar and this. And there's a good chance the zombies have moved around since last night. Okay, and I'm expecting that we probably will have had, or we probably will have the helicopter today. So I'm going to go on that assumption until we're proven otherwise. And my assumption for what we will do if the helicopter is arriving is we are going to cut east. And we might clear out some zombies here and there along the way. But the goal is going to be to use the helicopter's loud noise to draw the zombies out of this area over to the east. Where I don't really care about them being over there. No helicopter. Alright. It's honestly a bit surprising. We're definitely not in the range where it's like suspicious that it hasn't happened yet. But we're definitely in the range where it's like, okay, it's more likely to happen than not happen kind of thing. Alright, so it's just another day murdering some zombies. So let's go ahead and we're going to come in from this side. The intention here is to be able to get away from the corpses to clear out yet another area. We got zombies kind of falling in behind us. Let's deal with them first. Then we'll deal with the big rally group up here. Because also the groups falling in behind me are more likely to not be full groups. Let's get the 2 stragglers who got past. I don't know where they went, but they... Okay, they're down there. Hey, friend on the corner. Oh, hey. I thought you were inside when you started banging on that door. Alright, don't love any of this happening. Let's get to our side of the fence so I don't have to worry about getting in trouble with that. I do want that hatchet. Yeah, our long blunt skill is nowhere near as far along as the other combat skills. Okay, so we're clear from that group up there. That's all I wanted to keep an eye on, is that they hadn't moved closer. Hey, now, that was a bad pivot. Alright, so where did the one with the hatchet go? I think it fell down when I was doing the turnaround up here. I don't think we got all the way over here with this group. There you are. So we'll rest here for a minute. We can continue to snack on the stuff we've got in our inventory real fast while we wait. And we got this magazine we can go ahead and read to get rid of. Yeah, so we don't have nearly as high of a combat skill with the crowbar, the long blunt weapons. So we're going to be a little bit more of a struggle between the muscle strain and all that here. But the only way to get better with it is to use it, and that's what we're doing. Plus, it's a weapon I can use for a while. Trying to get away from these bodies. We did pull more than we intended. I'd only seen like the 5 or 6 of them. Then we grabbed like 2 extra ones I didn't know about there, and then we got some that came in from behind. We're near a high pop area. That's going to happen. It's going to happen a lot. It's going to happen a lot. Yeah, so let's not pull quite as ambitiously out of these groups. Yeah, 5, 6, perfect. Stop trying to flank me. Okay, we got a key ring here. Where's the other key ring? Oh, that's confusing. I put the key ring in my secondary hand, and now it seems to not exist anymore? Okay, sure, whatever. It was a spare that I was taking keys off of, so I'm not too fussed. There we go. Eat a lemongrass while we wait. Okay, they're getting pushed out by a group back there, so we're gonna engage because they're gonna jump on me anyways. Number 6, that's solid. Well, 7, maybe 8, maybe the whole group. Yeah, so there's a group moving up back here, and that's why they keep moving forward, is that group behind is kind of shoving them out at me. That house has that big fence in between, so they are going to kind of go back and forth on that fence because of that. There's less room for them to go. And I'm liking that we're killing most of the zombies back here. That does give me the opportunity that... Alright, let's just go in the house. This whole area is just so full of zombies, I can't really get away from the corpses without going either inside the house. Alright, we gotta kill those ones. They're right by the house again. Okay. Hey, JD, how's it going? We'll eat some more of the lemongrass while we wait. It's not worth much hunger, but we'll just keep knocking it down a little bit. Alright. And pretty soon we're going to start seeing a bunch of these bodies disappearing. We've been operating in this area for a while. Is this still one for the last stream? From the end of last stream, yes. We did the wilderness run yesterday for a while. We did ultimately die in that one because of the helicopter was just real badly timed. That it showed up while I was both tired and exhausted because we weren't able to get the sleeping stuff sorted. And that ends up being really, really rough because when you're at high exertion or more, you literally lose endurance walking around. And so even just walking around and avoiding the fight, you know, you slowly kind of burn down type deal. Then we get the ones behind the house. You're right. Yep. Alright, so let's pop back down here. Take a quick pop in here, get some water, deal with our muscle strain, and then we'll go deal with the group that was behind the house. Because I'd already forgotten about them. Deal with our water first. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to eat the peanut butter right now. We can save that. Not enough, quite enough room to get the water bottle in there. Okay. Should be 2 more. I'm staying away from that tree. I'm pretty sure I saw 4. Yeah, there you are. Okay. Alright, and back to what we were doing, which is clearing up along this fence. Trying to push both into this house as well as just generally into that shopping center up there. Because there's a gas station there. We do have the generator magazine read. We do know where generators are. We have a few cars that are potential candidate cars that I might be able to do stuff with. But you're going to bust out that window. I'm perfectly okay with that. The door's already missing. The window's not going to make a difference. Okay. So they're shifting around because that rally group back there is moving. And you can see the zombies back and forth on that fence. That's going to continue until we kill all the zombies nearby it. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people try and go to properties that are surrounded by tall fence and be like, oh yeah, defensible position, yada yada. And I genuinely disagree with that strategy. The zombies will get some real weird pathing stuff, so can tend to sometimes be like fairly aggressive on going into fenced areas. Yeah, you can see here where you'll just see them pop back and forth like that. And that's because they're trying to get to the other side of the fence. Now, if you have like a fully enclosed area, they'll pick to go into areas inside that fenced area. And so in result, what happens, they just kind of hammer away at your front door because the only path is the one little gap. And plus, on top of that now, they could just destroy the fences. Whereas they used to not be able to destroy existing fences. Not the tall ones, at least. Okay. The no looting run go? It went pretty well. I just got in trouble because we were still doing the last things we needed to sort out being able to sleep properly. And while I was working on that, we had the helicopter arrive when I was both tired and exhausted. And so even though I tried to, like, rest as much as possible at the beginning of the helicopter to hopefully get the endurance recovered enough I wouldn't be draining as I walked around, didn't quite pull it off. So we unfortunately did the whole thing where we couldn't catch a break and just slowly got wore down until couldn't escape the zombies. Probably getting pretty close to exerted. Okay, so let's check. We had nothing in this yard. Let's make sure there's no one hanging in the back right here. There's a zombie in the house. I hear it banging on a window or something. There's zombies a bit far. They're behind the house. Yeah, it's right here at the window. Oh, no, there's one at both windows. We could probably get in here as long as there's not a bunch of zombies inside. Goodbye, zombie. Give me the bag of chips. Have a little sip of water real fast. Grab the granola bar. Grab the maple syrup. Grab the salt. This can be a place for sleeping later. Okay, nothing I care about there. We walk straight out the front door and let them follow us out the front door. We just fight them out here. Okay. Okay, and with that, you can have all the random house keys. And I'm satisfied enough that we've cleared that building of anything I care about. We're gonna go ahead and mark that one as looted. I didn't see anything I'm particularly worried about grabbing there later. So it's all the residential houses right here. We've popped in and got sorted at least to a certain satisfactory level. Why did they give keys weight? Probably just to make it so you didn't have a billion items or a billion objects in your inventory. It is a thing in a lot of these games that as you get more and more and more stuff, your save file just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So there does need to be a certain amount of, like, nudging, constraint, whatever you want to call it, to make the player clean up after themselves or otherwise get rid of stuff. And keys are one of those things that there are literally thousands upon thousands of houses, and the key has to know, like, what house do I go to? The doors on each house has to know whether or not it associates with the key. And it's not that big a deal, but it is kind of one of those things I could see you very easily hoarding way more than you intend to, that hold little to no value. Because most people don't relock their doors, so it's just the initial entry is the only thing the key helps. Oh, that's not good. Just a few? Okay, just a few. I got two that are basically already dead, so we just grabbed 2 extras. I got worried when I saw zombies come up behind me that I had backed into another rally group. Can keys be melted down? I'm pretty sure no. Yeah, no, I think that'd be a good thing to help with it as well. Elder Druid mentioning you kind of wish there's a way to avoid duplicate keys. I do wish there was something like that when you loot a duplicate key. I wouldn't want it to necessarily just delete the key, but like maybe put like a little checkbox on the key when you go to loot it to mark that, like, hey, you've already got this key, like on your person. Seer 15, that should be about right hunger for topping this off. Oh, that catalog was, it's fine, we'll read that while we're waiting. I grabbed a magazine I didn't need. It's just a magazine for boredom. Utterly useless. Still in the no looting run? No, that run did die yesterday. Towards the end of stream, like an hour before I normally wrap up, we were just about to the point of getting the bench sorted out, so I'd be able to sleep properly. But unfortunately, in that time, we had the helicopter show up while I was exhausted and tired, and so we tried our best to recover enough endurance to make it through it, but it wasn't enough. So we got the slow grind down of walking as we slowly drained endurance until we couldn't go anymore. And I do want to give that challenge more goes. I do think there needs to be a little bit more more testing and figuring out things that maybe I need to not 0 to hero it, or like give myself like Sower 1 or whatever. You know, kind of flesh out the rules and go, okay, here's the things that like we cannot craft in any capacity that are going to be kind of important, that those I'm allowed to like loot from the zombies, like kind of go and flesh out the rules more. Because like I said, at the beginning of that run, we're like, all right, we can't do anything off the zombies except the watch. And then eventually we had to relent because like, oh, I can't bandage myself, nor is there a path to really get bandaged. Why not make a keyring item that absorbs the allotted keys instead? It still has to keep the ID of every single door that you can open. So it is a thing that would just continuously grow. So as an object in your game, it would just get larger and larger and larger. So even if like the keys all vanished and you had your, you know, your quote unquote key ring, it would still have to keep track of every single door it can open. Because every individual door has its own, well, every individual building has its own ID, some of them with multiple door IDs, depending on if they have like a security door or whatever. No, I'm sorry. Every building has an ID. The security doors are the same one. So it is kind of one of those things that, it would just be a progressively larger and larger and larger object in your game. Let's see, could you not use the more set unwanted to not get duplicated like you can for the other books and things? Not that I'm aware of. Evoking at least wilderness knowledge? Well, the wilderness knowledge would help with like making the fishing pole and all that. But really, like we didn't struggle on the food and the stuff that wilderness knowledge would help. Like ultimately, the thing that did get the run killed more than anything was not being able to get to sleep. Like sleep was ultimately what killed us. The getting our footwear would certainly have helped, but ultimately it was not being able to make the bench in a timely manner because I didn't have the maintenance one to make the axe to split the log to make the bench. Because I needed maintenance 1 to be able to make the axe. But that is one of the difficulties with what I was doing in that run, is just the nature of how the random generation works out there. The tiles we kept getting are very, very poor for getting napping until we get a club hammer, or a pickaxe, or something like that. So we were struggling to get any napping opportunity whatsoever. Mostly faster napping and carving, you mean? Yeah. Sure, but that's, like, the napping and the carving wasn't even what was holding us back. It was maintenance. But yeah, no, it's, like I said, I think it's a good idea for run. I just need to put a little bit of time to, tinker with it and figure out, like, okay, what leeway do I want to give myself versus what do I want to make sure not to give myself to keep it challenging? Because the whole point is of the challenge is it should be challenging. It should be hard. But at the same time, there's some stuff it's like, all right, but this is just RNG foraging that, you know, the odds are terrible and you're just going to have to keep foraging and surviving. Maybe that's something we give ourselves, that kind of thing. And I just gotta figure out where I want to draw the line and all that stuff. What's my favorite point of interest? My favorite point of interest? So I do like clearing like the Rosewood Prison and the secret military base. I do like how stressful those locations can be, especially now that the secret military base has been reworked to be utterly cursed. Whereas before it wasn't really that bad. It's just a bit on the high density side of things. But like the prison as well as places you get to, and you know you're in it. Like this is gonna be a rough ride, and that's just the way it's gonna be. The downside of the prison is like 90% of the crap you get there doesn't matter. Like they got the little armory, but that's not that big a deal. And then there's like bumpkiss loot that anyone cares about. So it's for all the risk and everything involved with the prison, it's a pretty disappointing location. It sucks I'm gonna have to keep kind of wandering back over here to rest because of the corpse sickness thing. Because just of how many bodies we got piling up. I'm fully expecting the next day or two we have the helicopter, and then all of this to kind of not get reset, but get shuffled around. Where we're going to, like I said before, I'm going to try to go just a bit east. And pull the zombies east us. And thank you, Oldman Lobus, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you chose to use it here, and I appreciate that. Thanks so much for that. So we're going to go ahead and eat a couple of the thistle. Keep our hunger up, because they're only 1 hunger each. That one's 2. We'll stop there so we don't overeat. You like the apartments above the business road with? Yeah, with a lot of the settings I play, I can't really take advantage of places like those apartments. Those apartments have just become an utter death trap at High Pop. And check out Bassett playing some Slime Rancher recently, so if you like Slime Rancher, you can find it over there. And I have used them before as a, not as a base, but I have stayed at the apartments over there. Because you've probably noticed with these runs, I tend to be not super nomadic, but a bit on the nomadic side. Just out of necessity. Usually once I get to the point of getting my generator and all that hooked up, I'll usually set up somewhere near a gas station most runs. Just for the convenience of it. Like for my longest lived run, which is Venus Orozco, who had over 300,000 kills, or around 300,000. I can't remember if I actually did break 300,000, but around 300,000 kills. And still alive, but build 41. With her, I set up in the Louisville military checkpoint, because I spawned her in Louisville on sweaty tryhard settings, max pop everything. And just kind of made that all work. But as I started clearing the town, you know, I would drop back occasionally to, you know, quote-unquote main base to, like, re-up my food or whatever, that kind of thing. But by and large, it was, I would move to the next gas station, drop a tent in the bathroom, you know, get one of the many generators I had found, hook it up, and it would base in the gas station, and I'd pretty much just keep pushing until we got to, like, the next gas station. And then it would shift things forward. Yeah, that group I probably have to kill. It's fine. I think some of the zombie bodies around this house are starting to go away, the ones that are back here, not the ones over here yet. They're probably just a day or two from all these bodies, for the most part, starting to clear out around this house. There'll still be some that, like, the new groups I fought over here. Multiple copters is ridiculous. Nah, it's not that big deal. The helicopter is one of those events that once you start learning how to deal with it, it's actually not that bad. But yeah, when you're newer to the game, to even like intermediate, and you don't have like the tricks figured out, yeah, it can be rough. Or if you're just not paying attention to your situation, you can get yourself really caught out. Now, the challenge run is doing with the wilderness thing the other day, that was kind of an exception, which that was just a lot of other things weren't getting sorted. And because of that, when the helicopter did show up, I was already in a really rough way. You always just stay inside? I actually heavily recommend against staying inside for helicopters. I think, to me, that's sort of an anti-pattern and anti-strategy, in the sense is it sounds like a good strategy, but ultimately gets you in more trouble than it's worth. And that's because the way to think of it is like this. If we look at the map, let's say this is my house, right here. So the helicopter is going to spin around you, and it's going to draw zombies from a distance away. And it can be like a pretty wide area that's drawing the zombies from. Now, if this is my house, this is where I live, I have just effectively grabbed all the zombies in this area and just kind of nudged them in the direction of my home base. It's very likely my home base is going to ultimately get overrun, whether it's during the helicopter event or over the next couple of days, because now all the zombies are milling in that general area. That can get you in a lot of trouble. My general advice, the two recommendations I usually give is either one, if I'm here in a helicopter, I go to this road and I start walking south. There is nothing on this road for a long time, and you can just keep on walking and you'll be fine. The other one that takes a little bit more learning how to play is find some open field, parking lot, whatever, and just run in circles. And by run, I mean walk slowly in circles. let the zombies just kind of ball up and then walk away. You mean hiding in a closet or something so the helicopter can't see me? If it sees you, you get away? So, there's the whole thing about the helicopter seeing you and not seeing you. People overestimate the difference there. If the helicopter doesn't see you, it still circles around you close enough to dump all the zombies in your area and long enough. It doesn't make that big a deal. Like it's a pretty minor benefit for it to not see you. It's still going to circle you for a number of passes potentially, even if you hide in a closet it doesn't see you. Like I don't recommend giving any care about it seeing you or not. To me, it'd be about the same of considering, should I wear socks for the potential reduction in amount of chance of having your feet scratched? I mean, technically, it could potentially give you the slightest edge, but in reality, it's so like an infinitely small amount. The potentially increased insulation is more of a hindrance than a benefit. Or the other way to think of it is wherever you are taking the helicopter, just broadly speaking, that's where zombies are going to be. Oh, you are east to west? Okay, that's a problem. Should have looked. Not seeing more. Now we're pushing too hard. Let's not get ourselves killed. But yeah, no, so I know a lot of people... Ooh, do you have a nightstick? Do you have a nightstick? You do. And we'll sort it out later. Okay, so we're backing away. We get helied yet? No, we're due for the heli. We just had a meta event that dragged the zombies from the east to the west, which is actually not bad in the long run. It's just inconvenient timing, and that's the reason we're back, is we're getting pretty close to high exertion and had a good, like, 10, 15 zombies on us, and the zombies were still moving around. So I am choosing to just kind of back off, get some distance from the zombies, and then kind of reevaluate, reassert. Let's try and get to these houses down here. Let's see. When you watched a stream of some people with multiplayer, one of them said that the helicopter always spawns near the location of one of the players and doesn't need to see you. Yeah, correct. Yep, correct. Like, even if you are indoors in the basement, all the doors locked, the helicopter will still circle you. Like, it will literally just still circle you. There is supposed to be, it'll circle you ever so slightly wider if it doesn't see you, and it's supposed to be able to you know, circle you not quite as long. I've heard very mixed things of that. Some of the people I've had tell me say it does work that way, but it's kind of one of those things that, like I said, the big issue with using it as a strategy to help you is just the fact that it makes so little difference. Like, you've reduced your threat by, like, 1% or whatever. Okay. But yeah. So, pretty much you're just drawing the zombie to it. How would the calculus on that change if you're on a server with multiple people, so the helicopter is less likely to focus on you? It doesn't make any difference. Like the helicopter, literally, when it shows up and starts circling you, it gives 0 Fs about whether it saw you. Like, very genuinely, historically, the helicopter didn't even have the concept of sight. It would just... It's literally what the helicopter is it goes to the player, and it's an invisible object that just circles you. And it does a bunch of times, and after so much time, it flies away. And then it comes back and it circles you. And then after a while, it flies away. It doesn't matter if it sees you, it doesn't matter if it doesn't see you, it will do that. Now, the difference between whether it sees you or not, from my understanding, is when you look at the map, let's say the helicopter is going to circle me at a distance of, like, here I am. Let's say it circles me at this distance. Like, this would be, like, say, like, the normal distance. If it sees you. If it doesn't see you, it'd be like this distance. Which makes 0 F-all of a difference on how you're going to experience it. It's still drawing all the zombies running this way and that way and this way and that way through this central point. So very, very genuinely, while I know a lot of people jump on the I'm going to hide from it strategy, because it's a natural thing to think will matter, but it just really doesn't. Hi. Hi. Whole rally group, I didn't realize you tracked me that far. I thought I lost you farther back. I need to move. Yeah, so my general recommendation is very genuinely the helicopter. The best bet is to not be where you don't want the zombies. So if you're hiding at home, you don't want to be there. Well, no, you saw I hit like the one zombie and then I backed off. Oh, come on. All right. This is going to be really inconvenient for me, but I got a bunch of zombies on me. We're just going to slam a caffeine pill to get rid of the drowsy. I don't want to be bullied back that hard. Especially where... Oh, come on. That meta event has kind of made a mess of things, which is why they're there. It's what they do. I'm also using a crowbar, and we don't exactly have particularly good long blunt skill. Only a couple left. Let's see. You once hit on a tree in the forest with a broken leg during a helicopter. It worked out. Then I was surrounded by zombies with a broken leg. Yep. Well, that's the whole idea, and that's the reason why I consider it kind of an anti-pattern thing. Is you go and hide in a closet or up in your room, and you are correct that the zombies, they won't see you, so they won't go to you like immediately right there. Like, that part of the statement is correct. You're very likely to get through the event itself, but the problem, the thing that people so often overlook, is you have made the area you've been staying at completely overrun by zombies. And if that's your home base, congratulations, your home base is now completely overrun by zombies. And so that could get you into a lot of trouble, where you'll survive the event yourself, so it kind of gives you a false, oh, hey, this is a good strategy feeling, because again, you did survive the helicopter, but ultimately the helicopter is still what got you killed. It just took it a little while longer for them to get you. Let's see. Earlier sleeping part of the morning, because you stayed up too late. Heli showed up and did bring all the zombies to your farms while you hid inside till it was done. Yeah. Well, and sometimes you'll get really lucky. The helicopter will bring all the zombies into your area, and then you'll hear a meta event, and they'll all walk away. That's kind of the dream where you're like, oh man, I messed up. I brought the zombies home. This is really bad. And then you hear, boom, and you're like, okay. And then 90% of the zombies just walk away, but you can't count on it. That's one of those situations where you just got lucky. Alright, so because we took the caffeine pills, we're not sleepy. It basically is giving us like a full night's rest. So we're going to push a little bit later than we normally do. But this is going to be a bit tricky. It might be one of those things that I'll need to go up here. Like, if we get up here and it's clear, I might take a sleeping pill. Because you should definitely mix your upper and downers. But, we'll probably need to take a sleeping pill to make sure we get to sleep. Because, again, we're pretty much at the point that the helicopter should be here anytime. So we very, very, very much do not want to, we very much do not want to have, like, a really messed up sleep schedule. Like, I'm pretty sure we'll survive the helicopter fine. It's whether or not it'll be one of those things that we survive the helicopter that get bullied out of the area because our sleep is so awful that when we try and get home, some zombies have fallen in back where we were staying, and you get the idea where that's going. Alright. It's going to be dark soon, so we don't want to push our luck. Hopefully no heli or late heli. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Because I'm backing off early, just to play it safe. We're going to go up here. Alright. We're going to take a sleeping pill. Have herself a sip of water to chase it down. Give that a minute to take effect. Let's see. The maintenance gain in build 41 was the main benefit of the crowbar. Yeah, the crowbar is a decent weapon. Even in build 41, like, as far as a weapon, not considering the maintenance gain. So ignoring the maintenance gain. Just as a weapon by itself, it was still just, like, a decent, not a great weapon. It was a very popular weapon. But the big advantage was its maintenance is high enough that you genuinely could, you know, get through a lot with it. And that'd be all fine. Alright, so we should, like, crash super hard sleep-wise. Yeah, no, the crowbar is a good weapon, but it is a bit greedy. So, I noticed Lardine, the XP is back on it. They did change the XP, to my understanding, to normalize it, so, like, the higher the maintenance or whatever, the lower chance you have of getting an XP for it and all that. I don't know how true that is on the back end, because I haven't looked into it, because it's not well, like, knowing the inside, in and out, and how that kind of works has never been something I've cared about in the game. It's always been, like, I'm still gonna hit the zombie with the weapon that works. If it gains a little XP faster or slower, eh. Alright, so let's go to sleep now. What would you consider the best weapon? The weapon I have available. Like, Project Zomboid has never been a game where it's like, here's like here's the best weapon, here's the worst weapon. I feel like it was a bit better in build 41 than 42, that the weapons are fairly well balanced, where a lot of times the difference between, you know, the quote-unquote best and worst is pretty negligible. So it's a lot more about preference. Because every weapon historically has had their places they do well and not well. That said, like, category-wise and all that, I always liked short blade the most. So hunting knives was the best of the short blade. But it's one of those things that, like, that's a personal preference. Versus you had a lot of people who loved spears, even though I found spears to be one of the most absolutely annoying weapons, because their weakness is durability. And not today. Now that said, I would say in build 42, unfortunately, things are a little different. Like, I'd definitely say the sharpness mechanic they added has really hurt bladed weapons a lot. It really has effed with their benefit a great deal. I'm honestly not a big fan of the current implementation of sharpness. I kind of feel like if they want to use the sharpness mechanic to make it make sense, they're going to need to make the durability on the weapons way higher. So you have to do more maintenance to it. Otherwise, a lot of times, the weapon's sharpness and durability go down at the same speed, defeating the entire point of sharpening weapons. I'm honestly surprised we haven't had the helicopter yet. I would have expected it. But it does hurt the damage and all that. So I'm not a huge fan of the sharpness mechanic. It just feels like maintenance with extra steps. And the fact that to justify the sharpness and the consequence of that, you would want to make the... Like, what in the perfect world, what you do is if you have this extra thing you have to do with the weapon category, in return, that weapon would need to be a little bit stronger than the alternatives when the weapon is in good repair, and then potentially much weaker when it's in bad repair. Because that would be your balance then. It's a higher maintenance, you know, more touch points weapon, but ultimately better. And I do not feel that is the case in any regard. Hey lady, stop walking.
Hey.
See, we can't get away from these bodies. What are you? A rake. Actually, leave the rake in the ground. A razor. Big ol' heckin' bonkin' branch. It's like bodies as far as I can go. This whole field is becoming too littered with bodies for me to cross without corpse stink being an issue. Oh, come on. I got another meta event. Wait to drink the syrup. We'll eat the thistle. It's just like, you want to settle in here? Nah, that's not gonna happen. Okay. Ooh, is that south? South is real bad. South is real bad. Because to the north is where all the zombies are at. Okay, it's southwest. Is it possible to counter with your own gunshots? No. Because all the meta event is just a sound that draws the zombie this way. If I start shooting my own, I'm not countering, I'm just drawing the zombies straight to me. Now, if, like, for example, where these ones are going to south, I'm like, oh no, I need them to not go south, I can start whistling and yelling and all that to try and draw the zombies to me instead of letting them go that way. But that does mean I am now dealing with the zombies myself. But that's the entire thing, is like, when you look under the hood of what Product Zomboid does, a lot of what's going on is kind of balancing the zombies out in the world with some waiting and everything. And then the meta events is just kind of throwing a wrench into that. So if you didn't have the meta events and the helicopter and all that, what would end up happening is, over time, the zombies wouldn't, like, perfectly evenly distribute. There is a weighting between, like, this is a urban tile and all that kind of thing. But you would gradually have the zombies effectively evenly distribute, you know, based on that weighting. And they'd shuffle around a little bit, but they'd mostly just kind of chill then. But it is those meta events to keep it from doing that. That, like, it'll gradually be working towards balancing it out, and then a meta event just kind of hucks a bunch of zombies this way or that way. And it's a deliberate thing, I'd argue, is a good thing for the game to do. Because otherwise, you would get to the point that the zombies' predictability would start to get too uninteresting. Versus the meta event is what throws you off balance. Okay, this doesn't seem like it's that bad. I think it pulled them southwest, and because the last meta event pulled them west, the zombies that were immediately, like, east-northeast from us were already mostly out of the area. So if we're lucky, this might have actually drawn zombies away from the military surplus. So what I'm going to probably do here is, once we kill this group, I'm going to rest really quick. Now we might kind of try and scout up to see how clear the shopping center is. The middle of the shopping center, because the zombies will get stuck all over everything, is probably not clear. But I could potentially see that along the eastern side it might be mostly clear. And so even the whole area not being quote-unquote clear, I might be able to cheeky sneak in and maybe snag a better backpack or something. Yeah, no, exactly, Lardine. The zombies will hear the meta event, they'll just get stuck up on the building or inside the buildings, those kind of things. And not actually leave the area. So that's the reason I'm thinking what I'd do is I go along the right-hand side. Little distance from the building, so they got stuck in those buildings. Most likely the buildings there, they get, they work their way around. Or cut through the middle of them if they have back doors. Yeah, so the thought is we would go up along this side, because just north of us is where it is. That area north of us might be far enough away and might not have gotten caught with the meta event, sadly. Let's see, you found a hook in your last gameplay and thought it was for fishing, but it's 2 kilograms, it's heavy. Oh yeah, it's for butchering. It's like a meat hook. So we've got a group over here, that's not too encouraging. Got some mobility over here. Yeah, I got zombies stuck here. Let's try going along here, see if that fence handled that. Because I already looted that house, I don't really care what's in it that badly. So it's along here that I'm hoping we will... I mean, it does look like it cleared out this parking lot a lot. Doesn't look like it cleared out that far up. Which that could just be it was too far away from the meta event to matter, or they got stuck on the building or fences or that. Let's see. Are the meta event location based on position relative to the player? I.e., would you have zombies pick a position on the map, then go there? So it doesn't... It's not like there's a specific, like, this is the spot that the meta event happened. It just broadly move the zombies that way. Like, it's not a super science-y kind of thing. I saw the taxi key. Like, very much kind of ignore a lot of the realism, how this would work in real life. Games, for a whole range of reasons, won't be approaching it from the real life perspective. Sometimes it's because making it like real life would be very computationally heavy, so not really worth bothering. A zombie hidden that window. Okay, no gas. Alright. So pause here. Taxi, comma, have keys. We have two taxis, one down there and one here that I have the keys for both of them that are both in relatively decent shape. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's just, broadly speaking, don't even think about, like, is it happening away from the player? The meta event, literally, it's just a noise that plays in the general area the player's at that draws the zombies one way or another. So you are the center of the world as far as all that's considered. They all happen relative to you. Yeah, we'll let them run around, do their thing. Because honestly, having meta events happen all over the world wouldn't really accomplish anything. Because that'd be a bunch of computation, planning, sorting, and all that. And it'd be not where the player is. So it'd be just a bunch of wasted computation and all that, to which we'd have no benefit. Well, that one's... Oh, that's melted and rotted, okay. I figured it would be. I was surprised it didn't look like it was. That's it. You're thinking that be part of avoiding the zombies is getting evenly distributed? Be part of avoiding... Oh, no. No. So, basically, the even distribution, that's always just happening in the world, just broadly speaking. The wild cards just messing everything up, those are basically centered around the player. Because it is one of those things, like, it kind of doesn't matter if it's not by the player. Because otherwise, as it's having to, like, fix Louisville and move people around, the whole game would just hitch and hang and struggle because of the zombies being dealt with. Behind the scenes, the game does a lot of buffoonery and fudgery and all that kind of stuff when it comes to that. And that's not a negative me saying that. That's a normal thing you do in these kind of games. Is when it comes to going, okay, move these people here and there. You don't need to make sure everything is, like, perfect. Good enough to be passable, if it lets you cut a lot of corners in the math, is just what you should do. Because wasting a whole bunch of system resources on something that doesn't matter is something a lot of games that get too focused on the realism and forget ultimately you need the game to run at more than 10 frames per second. Ah, that pushed it over the limit. That's fine. We can probably grab you and chuck you in here. Alright. So, let's go ahead and mark this. We did loot this building. But gas can, bottles, etc. So we're back to the point of potentially just dumping stuff on the ground again and again as we fight, because we are overloaded. I'm not seeing any zombies behind us and all that. We do have a rally group over there, so let's drop this bag here. And let's grab one weapon for our side. That way, if I do happen to break the crowbar, which is pretty unlikely, I have a backup weapon. Because most of that stuff I grabbed were, relatively low hunger stuff. Yeah, you can look at a lot of the source code. It is all Java. Well, Java and Lua. Alright. Yeah, so we're gonna start working on all the zombies around us. Now let's keep retreating back to our bag. As we get hungry, we eat the junk food out of our bags. Okay, meanwhile, you can have that key. Alright, and first the junk food. Let's eat the caramel candies. And eat one of these other candies. Get pretty close to the bottom of the healthy weight. Once we drop below 75, we'll start taking a damage penalty that we won't do as much damage per hit. The problem is most of the candy doesn't give you much hunger. We're doing relatively okay with it, but most of the time it's, like 1, 2 hunger with the occasional, like 5 hunger. Yeah, no, the jerky and the granola bars are pretty solid. Those tend to be more the outlier, more the exception than the rule. Yeah, I actually got a pretty decent number of decent hunger things. We'll eat the gum. The gum's pretty terrible. Eat the peppermint. It's pretty terrible. Honestly, that's not that bad. We used to getting a lot worse stuff out of it. Yeah, I'm not super worried about food. Like, honestly, the fact that it's overburdening me is kind of more of a problem than anything. You gotta be careful about that. It's really easy to get yourself too much just literal junk on you. Like, these days, unless things are really rough, I won't grab canned goods. Because they're heavy. Alright. Probably go deserted soon. There it is. Deal with that later. I've been doing that a bit, is like just chucking the guns on the ground that I might consider using at a later date. Let's go down here. Just be away from the bodies a little bit. Have a sip of my water. And rest until we're not exerted. Okay, no zombies behind us anywhere that I'm seeing, so that's good. Yeah, so I keep trying to chip at the zombies that are moving back into the area. Good old floor organization. But yeah, I mean, for this, the problem is the guns in the game are relatively heavy. So, where we're dealing with fairly limited capacity and not a particularly amazing bag, I could pick up the gun and drag it around, but then I'm just going to have an inventory full of things that aren't super useful. So instead, what I'm doing is I'm chucking the gun on the ground, and then, like, later on, if I happen to be passing through and have the extra to the space to, like, give, then I can grab it then. Alright. Stepped out too far. Okay. No moodles at all. Literally moodle free right now. No pain, no dehydration, no hunger, no tired, no anything. And then there's gross bodies. Surprised we're not... Oh, because we've been eating candy. That's why we're not sad. I was going to say, I'm surprised we're not sad. That's like, right, we're scarfing on candy. And considering the stuff the character's been eating, that's got them pretty happy. Why would you be sad at the moment? Other than, like, everyone you know and love has died and the world has come to an end and your life expectancy has, like, horrifically been shorter and you're spending every day killing massive quantities of people that look just like you and your friends and loved ones. I can't think of a reason. Yeah, but Snickers. It is the happiness mechanic is a pretty big meme in the game. Cause like with everything going on in the game, and your character's like, I ate mildly stale food. I am incredibly sad. I am inconsolable. And you're like, dude, let's be real. Of everything going on, the slightly stale food. Like don't get me wrong, it is a genuine thing when people are struggling. Like, they might have it kind of managed, and it'll be some, like, big nothing burger that's the thing that they finally kind of have a breakdown over. Like, you know, the classic, everything has been going wrong, and, you know, the milk carton gets away from you, and you just, you know, you just kind of go to the ground and become a blubbering mass because, like, it was the thing that just kind of pushed you from, like, I got this handled to, I don't have this handled. But at the same time, there's just something about it. Did you not try to buy your vault ticket? Vault ticket. Oh, for Fallout. No, you had to join the military for that. I mean, game mechanics-wise? Oh no, we've been eating mostly crappy stuff. It's just, we recently switched over to, candy. And that's why we're not sad now, as we did the candy. I didn't think about that fact. Alright. And do all that. Okay. Let's pop on down here for a minute and get away from the bodies to rest. Looks like our crowbar is actually getting pretty close to breaking. Okay. We'll kill those 3. 4 or 5, whatever it is. Oh, I have a rock here. That's why I can't see. That's one of the things. These rocks, I really don't like these rocks since they added them to the game. Just because it's kind of hard to tell that they actually do block line of sight, so it'll catch you by surprise. That, like, right now, I can't see this spot. That spot, there's a vision cone there that I can't see, but it's really, really hard to tell that you can't see behind those rocks. They also look like your character would be tall enough to look over the top of them. So I honestly kind of wish those rocks didn't block line of sight, just because the asset they have in the game makes it a bit hard to tell. And because, like, where you can and cannot see, like, the vision cone, it can be a little hard to see when it's visually noisy outside and all that. I feel like that's when they probably need to give a little bit more... Because, like, right now you can see there is a vision cone here that I can't see behind. But, like, it's really hard to make it out until we get way over here. Like, over here you can't really see it. Back there you kind of can because there's less visual noise. But I do wish the really big rocks like that, they would kind of be a bit more merciful. And just let us have vision behind it, because it's just not super easy to make out. I expect a number of people get killed because they walk by this rock and they get snagged by some zombie chilling on the other side because they don't even realize they can't see. The rate of this is going, we might get bullied off here pretty soon. Because notice these zombies are like, the rally groups are slowly spreading back out and pushing down to the gas station. So, as far as physical ground, we'll lose some ground here in a minute. But, you know, we'll still be several hundred zombie kills farther. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, stream. Which is several hundred kills closer to having this cleared. Okay. Yeah, no, that's exactly what happens, though. Like, I've talked to people when it comes like, well, how do you clear a place when there's so many zombies? And I basically describe it as tug-of-war, where you kind of go up to the edge, they go up to the edge, you kind of keep pulling back and forth until one of you eventually breaks. That you'll lose some ground, you'll gain some ground, you'll lose some ground, you'll gain some ground, you'll lose some ground, until either you die or you kill, you know, n number of zombies that suddenly they can't backfill the zombies, and so you stop seeing, like, the full rally groups, and you start seeing, like, groups of 10 and 8 and that kind of thing. And pretty much the moment I start seeing the not full rally groups, I kind of know that, like, you know, the next day or two I'm going to be just slamming right through the whole area with little to no resistance. Let's eat half a candy bar. So got a group behind the pumps there, but we'll keep clearing over here. If you weren't broke, you pay me to do something kind of, you know, dumb right now. I mean, I don't generally accept money to just do something dumb randomly. Not a precedent I particularly want to set either. Because it's kind of one of those things that when that kind of stuff came up the last time, my comment was usually like, we're doing a big marathon run that people are super engaged in seeing and all that. It would be a real downer if like one person could drop like $10 and then basically kill the run. Let's see, how would loot respawning on the effect of your strategy? Probably not at all. I make the comment quite often that after early game, loot doesn't matter. So having more loot that doesn't matter doesn't change the fact that loot doesn't matter. Broadly speaking, once I kind of get established where I have a home that, you know, I've got stuff set up where I can kind of, you know, manage my food, loot stops mattering. I'll literally stop looting buildings. I'll just kill the zombies and move on at that point. Like, I'll clear the buildings, but I won't bother, like, grabbing much. Let's see. You've been reading news about stuff like Product Zomboid roadmap today. It seems to be early access forever. Yes. I would generally ignore the fact that it's labeled early access. They have lots of plans and ambitions, which is why they keep the label early access. But I would say Build 41, if we literally never got another update after Build 41, I don't think people would be upset about it. So like very genuinely, I would argue if you're waiting for the game to be done, you're either going to never play the game or you're going to do that. Like I honestly wish that Product Zomboid was required to drop the early access tag because I don't think it's appropriate anymore. I do think it's fine that they have their unstable branch. It's changing. It's got problems. But that's the unstable branch. But games changing frequently don't need to be labeled early access. To me, early access is a game that's like in development. It's not really in an acceptable. You don't think it's early access now? I'm pretty sure Project Zomboid is still labeled as early access on the store. We can find out. This is the very early access. Yep, still labeled early access on Steam. Quite literally got the big old tag. It's the whole top of the store page. Aren't there some weird Steam benefits? There's sort of. There's stuff like around like when you can change your price and that kind of stuff that goes into early access versus not early access. It is one thing that they have been kind of changing on Steam, is that they are starting to require net new early access games to give like more like when do you expect to have development done, what features will it include, what's your roadmap, like these kind of things. And not that they're immutable or anything, but it does seem like Steam is starting to push to the end that, you know, once you release an early access, you are going to have obligations to meet, or people can potentially fully refund or partially refund depending on things. I do really want that to be a thing, because I want it to be a thing where if a game comes out and they go early access, here is all the things we're going to add to the game, and you get charged a price for it, and you just don't do those things, then you know what, you would like basically when something releases in early access and then gets abandoned, that kind of situation we've had a couple of times, that even though you've passed your like 2 hours or whatever, that you could refund it because like you promised all these things and you didn't do it. I think that's totally fair. I also don't like things being labeled early access forever, because I find a lot of companies use early access as an excuse to just have kind of really clunky, messy, buggy, whatever games. But you'll have a game that's been out for 6, 7, 8 years, and it'll still be clunky, buggy, or whatever, but it's early access, so we can't be critical of it because it's early access. Like, no. We should absolutely be allowed to be critical of it. It's an 8-year-old game. And that's not even tying Project Zomboid. I think Build 41 Project Zomboid is in excellent shape. And then you opt into the unstable branch, and yeah, the unstable branch has problems. But, like, you've opted into it. You don't like it, you can just keep playing Build 41. It's right there. It works great. You think early access gives them a way out of paying? No, I don't think it's anything like that, Nighthawk. My understanding, and this is secondhand, so grain of salt and all that, my understanding is when it comes to changing your pricing on Steam, you can certainly change your price on games, but there are limitations on how frequently you can do it, by how much, at a time, like those kind of things. So you can't just, like, arbitrarily, like, we couldn't just go in tomorrow and Project Zomboid's like, okay, we're now an $80 game. I'm under the impression there would be a whole process and procedure behind it. But with early access, one of the times you can kind of do a pretty steep price jump is going from early access to 1.0. They do let you jump the price a lot in that condition. And this is, again, secondhand, whatever. So it's not that Steam gets a bigger or lower cut. There's stuff there. I also understand with certain things there. I don't know why. I think Project Zomboid just keeps the early access tag because they're like looking at the roadmap. They're like, well, we haven't finished it, so we're early access. And like I said, I kind of disagree with that. I feel like early access should be strictly kind of, you know, when I say incomplete games, I mean that, like, functionally the game is unfinishable, that kind of thing. Or that it's missing core mechanics that are kind of necessary for the experience to really be what it should be. Like, to me, if it's got past there, it shouldn't be early access anymore. You know, it could be, like, beta, it could be whatever. Like Grounded 2? I didn't actually play Grounded 2 enough to really get a feel for where it was at. Let's see, it's okay to get updates and gameplay changes with more skills, but yeah, Build 41 could be a finished version except for multiplayer. No, I didn't say the multiplayer in Build 41 is fine. Yeah, it's still got some bugs and all that. But counter argument, so does freaking almost every game. There's not very many polished multiplayer experiences we're getting out of games lately, other than like, if either A, the multiplayer is literally the only thing in the game, or B, it is like some, you know, ridiculous budget kind of situation. Multiplayer is hard. Especially if it's got any complexity, which Product Zomboid certainly has. And even then, I'd argue that Product Zomboid multiplayer, it looks janky, but once you understand under the hood what the netcode is doing to protect the player from death by lag, that janky appearance is a good thing, because again, the way the netcode works is the reason it's janky is your client side is making the determinations of zombies aggroed to you. So that, you know, the only time it gets really dodgy is when you're trading aggro. That's the only time the zombies get real dangerous, is because they're a bit thing. Because you're not gonna lie, you haven't had fun yet watching Product Zomboid multiplayer? Well, it could just be you're not into Product Zomboid multiplayer. I can enjoy watching multiplayer and all that when, like, I enjoy the personalities of the people involved and how the content works with them. Broadly speaking, multiplayer in general, I much prefer solo. Like, very, very genuinely, when it came to, like, everyone being like, oh, I can't play, it's not multiplayer yet, is kind of a big shrugs for me. I enjoy getting to play the game with friends and all that I don't get to usually and all that, but it's more the hanging out with those individual, you know, specifically than, you know, Project Zomboid in general. You finish that off. Need to get back. Do you find single player enough to keep you entertained? I have about 4,000 hours in it, so probably not. I just keep playing, thinking it'll get me there someday. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic here. Yeah, no, generally speaking, I much prefer playing games solo. If a game needs multiplayer to be fun, usually it'll be a game I just dip my toes into play with friends. Yeah, generally I run mod-free. It's not that I never mod, but broadly speaking, I tend to be a player who mods very lightly. Project Zomboid, the big thing is with the sandbox setting is you can change so much about the game without needing a single mod. You can utterly change the entire experience. Yeah, no, I would agree, broadly speaking, multiplayer, you're going to generally want to role play if you're doing it for content creation. Where, you know, people be playing a character. I mean, either that or doing kind of fun, silly things like, you know, Molly was doing the whole thing with the NASCAR cars and, like, getting to the racetrack and all that. You know, having something more than just you're playing the game. If you're just playing the game, it won't hold people's attention. I thought you normally use status bar mod. Yeah, but with Build 42, the multiplayer one, the devs specifically were like, hey, don't mod. You're going to have problems because they've changed the way that, like, your character is saved in the files, the map saved in the files, you know, your inventory's been reworked. They did a massive recode, you know, code refactor and a whole bunch of stuff. So very genuinely, mods you would not expect to have problems are causing problems. And we're talking, like, corrupting save kind of problems. And that's not something wrong with Project Zomboid. It's they needed to do some housekeeping on their code because the game's been around for, like, 10 plus years and has changed a lot. And they did that housekeeping, but it did broke a lot of things. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I run very, very light on mods. Usually it's quality of life and UI mods and nothing more. No mods that make, like, your weapons make a loud bonk noise. No cosplay costumes, anime hairstyles. 10 years of early access? Yep. Like I said, I don't think the game should be labeled as early access anymore. I am 100% in the camp that, as a Build 41, they shouldn't be permitted to have the early access tag anymore. It's just a released game that they're continuing to add content to, as far as I'm concerned. Not that I think it's, like, ethically wrong or anything for them. I just think we should have, at least on the platform like Steam, that Steam should have standards of, this is what early access means. That kind of thing. If you could find a jobs that a lot more, would you use it? Nope, absolutely not. That's the exact kind of mods I don't like. Because, to give you an idea, a lot of times you go to play that kind of mod, and it'll be a big thing that they'll like have this whole big multi-paragraph thing about how they made sure to honor the balance of the game, and that they carefully went and considered everything and made sure it was in line with vanilla and blah 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 and all that. And then you go in and one of the characters will have like 8 fitness, 10 strength, you know, nimble 15 or something. They'll just make up a number or whatever, and they'll be like, no, but it's balanced. They have claustrophobic. And you'd be like, what are you talking about? The one I pointed out with RimWorld was there was a one who made a balanced mod where they added a Gatling gun, which was basically, a mini gun that had the accuracy of a sniper, was the range of a sniper rifle and the accuracy of about an assault rifle. So not quite as that, but it was like this ludicrously strong gun, like just bananas absurd overpowered. And the quote-unquote balance that they made it fair was when you go to construct it on your bench, it cost a single component more than a minigun, which made it a relatively expensive weapon. But considering it was like this god tier weapon that just deleted whatever it spun up on, didn't matter. It was like, that's not balanced. Like there's no reality where you can call that balanced. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have it. Like, very, very much, I have not seen hardly ever mods, even the ones that try to focus on balance, come across as even anything remotely close to balance. And quite often, a lot of what people add in the mods kind of goes against the gameplay. Like, it's the thing where people get the mods that give them, like, ridiculous amounts of guns and ammo, and then they're like, wow, this game is boring. It's like, well, yeah, you just gave yourself, like, an entire arsenal. You removed the entire danger of the game. Like, don't get me wrong, there's times that can be fun to be like, I'm not playing to have any challenge today, I just want to go blasting, and that's totally fair and valid, and don't let me yuck your yum or whatever. But I've found, when it comes to a lot of games, the devs do a good job of having kind of an idea of what they want the game to be. And then a lot of times once you get into like the modding scene, it gets kind of all over the place. And it's cool. I'm glad they have the mods, for the record. I think having the mods be available is a really good thing. It gives a lot of people an option to do more. But by and large, if I do any kind of modding stuff, it's usually as just like a one-off, kind of like silly, haha, let's check out this funny mod. And then that's that. Like, I'd never touch it again. Because, especially with a game like Project Zomboid, where your saves take so long, I've been bitten so many times by, like, taking a mod that's supposed to do something pretty benign, and just having, like, lots of undocumented changes and all that. Like, I joke about there was a Kenshi mod that's supposed to, I think it was like it added like one weapon to the game. Is like what the mod's description is. Like, okay, I add this weapon. You're like, okay, cool. I am opting to add this one weapon to the game. That is what the mod says it does. That is what its documentation says it does. It adds a weapon to the game. And it, you know, behind the scenes, what it also did is completely reworked one of the factions to have an entirely different item set, armor, and everything. None of which was mentioned in the mod's information. And needless to say, I was pretty pissed off about that. And Kenji's notorious for that. Kenji mods are notorious for doing way more than they say they do. I've also had a number of mods that should be utterly benign crash games. I've had multiple games have save soft locked on them. even mods that people swore up and down, they're like, hey, this mod's super stable, it's been stable forever, it's never had a problem, and then you get soft locked on it. You're like, cool. Now you're playing before build 42. Has build 42 made any changes that you can see? Look at your crafting window. These are all the new things going on. Even just if we stayed here, this would be enough to be like, we got glass making, napping, you know, masonry, pottery. You can do like actual blacksmithing now. So there's all that kind of garbage. Basements are in the game. The map itself, when we look at the map now, no, I can't because I don't have the whole thing revealed. You can see, like, this is actually used to be the west edge of the map over here. Like, the map didn't go far in that. There's now, like, Ekron's over here, Irvington's over here. You've got animals that are domesticated that you can farm, like cows and pigs and all that kind of stuff, and rabbits. Fishing got reworked, so instead of being right-click, left-click, fish happens. You actually have, like, a little fishing mini-game now. So there's definitely been a lot. I will say, Build 42, from a balance perspective, is not in a great place right now, in my opinion. Right now when it comes to food, like, keeping your weight up, you know, they've got a bunch of systems that are supposed to eventually be options, but a lot of them don't really work well. Oh, there goes the crowbar. Let's drop that on this body. Hold please, zombies. Gotta check the weather. We all have our morning routines. Yeah, farming is utterly broken right now. So when I say it's utterly broken, it is functional, it does work. It's also pretty close to useless right now. They gave everything realistic grow times. So it now takes literal months to grow anything. In-game months. No, this isn't a mobile game. What? What do you expect to be able to do on your phone? What day are we on? We are 1 month, 20 days in on this save. Okay, I'm expecting the helicopter in a big way today, so we're just gonna chill for a minute while we wait for the message. If we do have the helicopter, I'm going to try. I was gonna say I was gonna draw them east. I'm kind of thinking north. We'll look at the map if it's a helicopter day. So we're gonna wait before we engage and do anything. Okay, so it is a helicopter day. All right. So we got decisions to make. So what I might do here. This is a little bit of a. It's got pros and cons. Is originally I was gonna go well. So if I go over here, I'll draw the zombies directly across this. I think we go over in this area somewhere, because that's where we drop the third helicopter. But we go over here somewhere, and we use the helicopter to draw stuff over there. So basically, farming is broken. You play with loot respawn on until they fix. No, you don't need to respawn on. You've got other options for food. Like that's kind of the thing about Project Zomboid that. Once you play enough, you'll start to realize is 90% of the systems in the game don't matter. You do not need to farm. You do not need to, like, fish. You'll have to choose one thing to get you food. But by and large, a lot of the systems you can kind of just ignore. Yeah, so it's like Nevek saying, you literally can just forage for when you want to lose weight and fish when you want to gain weight. You can even get away with less than that. You can actually get away with just literally just fishing. And you eat a little bit on the lighter side when you want to lose weight, and you eat a bit more fish than you necessarily need to gain weight. So loot respawn is not necessary. I'm not joking at all when I say past early game, I literally will stop looting the buildings. Once I get over to this gas station, I get a generator hooked up. The amount of time I will spend putting any effort into looting anything will just kind of fall off the face of the earth. Because at that stage, you know, I've got refrigeration and everything. Food is easy to come by because I can forage and fish and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, or you get cows, or... I mean, I haven't found the chickens to be particularly useful because you can't really gain weight much on the cow or on the chickens. At least not that I've observed. Alright, so here's hoping for an early day helicopter. But like Project Zomboid's definitely at its best at the beginning when you have lots of needs. But before you get very far, you have to get your food handled and all that. Yeah, no, exactly, Shadeflare. And that's part of the reason why the game is in this manner, is by making it so you have a lot of different ways to play the game and you can do so successfully, it does mean that a lot of those ways are just not necessary. And that's kind of where I actually feel like Build 42 is worse off than Build 41 in that regard, is because of the current situation with food as it is, you are specifically forced to fish or do animal husbandry, basically, for long-term saves. It's not a new run. This is our 16 times pop save. The wilderness run died, but this is just our 16 times pop save from the arcade. We're just backing off because helicopter time. So I'm just repositioning. Okay. Alright. So the plan here is I got a nice big open area. We're gonna have the helicopter show up soon. So I want to get my murder ball going. Which is where we start balling up all the zombies into one big old clump. That's still a lot more trees than I want to deal with. But the goal here is just basically find a place that we got nice open space, I can walk around in circles, just take my time, work between the zombies, have the helicopter show up, just do more circles. We're getting a little dangerous in the way I'm doing this because we are going close to where I've done helicopters recently, so we are kind of just saturating the area with zombies. And there's pros and cons to that. Be real careful around that rock. Okay. You get a firebomb? Nope. We do not do burns. The player does not get credit for fire kills, and number no go up. You also don't gain XP for it, you don't do anything like that, so we don't use cars and we don't use fire. Now we're collecting this because a horde that I've got collected and balled up like this is infinitely safer for me to deal with than random stray zombies wandering all over the place. So we're prepping for a helicopter by just balling everybody up into one big giant murder ball, because then I know exactly where the zombies are. They're behind me. Yeah, we only want organic, hand-killed zombies. Alright, this is looking like a pretty encouraging place to bring the zombies. Hey, pigs, have you ever wanted trauma? There are pipe bombs. I don't recommend using them. They basically just start a fire. Yeah, that's when you know you got enough zombies, when the textures stop loading. Where you start seeing them silhouetted because it's trying to save video memory. All those ones here that aren't getting the textures on them. You notice anyone do this? This is one of the kind of the classic strategies for dealing with this. To me, this is safer than hiding in a closet. Because you'll notice I'm just kind of walking on the outside of this, the ball of zombies here, and I'm just watching that I don't run into a zombie. And now I've got them all balled up. We've got several hundred zombies behind us. We basically took all the zombies in the immediate surrounding area. And I probably started this a bit early in the day. But now I know where all my threat is. My threat is here. Oh, how we ditch the horde to get at the end of the day? Oh, that's easy. You walk. Like, that's the thing. How do I get rid of the horde? I just walk. You're faster than the zombie. You just walk away. I'm trying to draw the zombies like this into the murder ball as well. Loose zombies are what get you killed. The ones that are in the big ball behind you might as well not exist. Would you stop ignoring me? It's very rude. I'm even blowing a little whistle at you. Get into the murder ball. Join the party. Okay, once we get this loose zombie in here, I'm going to start inching the murder ball towards the middle of the field. Is that murder ball one rally group? No, a rally group is when the zombies are left alone and they kind of naturally spread out. A rally group is how big the group of zombies get on their own. In build 41, it was up to 16 zombies will form a rally group. In build 42, it's up to 20, I think. I might not be 100% that 20 number. Okay, so I'm gradually just going to be inching our way just a little bit down here. How long can you whistle for in the game? Pretty much forever. How long can I whistle for? I don't know, when I get lightheaded. I've never tried because I imagine most people probably find it obnoxious in person. That poor pig down there is like, oh god, please. I don't know if that has collision or not. We should probably figure that out before this kicks off. This bush here probably has collision. That bush is a danger bush. That is one thing that gets a little rough with this strategy, is once you get like 6, 8, 9 months into the run, where erosion starts to really pick up, you start getting a bunch of trees in these fields, then this gets way more dangerous. But by then you've usually cleared out enough of an area, you shouldn't have to worry about that. Oh, in-game? No, when I hit Q, that's the entire thing. It's not like I can keep pushing and holding the button and it'll just keep whistling. It's, you hit the button and they do it. There's no environmental hazards. Very genuinely, the devs have intended for you to personally fight the zombies. You're not meant to make traps, you're not meant to make, you know, pitfalls or anything like that. If you want that game, there's a game called 7 Days to Die. It does a good job of that. That game exists. But in Project Zomboid, you are not intended on using, like, traps or stuff of that nature to kill, weaken, you know, ensnare, whatever the zombies. There are technically traps in the game. There is a firebomb or whatever, but it's kind of a meme. What's the most zombies you've killed in a murder ball? Probably like 5. I'm not killing this. Not now, at least. The intent here is to manage the helicopter. Because we are playing in 16 times pop zombies, we can literally have thousands of zombies show up. So this is how we manage where that, because otherwise the helicopter on our populations could completely overwhelm an area. So let's get a look at what we're dealing with here. So this is what we've grabbed from here. So that is, so you see how the textures aren't loading on the zombies in the back anymore? That means we've got enough zombies in there now that the game is not, it's not calling like deleting the zombies out of existence, but it is calling loading the textures and doing a bunch of stuff to keep the game from crashing in that. Come on, helicopter. Don't make me walk around all day. I was hoping... Normally I would have waited for the helicopter to show up. Well, yeah, no, in the world record run, as well as Venus Orozco, where I had near maxed out skills, it wasn't really getting the murder balls so much. I mean, we did that a little bit. We definitely did the thing where we like honked a horn a whole bunch, drew several hundred zombies, and then with these short blades and having near max stuff, I could grab 100 zombies and knock them all down without being spent. We're nowhere near that point in this character. You can still do that stuff nowadays too, it just takes a little bit more work. Didn't the game used to cull zombies from existence, or was that a myth? So, if the game crashes, it would remove the zombies from around you when you crashed. That was one thing that would happen. In multiplayer, In multiplayer, there's a lot of cases they will cull zombies. Where, like, the server starts not running right and all that, there are mechanics to cause the game to, you know, dump zombies, that kind of thing. But in single player, I don't believe there's any zombie calling, because we did have in single player, there was a bug for a little while in build 41, earlier on when it went full release kind of thing with multiplayer and everything, that they accidentally gave a bunch of the zombies, even if you chose normal hearing, they gave it hearing that was stronger than pinpoint hearing. And we were at the Louisville checkpoint at the time on 16 times pop. And so we literally had in the same cell as me, it was something like 20 or 30,000 zombies on the same cell because there's a double tall fence. And it was like literally could not get out of the area. It was like wake up, fight tooth and nail to have just enough room to go back to sleep, and then repeat it again and again. And we did that for literal in-game months. Of just wake up, barely claw out enough space to go back to sleep, and then do it again and again. To a point, I think I killed like 30 or 50,000 zombies in that one area before I finally was no longer being kind of overwhelmed and I could start pushing out. But it was a bug. And the problem was, even after they fixed the bug, it's kind of already in the problem that they fixed the bug and like the damage was done. But we did survive. That character's still alive. It's build 41, so the character's, you know, retired. But she has like 300,000 kills on her. I would show you on the map and give you an idea, but I don't have the map fully revealed in this save. Alright, this helicopter's starting to piss me off. It can show up as late as 7 PM in game. We've been lucky and had the last couple were pretty early, so I was just like, yeah, it's fine. Let's keep working our way down this way, I guess. I've got the whole neighborhood. Let's just go for a walk. Don't forget to take your zombies for a walk, chat. She lost her hat, though. Might as well be dead. Yeah, well, we found a replacement. She did lose her hat, though. Hey, look, the pigs are all stressing out and trying to break out of the their enclosure. We're about to do a helicopter. So I'm doing a murder ball. Go ahead and enjoy some chips real fast. Until we're challenging the continuing existence of the game engine, we don't have enough zombies. Yeah, the thing is, you gotta realize those zombies compress. And that you can't actually see the zombies in the back. It will stop rendering them. Because it'll go from where you can see them to where they have that black texture where it's no longer loading the zombie itself. And then after that, it'll just simply not render them at all. Because the idea is there's so many zombies between you and the back part of it, it doesn't matter. And that's just the game doing all sorts of stuff to keep itself from, like, crashing or from the frame rates dying too much, that kind of thing. I would guess, what do you think, Krask? 500-600? Maybe a little less? Well, more like 400 or 500? Because each rally group we grabbed was about 20. But we definitely grabbed a good, like, 10, 20, 30 rally groups, if not more. Yeah, I'd guess, like, 400, 500, 600. Just eyeballing it. Unfortunately, we have no way to, like, really prove it. Yeah, no, realistically, there's no way we're killing it. Okay, we've hit the capacity that some of them are forgetting how to work. It is a thing that as you get the number of zombies high enough, they will start having, like, they'll get too computationally heavy. It will start having some zombies will just drop what they're doing to save you processing power for the ones that matter. Yeah, no, you lose texture somewhere around 200, give or take. That actually can get a little dangerous when they start dropping off running the AI. Because you'll have a group that'll just kind of drop and then you'll walk back into a zombie who's just not doing anything now because whatever. Hey, Lanorama. Thanks so much for the stream streak. I do hope you've been having a good one. If we can get a shout out for Lanorama, by the way. Another fantastic creator on the platform, fellow member of the House of Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on, and plays a whole lot of similar games to what we play here. So like lots of RimWorld, that kind of good stuff. But definitely good times over there. So you probably want to move down to the eastern side. Helicopter going burr. I haven't heard it yet. It should be here. We got the warning. Like, it can show up as late as 7 p.m., and I was hoping for an earlier day one. Yeah, no, the music in Project Zomboid does... It's not procedural, but it does have a thing where it'll escalate based... It's context sensitive. Where it'll be like, oh, you've got a lot of zombies on you, like, ramp it up. Like, player in danger. Make music go loud, make music go hard. You still get the music with the, deaf, if I recall correctly. You don't get any of, like... You don't get the level up sound, you don't hear the zombies, you don't hear alarms, nothing like that. The one sound you did get is you got that, like, paper fold sound from opening your inventory. Weirdly enough, that one UI sound still played with deaf, where none of the other ones did. What's the plan? I am going to walk in circles until the helicopter goes away, and I'm going to walk away. Let's see, the image of the murder ball is not only deceptive in a number of ways. Not only are you losing perspective of the total because some are losing their textures and not rendering, but because they're so closely packed, they are they're closest clipping through each other, and will even be outside the weird zombie explosions you'll see in the prison buildings and High Pop. Yep. Yeah, no, if you put yourself into, like, you know, God mode or whatever and walked into the murder ball, it would kind of blast out in all directions. Know that? Gathering 10k zombies with a whistle. Yep. I started this murder ball way earlier in the day than I needed to. Like, there's no negative in doing so. Just lost opportunity, which I don't really care about. But it means I've had to walk around in circles way longer than was strictly necessary. And also, can we get a shout out for Simcopter 1 as well? I don't know if we got the shout out for Alanorama. I can't really do much right now for reasons. Are you dizzy yet? Not really. I've done this so many times. So just gonna slowly bring the murder ball down here. Alright, 1 second, chat. We're gonna get to our side of this. I'm gonna jog away for just a moment. And we're gonna pause. And the reason we're gonna pause is I can't really delay the ad break anymore. And I don't want you to miss what's going on. So we're having a word from our sponsors, as it were, that is the ads that I can't delay from Twitch. So it's definitely one of those things where we're just gonna be taking a hot 2-3 minute like, you know, quick little break for the ad break. I've got to use the restroom anyways, and I'm gonna check to see if Tomb's home real fast. So I'm gonna take my quick break, and I'll be back here in just a minute. I'm sure you said it, and you never played it, but what are we playing? Project Zomboid. Let's see, in theory, could you do it without looking at this point? Oh, like literally not look at the screen? The murder ball, probably, but avoiding like random junk that I could get caught on and random strays that, you know, show up? No. I mean, maybe going by sound on the strays, but no, realistically, I would keep going around in circles until I like hit a tree or a bush or a fence or something and I'd die. But as far as like walking around and going by the sound of the zombies, I could probably keep the ball itself under control. Anyways, I'm gonna be back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and I am back. So bear with me, I'm gonna top on my drink. Yeah, so I do apologize about that. Like, we're still doing the helicopter, I just paused real fast. The murder ball is just on the other side of that fence. It was just, you know, I got the ad break scheduled for the minimum required to disable pre-rolls. And I couldn't delay it anymore. Like, the countdown was coming and I couldn't stop it. So I was like, alright, I get over this fence, I got nice, relaxing break time, got all day, nothing to worry about. We can go ahead and do that and get back to it. Let's see. Let's see, catching up with chat. If you weren't particularly caring about keeping the ball cohesive, you wouldn't have to look behind you nearly as much, but it defeats one of the best reasons to actually do the murder ball. Yeah, no, the whole thing that makes the murder ball strategy worth doing is basically having the zombies under control. Because we think about the fact that this is like, again, we're saying maybe 600 zombies is our guess. There we go, sounds back. It basically means instead of having 600 zombies kind of scattered all over the place, I have 600 zombies all well contained in a very predictable location where I know exactly where they are and what they're doing. Yeah, let's not keep going east. I'm not loving that tree line. But yeah, so it's all about just keeping the zombies mostly contained. We might start losing audio here by like maxing out the audio channels for Project Zomboid. Like, you'll just have like weird things like zombies getting silent, that kind of thing. I want to get these last couple zombies brought into the murder ball. Yep, so this seems like the field we're doing it in. I also need to allow them the chance to queue and get over that fence. So how do you deal with them? The zombies? Once the helicopter's done, I walk away. There's not really an exciting, oh, well, I use these clever tricks. It's because I'm going to be drawing all the zombies here, I'm just going to walk over the road, and I'll walk away. And then once I get, you know, a good, like, screen or so away, I might line of sight as well, just as an extra precaution, but it's not strictly necessary. But yeah. Because we're just fast to them, as long as, like, I don't like being a little overburned, but that's acceptable. Where it's actually, like, in the red overburned, that would be I'd be dumping my backpack on the road, and then doing this, and then retrieving the backpack when it's time to go. If able. If I have to abandon the backpack, that is what it is. But we shouldn't have to do that with this. Alright. So the helicopter doesn't have much time left in the day before it is required to show up. Because we listened to the radio at the beginning of the day and it told us it was coming. So now we're just waiting for it. Normally I should have waited to start the murder ball till I knew the helicopter was coming. This doesn't hurt anything. It's just, you know, I'm spending the whole day walking around in circles. And I can't forage or anything else right now. Yeah, because when it shows up, it'll stick around for up to about 4 in-game hours. Because it's about 1 pass per hour, roughly. It'll show up no later than 7 p.m. But it can stick around after 7 p.m. Its initial arrival time will be 7 p.m. at the latest. And then it just depends on how many passes it'll do. On 1 hour days, which used to be the default, to be 1 to 4 passes, with 2 and 3 being the most common. I haven't gotten a figure for like what's the most common now, but I believe it can do up to 6 passes now because the default is an hour and a half long days. And the number, like how long the helicopter sticks around, is directly proportional to the day length. Anything time-based in the game is changed by the day length. Everything from crafting times to resting times and all that stuff. Yeah, no, absolutely. 7 p.m. helicopters are a bad time. That pig's so stressed out. Yep. Yeah, no, if you're doing 24-hour days, so real-time days, the helicopter can stay around for 4 real-life hours. I strongly, strongly, strongly discourage increasing your day length. It is nice to get more done per day. That is the benefit. But stuff like reading your books, how long it takes to rest, how long the helicopter sticks around for, all of your crafting times getting to be like 2 and 3 times as long, it ain't worth it. And you can go through individually and change a lot of those settings to balance it out, so like make the day 3 times as long, but then cut the time it takes to craft down by 1/3 and that kind of stuff, if you really want to take the time to figure it all out. But there are some things you cannot change, like the helicopter and all that stuff. Is speed of exercise affected by your day length? Yep. That little bar over your head and how long it takes? Yep. Anything with the bar over your head will 100% be affected by it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Anything that has action speed to it will be affected by that. Yeah, and I do apologize if I'm falling behind on chat. Unfortunately, the reality is I gotta focus. I did see some zombies down there. Hey, zombie to my west, or south, not west. Get over here. Join the murder ball. Anytime anyone in your social circle suggests a 24-hour game, just laugh at them. Oh yeah, well, it's people just don't know. It's people being like, man, it sucks. I want all these things to get done, and I just don't have the time. You know, if my day length's a bit longer, I can get way more done. And I think part of that comes from playing games like, not Stardew Valley itself, but games in that genre. That there are games in that genre. Actually, you know what I should have done? We're gonna get ourselves a little bit of distance. Let's get those 2 shoutouts that we had earlier, because I don't think I got one of my mods here, because it was Sim, and who was the other one that we had? Alana, that's right. Let me get those 2 shoutouts before the helicopter proper gets in. So we're gonna go and do Alan, Orama. I always get worried I'm gonna put the O in the wrong place. Yeah, no, I got it right. So check out Alanorama, friend of the channel, fellow member of the House Kid Frequency stream team, and playing some blueprints and all that stuff. Just got back. You'll do stim after. Yeah, thank you. But absolutely fantastic content creator. Does a bunch of variety, lots of indie games. Has done like lots of RimWorld. Does a lot of stuff like that. So definitely a great time. Really fun time over there. I highly, highly, highly recommend checking them out. When the cooldown comes up, we're also going to do a shout out for Simcopter1, who's also been playing a lot of Project Zomboid. Has been recently been doing a fresh run of Stardew Valley, which has been fun to catch. I think you're only on like your 2nd stream of it, I believe. Like of this fresh playthrough. Like Sims played Stardew before. It's a classic, but definitely good times over there. I haven't done a Stardew Valley run in a while. We did one run on the channel when they had that last big update. And before that, we did 2 runs that were with the Stardew Valley Expanded and Ridgeside Village mods, which is one of the few times I've done like the bigger mods. Which kind of leads in where I said I don't tend to run a lot of mods because of stuff getting broken. Yeah, so again, check out Simcopter1. Plays a lot of simulation, strategy games, that kind of stuff. Very wholesome channel. Highly, highly, highly recommend checking them out. Really good time over there. That's one of the channels I end up into the most after I wrap up my stream. But doing a lot of Project Zomboid recently. Just started doing some Stardew Valley. And has done a whole bunch of other games like American Truck Simulator, GeoGuessr. Like, good times over there. Lots of great conversation. The zombies be stealing the frames. Yeah, this helicopter is a big old jerk. We did not. I should have waited to do the murder ball. It's fine. It just means I'm basically walking around in circles for like 15 real life minutes. And I'm whistling every time I see loose zombies like this. I'm just trying to draw them into the ball. Because I do not want loose zombies. Ah, it's finally here. Okay, so 5 p.m. helicopter. Because even though you don't hear it for 10 or so minutes afterwards, the helicopter actually appears on the map on the hour. It just takes, takes 10 in-game minutes to reach you. Yeah, it could be worse. It could have been a 7 o'clocker. But that does mean by 9 p.m., the helicopter will be gone. The worst helicopter I've had for that kind of thing was Project Zomboid has tropical storms on it. You don't see them very often. Like, a lot of times you'll just mistake them as, like, particularly bad weather. But they are noticeably more intense than just severe thunderstorm. And the worst one I had was I had a 7 p.m. helicopter during a tropical storm. And that crap sucked. I was fortunate, like, it wasn't in a bad place for it. But even then, like, I couldn't see crap because the wind was just going everywhere. The fog was, like, maxed out. There was so much, like, this visual noise with the rain. And it was just getting really dark. But yeah, so you could imagine, normally, with our kind of populations, had these, like, 700 zombies, whatever I got with me, had these been loose and in their groups of, like, 12 to 20 zombies all over, where it's like you have a group here, and then a group there, and then a group there, like that spacing they normally get, you can imagine it would be a really rough time, because I would have zombies closing in from kind of all sides. But because I've kind of grabbed almost all the zombies in the surrounding area and just pulled them into one spot, I have all those loose zombies just balled up behind me. Now, what will happen is as the helicopter goes, zombies from farther out will work their way over here. And we've got a couple different ways we can work with the murder ball to accommodate that. It looks like most of the zombies I'm seeing are coming from this direction, which is where we hadn't gone quite yet. I'm deliberately going to draw the murder ball over here, and then I'm going to get to this side of the murder ball. That way the murder ball is between me and the loose zombies, because what'll happen is they'll just get in the murder ball. So now I'm going to try and deliberately not move the murder ball very much. So we're going to kind of follow this wave of zombies where I just kind of go back and forth. You'll see it kind of surge behind me. As long as I'm not facing into the wave of zombies, I should just walk by without any issue. Unless I have a lot of movement penalties. So we're just kind of riding the wave of zombies back and forth. And the reason we're doing it like this and not just walking away is I'm trying to stay in the open part of the field as long as possible. And by kind of wiggling back and forth, I'm not making much forward momentum across the field. And as I said, I'll whistle every time I see loose zombies. I want to try and pull into the ball. I got enough room we can flip this around. Yep, you know you got a nice number of zombies when all the textures disappear for a few seconds. Beware of bushes like that and this one here that slow you down. Those will get you in trouble. That's why after you've been surviving 3, 4, 5, 6 months, this starts to get real dangerous. It's because you have like all those random trees and bushes and all that growing in, and you just look at a field and go, not this field. This field's overgrown. Because you don't want to do this like in a forested tile or whatever. Trying to kind of reset the ball back a little bit farther to this side. Alright, we are getting drowsy, which is unfortunate. Yeah, let's play it safe. It's gonna screw with our sleeping schedule, but I think it'd be better to not push our luck with Drowsy on the second pass of a helicopter. And that's because our characters spent the entire day panicked. Alright, and all the zombies that got brought over from the first pass of the helicopter, we've already got pulled into the ball. So if that was like another 100, we just put another 100 in the ball. I would believe it, because right now this game is hitching pretty hard when I look at that ball. And every pass the helicopter does, just broadly speaking, the farther away it can get the zombies to us. Low-key, behind the scenes, Project Zomboid does kind of cheat with the zombies and will teleport them around a little bit and stuff like that. You guess it's over 1,000? I'm not sure we're up to 1,000 yet, but yeah, we're probably a good like 800 or so. It could be 1,000. The only time this strategy starts to get real bad is when you get like the helicopters that are doing like 4+ passes, that kind of thing, like they're really sticking around, where some of these stragglers over here, you start getting zombies from all directions from a proper population center. That's when it starts to get a bit dicey. That's when you start just getting your distance away from the murder ball and just doing what you can to stay alive. You've still given yourself more leeway by keeping the number of zombies you kept bunched up. But there's definitely a point where it's like, okay, the saturation's too high, just like, you know, you got him to the field, get away from him. The UI font, it's dyslexia-friendly font. It makes it way easier to read. You don't like it? That's fine. Whatever. It's an objectively more readable font than most of them. Starting to get a little chunky on the frame rate here. Yeah, no, I mean, little skips don't bother me, but we're getting pretty solid skips here, but that's okay. I've still got a whole nother field to the west of us I can use. This gets to be a little too hot. But so far it's not been too bad. We've been mostly getting the zombies from two sides and a little bit from this side. Nothing from the west, which is what I was kind of hoping. Eventually we'll probably start getting some zombies from the west. From the military surplus, which is why I'm doing this here as opposed to other fields. Is this should be close enough to pull the zombies from the military surplus into this area. Yep, so I don't want them loose, but let's pull them back into the ball. This is pass 3. Yeah, I think it's been here long enough. I'm pretty sure these are the zombies from the last helicopter we're starting to see now. Okay, so this is where it gets dangerous now. That's zombies from the military surplus at this stage. So realistically, we're ditching the murder ball. Yeah, we're ditching the murder ball here. We've got multiple high population zombies going to be dumping on us at the same time. I don't want to deal with the chunky frame rate. Looks like I actually might be in the clear to go back to murder balling. Hey, Bonds, how's it going? Yeah, once it started opening up here, I feel a lot better about zigzagging back and forth here. But yeah, the reason we broke to the south really quick is we have a high pop area to the west, which is why I was doing it over here. And I wanted to draw the zombies from that high pop area over here vaguely, because I want to go to that high pop area. And so we started to see the zombies properly coming over from there. And because we had zombies moving in kind of from the north, the east, and the west, it was time to just kind of, you know, cut away. Won the mess hurting event? Yeah, helicopter. Alright, looks like we're gonna get all the passes. We're hitting the most passes the helicopter can do on our settings. That's the one still figuring out how to get across that fence. That's how many I dumped on. They're still queuing to get across the fence. Well, they weren't even still aggro to me. They're still trying to get back to the last position I was at. Yeah, with this many zombies, we're gonna have a bunch of them who are gonna kind of forget how to function. They're just gonna stop moving and stand there. And it's because the game's gonna do that to keep the game from crashing and all that. They'll start dropping the AI off some of them. It's like you see these ones should absolutely hear me and they're just walking away. Nope, still more of them working their way across the fence. This is going to be an area we cannot come back to anytime soon. Alright, and this should be the last pass we can even have. They're a billion sandbox, pretty much. They are billions, but actually. I'd say never. Well, what's going to unfortunately happen is these zombies are going to gradually spread out, and they're going to separate out into groups of between like 12 and 20 zombies. And each of those groups is going to want to be about, probably from about me to about there, apart from each other. So they will naturally kind of push out in all directions. So that'll be experienced almost as if like there's a ridiculous level of migration, but it's because I've got so many zombies concentrated in this spot that there's not really enough room to contain them, kind of thing. And so they will ultimately kind of spread in all directions. And then you also have, like, on top of that, actual migration and stuff like that. Alright. So the helicopter shouldn't be able to come back. That should be its last pass. I mean, come back today, I mean. Nope. Another round. I've still not gotten used to the hour-and-a-half days. Alright, we're going for a 5th pass. This will be rough because by the time we're out of here, it's going to be dark. And while this area will have the zombies kind of contained, when it comes back to going to where we've been staying and all that, it'll be dark by the time they get there, and you never know what stragglers and loose zombies get dumped there. It's one of the things that can actually make the helicopter a lot more dangerous than you think, is when you're returning home or you've been chilling in the area. So what's the goal? I mean, I'm playing solo. The goal is I don't want to die. The goal is the helicopter's here on maximum population settings, and I don't want to die. So we are in a big open field doing big walking around in circle while the helicopter brings all the zombies to us. And then when the helicopter leaves me alone, we just get rid of the zombies. Like, we just walk away. And then the zombies are all over here and not where I'm trying to live. Hey, Kin Karma, it's going good. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Shamblers hate this one trick. Pretty much. Oh yeah, no, sprinters are just dead doing this. That was, the other day I had someone ask me, like, how do you deal with, sprinters, like, with a helicopter? And my thought was like, okay, realistically, either A, you're going in the middle of absolutely nowhere, so, you know, such that you just don't see them hardly. Maybe you're in your car, maybe not. The only other one I could think is, like, go find a closet, tuck your head between your legs, pray to whatever deity you believe in, and, you know, hope the sun rises in the morning. Because you're sure as heck not doing this kind of nonsense. You're not fighting it either. You pretty much hit the nail on the head. Yeah, that's what, because I've done like the but yeah, no, generally speaking, mass crops and fire. Oh, just like burn a field. Just burn like a farm and just have them cross. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, no, because I did like the Mr. Lamprey's permadeath sprinter server way back in the day. You know, and I found like quite a bit of success doing that. But I usually don't play sprinters, broadly speaking. Yep, no, I've done a little bit of sprinter content, not much. I tend to like the more methodical play of Product Zomboid. And while there's definitely a lot of prep that goes into surviving sprinters, you know, like making yourself places to kind of trap, I just don't like the whole, no matter how far you get in the game, you still gotta keep your pulls very, very small. You gotta, you know, if you pull too many, you either gotta nope the hell out stage left, or, you know, or use like windows and fences to effectively make them not sprinters while you're dealing with it. I mean, the thing is you just don't pull a lot. You gotta keep your pulls nice and controlled. You aggro 5-6 sprinters and it's a bad time. Okay. The helicopter shouldn't be eligible to come back now. I've still not gotten fully used to this hour-and-a-half long days nonsense. But we had 5 passes. Yeah. No, pulling with sprinters, you got to keep those numbers as low as possible. Or you'll have the situation where you got like 20 bunched up that you just cannot get to cooperate. So you'll find like a window or something, make sure it's clear, aggro them, run for the window, jump to the window, and have like the jumping, like where they can only go through the window so many at a time as the means of splitting the 20 up. Alright, we're going to assume that the helicopter's done, because if it's not, we're in a real bad way at that stage. What we can go ahead and do is start moving our stuff around. And people asking me how I'm getting away from the zombies, you're watching it. You're watching it, this is exactly how we're getting away from the zombies. Getting away with zombies is so hard. Yeah, the one trick shamblers hate. Walking. Yeah, no, I messed with the pipe bombs way back. That said, I know they used to be pretty, like, you'd have to go through a huge effort to make them. They weren't particularly useful. The old ones used to basically just make fire. It was like a Molotov, but louder. Gotcha. Alright. Now, I don't actually need a line of sight. You see they're still following. We're way far enough away that they can't see me. I'm still going to line of sight on principle. But then we're going to work our way over here. Now, the zombies will get ditched somewhere back in that area. We don't know exactly where. Hey, zombie I didn't see. That's how you die. That's why I don't like being out late. Because that'll be that one zombie that gets you killed. So now what we want to do is just basically get someplace we can sleep. There's a house over here. We haven't cleared it in a good while. But that's fine. I've also got like 3 containers of caffeine pills if it comes down to it, that we can just not sleep tonight. I'd prefer to sleep, but is not strictly required. Oh, so this is the 29th? Alright, so 29th, 5 p.m. We want to mark where that helicopter happened. Okay, so we can just get to this house. It is really close to where we were clearing. Now, I want to say this is one of the more trashed houses, but it's got a bed, and that's what matters. Okay, we can do that. We did drink a lot of our water. Let's go here. actually. So 29th, 5 p.m. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that all marked. So we went, I want to say it was up here. Yeah, it was just up here. Because it would have been here, because that's where the trop was. Yeah, so we would have been right here. Add 4th helicopter 08/29 5 p.m. And now we are not tired enough to go to sleep. Right, because we took a caffeine pill way earlier in the day, because we got drowsy during all that. So let's go ahead and take a sleeping pill. Now it'll take a moment to kick in. I'll unequip our flashlight and put that away. We got our nightstick. Let's switch out our weapons. Put the crowbar on our back. Put the nightstick back away, because we can use the nightstick while doing other things. Okay, toss some stuff over to the other bag. Alright, and so at midnight, we will try and go to sleep, because by then the sleeping pill should have knocked us down. Alright, so nope, don't sleep on the ground. Where is that bed? There we go. Could wake up any time now. Okay, and we can put you back away. Alright. And another thing I want to do is just for my own little reminder, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Basically, this whole area, those zombies are going to spread out again, and it's going to be awful for a while. Eventually, we'll want to clear that out, but basically, this is for, like, when it's been a week and a half, and I'm like, okay, I need to take the helicopter somewhere. This is the thing where it's just you go right there and just go, oh, okay, don't take the helicopter there. Alright. So let's top off our water, eat ourselves a snack, and then let's get back and kind of assess to see how successful the helicopter was. Because we took the helicopter over there knowing it was going to be a little bit hotter because it's nearby where I took the last helicopter. But I wanted to take it there because it's close enough. It should have drawn the zombies away from where we were clearing. It may not have cleared it where I could just walk right in or anything, because the zombies will get caught up on the buildings and all that. But it might have been close enough that we do get lucky and have a lot. Ooh, hey, give me that. How much success did the wilderness run? It went relatively good. We were just about to get the bench up. Ultimately, what happened though is while I was working on that, I pushed to exhausted and was tired because I couldn't get proper sleep. And unfortunately, the helicopter showed up, and it was one of those things that I was trying desperately to get enough rest that I could kite the zombies, do what I needed to do. I'm gonna leave the berries. And just unfortunately, did the slow. They ground me down till I had nothing left in the tank. Because if I got the bench up, we would have been able to probably just handle it just fine. Alright, now that we got the helicopter out of the way, we can just walk straight on up here. And even though I'm not picking up much... Wait, what are you... Oh, hand knife? Yeah, I'll grab a hand knife. And walking around with this up because you never know when it'll be like, hey, here's your Jenny mag, here's your Wilderness Survival magazine. You know, here's a pickaxe. Insert other desirable items here. Plus, I'm not burning any real stamina, and we're just leveling a skill as we walk anyways. Here's a gun. It happens. You could just straight up walk and just be like, okay, I guess I'll just have this, like, really good firearm now. Okay, and here's the houses we were staying at. Cool, and you can see a lot of the bodies are disappearing. Some of them are turning into skeletons as well. I'm going to need you to be a lot less generous on your loot, please. Yep. And no zombies seen whatsoever yet. No, we got some over here. I'd see a bunch of them potentially getting stuck on fences and all that. That's all fine. Okay, we gotta be careful because there is, like, a lot of corpse stink. Like, this is starting to clear up, but it's gonna take a little while before it actually clears up. My hope is if we go close to the fence line, I want to say we were clearing down here first. We could probably find a pocket of no corpses. If not, we might be able to just, like, literally walk into the place and get away from the bodies close to the gas station. Because this is really encouraging that we didn't see any zombies over here at all. Except for, like, those 3 or 4 right after a helicopter. Yeah, let's walk up to this edge, get away from these bodies. Couple of stragglers over here, but not seeing anything else otherwise. And those are ones that, like, got in, probably got stuck on a wall or stuff like that. Yeah, the middle part will still probably be pretty spicy. But that's okay. Can't say, Marie. I haven't run Wakeful in a long time. I always found Wakeful one of those traits that, you know, yes, you can get stuff done, because you don't have to sleep as much. But as the run goes on, you start getting into this weird problem where your character doesn't sleep enough. And so you're going to bed at night and waking up at night. And it get pretty frustrating. Like, basically, you'll go to bed after it turns dark. It'll still be dark when you wake up, so you have to, like, find time to fill the day with. And then you end up getting sleepy earlier in the day. I found sleep management with Wakeful to be pretty obnoxious after early game. Objectively, you will get more done. It's not, I'm not going to say it's a bad trait. But, like, late game, it can be a little annoying. I might push my luck. What I mean by that is once we get this group killed and we recover from it, maybe we just try and scout out the military surplus store itself and see if it's one of those ones that can reasonably just grab a couple zombies, walk them away, and go from there. That's what I was afraid of. I didn't get a chance to actually rest. Just trying to get away from the bodies. It's fine. Pretty greedy pull, we might hit high exertion. Alright. I'd like you all to die now, so I can rest. They're dealing with a lot of damage penalties. Come on. Okay, we need to be real careful because that was a massive overextending. So let's get away from these bodies, and that group of zombies over to my left. Okay, that's worse. Just want to get far enough away that we're not... Okay, we're away from bad smell. Let's sit down here. And not push any of that farther. We definitely overextended there. You'll have orange and habanero. A little bit of salt. Add some tomato. A little bit of beef jerky. Some sunflower seeds. All of that's just 9 hunger, so we're just going to eat it immediately. Start making another one. You know, put that away for a minute. Take a sip of the water. Okay, we're just gonna have to wait a minute for this muscle strain to go away. Like I said, we way overextended that. Luckily, we didn't get punished for it. But I am going to see here if we can just skip on back to the military surplus. I don't think we'll be able to, but it is on the realm of possibilities. And if I can do that, we can potentially score a much bigger backpack and either a tent or a sleeping bag. And that's honestly the things I care about the most out of there. Because the duffel bag's fine, but the duffel bag's just fine. And so where we're looking at trying to go is where it says target, So here's the shopping center we're looking at. I'm expecting that to be hot, and then the question is, can I get all the way back there? So I might close these menus, and I might try and walk along this road to the west of the shopping center. Yeah, Baghdad, how's it going? Got your 3-stream streak and all that. Do appreciate it. Hope been having a good one. Like, I don't want to avoid trying to Pied Piper or anything like that. We'll either fight our way in. Sorry, we'll either, you know, be able to just walk around and get in, just, you know, mostly clear, or we'll fight our way in. Okay, so that's only 4 zombies. The Wilderness Run did die yesterday, and I do want to give it another go, but I need to do a little bit more, like, tinkering, figuring out, planning, whatever you want to go with. That very genuinely there's like more rule adjustments that need to happen. Maybe step away from like the 0 to hero to give myself like 1 or 2 specific skills to make the run a little bit more reasonable. Because I liked the challenge part of it, but there was some stuff that's like, okay, I'm gonna just have to depend on RNG for this to get resolved. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, maintenance 1 we can make happen. Like, that wouldn't be too terrible. Alright, so it's looking like there still might be a lot of zombies up here. Because got a small rally group here, 2 there. None of them full groups, a little one there. I am going to potentially walk up this road and see if we can just circumvent a lot of them. I'm not expecting to. I'm expecting that we will have to fight this and just fight our way in. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. But we're close. Yeah, no, that tile's still pretty busy. I'm gonna do something I shouldn't. Okay, so this area was potentially slightly too far out for the helicopter to drop from. I do want to get in this building so badly, if for no other reason than the backpack. Like, there's going to be guns in there. I don't care about any of that. I want either, like, at a minimum, a big hiking bag. I would certainly go for bigger if they've got it. That's going to get down to, like, RNG and all that and what's actually in the place. But it's this building here. So we tried to do this earlier when there was thousands more zombies in the area. But between the helicopter and all the zombies we're killing, I'm kind of hoping we'll have knocked this population down enough that I could Pied Piper these zombies out of here. This is a little reckless, and not, like, I would not recommend what I'm doing here. This is me being stubborn and greedy, not me being strategic. Strategic, it's, I keep fighting, and just slowly chipping away until we get in the front door. So the plan here is straightforward. We're going to wander around, make a whole lot of noise nearby the building, drawing the zombies away from the building, hopefully. We don't want to duck into the woods. But then eventually we will walk to try and be far enough away that we can get over to those buildings, double break the line of sight where I break the line of sight, that I break the line of sight from where I broke the line of sight. And at that point, we can hopefully loop back and get in here. Last time, there's just so many zombies in the cell that it was dropping off zombies off the back of the crowd of zombies as we were going, accomplishing a whole lot of absolutely nothing. And it's okay if we don't get them all. But if I can get enough where I can only have to fight like a rally group or two's worth, we can easily get into that building. But the first step is I gotta pull all these zombies through the building. I'm feeling pretty good about getting the zombies out of the building here. It definitely feels a lot better than the last time we tried this. So now the next move is I just need to kite these zombies away from that building. Part of that means I need to actually keep them grouped up enough that they're together, and that we're not just dropping them off the other side. You see, like, that one over there just de-aggroed me. Alright, that's looking pretty good. The zombies in the back don't seem to be de-aggroing. Yeah, this looks like it's doable now. It's still needlessly dangerous, but you know. And thank you, Dick Butte, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes, and you've been subbing for the channel for 2 years now. So thank you so much for that. It means a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel after all this time. Alright, so I'm feeling really good about this. Now, I want to avoid dragging the zombies right back to where we're staying. So what we're going to try and do is I'm going to try to go down here and ditch the zombies along this tree line and all that. Actually, and thank you, D's Nux, for the Prime Gaming sub. The 3 months you've been subbed to the channel and kicking off a hype train, all stuff. And thank you, Rongor, for the 165 stream streak. I do really appreciate that as well. And I will potentially fall behind to what's going on in chat and all that. You know, there might be something going on in game. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna ditch them. So we've broken line of sight with the main group. We're gonna go around here. We're gonna break line of sight again. We will have some that we're gonna pick up as we go around here. That's fine. The point is we're trying to ditch, like, the big ball of, like, 200 zombies. Yeah, so you can see that they're over there. They're not going to notice me this far over. So they're going down there, then they'll lose me over here. And thank you, Sentient Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I do really appreciate that as well. So thanks so much for that. Let's unequip that whistle. That'll just get me in trouble now. And shuffle all of our inventory around, get you back on my back. We will pick up some of the stragglers that we lost in the back end there. But if things went the way I hope it did, it'll be just stragglers in the back we gotta worry about. Alright. Let's not cut through there just in case we lost some in that middle part. And the rock does provide line of sight, so we're going to put that between us as well. Why are we spooked? Probably just zombies smashing in doors and windows and all sorts of stuff. Would be my bet. We did just drag a ton of zombies through here. So it wouldn't surprise me they were just smashing the fences and all that, and we got close and our character got panicked by it. Oh, yeah, this is looking perfect. There's like one zombie ahead of me, one behind me, probably a couple inside the building. We may have screwed that house we've been staying at, but, you know. E? Nah, that'd have been too easy. And Pied Piper zombies like that in a long time. Alright, nothing else followed us. So let's not worry about the car. We could definitely get greed to get us in lots of trouble. There is a zombie there. That's fine. We're not going to move around a lot. We're just going to kill them where they stand right here. The big priority, backpack. Other stuff would be nice. We're definitely wearing a scarf. Doesn't matter what season it is. Ammunition box. Military backpack. Alright, grab that into our secondary. I need to grab everything from this. Set everything from this. Move it over to the military backpack. A military satchel? I'd seen a military satchel before. I didn't know there was a military satchel either. There's a lot of items that they added with Build 42 I haven't really seen. Okay. So we're going to put the bag there. We're going to unequip this. We're going to wear it on our back now. So I got a military backpack. We're going to attach the sleeping bag to the bottom of our backpack. Love to see it. I'm going to grab all of this junk and move it into our military backpack. So the satchel, 1565. Okay, they're the same thing, just different aesthetic. I'll go ahead and wear it, just because I can. Well, that's interesting. It made it have two trauma bags. We can attach the... I thought you could attach the canteen onto the other part. First aid, fishing basket we don't care about, insecticide, tackle box we don't care about, whetstone we don't care about, we're already good there. I am going to, just because it'll bother me that tent will get destroyed otherwise, I'm going to pack the tent and just put it down. Because otherwise the zombies can run into and destroy it. Oh, you have the scuba gear. So you can actually wear the scuba gear to give yourself like complete where you cannot get messed with stuff. And thank you so much for the level 2 hype train with 3 subs and 100 biddies. I do really appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that support. Does mean a whole heck of a lot and all that stuff. So thank you. There's a second military backpack. You only weigh 2 by yourself. I'm going to chuck the military backpack in here. The spare, I mean. Gas mask filters, tarp and all that. And the reason I did that is later on when I get more strength, I'll want it so we can move stuff. We've got the angled flashlight. Air Force coveralls, angled flashlight. We already have the canteen. Military duffel bags. More canteens. Water purification tablets. Give me those hunting knives. Yeah, so if you're looking for military backpacks, apparently where they used to be, you would have a pretty good odds of getting them here, just broadly speaking. It seems like it's a near guarantee you'll find them here now. Bunch of protective military cases. Military clothes. A bunch of cots over here. Don't worry about filling anything else in there. Just get her sip of water. Yeah, and this is all ammo, which is cool. Like, this is a really cool place. I do not have remotely the carry capacity to deal with that. Are there guns in the cases? There probably are. That's shoulder holsters. It's not what we're looking for. There's a bunch of rifles and all that as well. Got a magazine, got another magazine. What I want is I'm hoping there's like these things called like Alice. It's an extra thing for carrying stuff. Trapping 1 will want. So no luck with that. It has a military surplus store. Yeah, you got the shoulder holsters. It may or may not. Yeah, no, I didn't find the Alice or like the chest rig. Didn't you want the tent? I grabbed the sleeping bag instead. It was a tent or a sleeping bag. The sleeping bag can't be destroyed by random zombies colliding with it, so I decided to grab the sleeping bag instead. Alright. Now the question is, I'm pretty sure with this, where I got the angled flashlight. Oh, where are you? Where are you, angled flashlight? Yeah, it requires webbing. I figured as much. Then the other question... Yeah, so you attach the canteen left or right. We'll worry about that later. Still program selling surplus M1 Grand W2. It's the cheapest way to get one. Yep. Alright. So you'll notice we just grabbed a ton of stuff. And yet, despite grabbing all that stuff, we are not overburned anymore. Military backpacks are amazing. And we grabbed a spare. There was a bunch more, but realistically, I'm only going to be able to use, like, 2. One on my back, and then one if I'm, like, logging or something, I can chuck the logs in the military backpack, and if things go sideways, I can just drop it. Okay, so now that we got that, let's get away. Well, let's check the car in the parking lot. I don't think it'll have special loot to it or whatever. But I could see there being an argument for that. Because then my next move is going to be probably take the gas station. Yeah, it's nothing. That's fine. So I got a couple of cars that I have keys. They look like they're in good shape. They don't have rations. I didn't notice any. Yeah, no, MREs I don't believe are vanilla, like proper MREs. I could be wrong in that one. Because they usually don't care about a lot of the, thing. The MREs are very controlled in the 90s. Yeah. Either way, just don't even think there was something in the game. Yeah. No, they had the water rations, but water's easy enough for me to manage, and water is heavy. Because we left behind all the ammo and all that. Let's also do this. We can go here. And go military backpacks, lots, and lots of ammo, tent, guns. Oh, character limit. Good enough. Alright, so I think the next goal is going to be securing this gas station down here. If I secure the gas station, then I can potentially get a generator hooked up to it. We can get ourselves a car, and we can start doing that stuff. Okay, you've already read that map. And pop over here and rest. Take those ones out. Okay, and we can get a little bit of distance from there. Alright, so now we're in the secure the area kind of mode. The gas station probably won't be too bad. I dumped the zombies farther to the right. The gas station's just south of me. It's close enough that the zombies will eventually spread out and kind of overtake it type deal. But that's okay. Alright, we finished one of the magazines. And we'll slowly sort that out. Now, most of the time when I do bases around a gas station, I'll go over here. We'll keep like the big ice cream fridge, but we'll get rid of the rest. The only downside here is I don't think I want this to be like a long-term base or anything like that. And a big reason why I don't want to do that is just the fact that there's no water right here. So for stuff like keeping my weight up using fishing and all that, that's not really an option. But I could get the gas station sorted out so that I would have the option of using a car. Going forward. Alright, let's take this magazine. Dump it on the body. There are a lot of gas stations close to water, just this isn't one. But because I've been clearing this area as is to go for the military surplus store, you know, we've already been killing the zombies around it. I might as well secure it as a place to get gas. Which makes it home for at least now. Okay, so we got 2 zombies here. We'll kill them real fast. Gotcha, Lardine. Yeah, so I think the big thing is to secure the gas station for the purposes of having the gas station as a usable thing. I have not made a rain catcher since Build 42 has come out. The fact that you can just drink from lakes and rivers, I've just not really bothered. Give me all those. Oh, we should. Read our next magazine to slowly clear out our inventory. There. That's how we cleaned our tank top. We didn't like the tank top we had because it was all gross, so we just wore a different one. Oh, let's see. Dye our hair. That is a bright purple. Sadly, I need a mirror to do it, I believe. So let's go here, fill the empty canteens. Worn claw hammer. Okay. And I'm going to go down here to this building and mark it off. Okay. Probably just a worn handle. Decent find even if you have to keep the head. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. We're gonna definitely be popping back and forth between a lot of them. Just zigzagging back and forth, cleaning up the neighborhood. More than likely, that auto shop is going to have more weapons than I know what to do with. And more weapons I could reasonably deal with inventory-wise. Actually, let's just remember there is a bucket in there. We go deal with cows or anything like that later. Long blade fencing. Can't use it yet, nor do I want to lug it with me. Maybe I actually do want to lug it with me. Why not send them to the mechanic shop? We haven't gotten to the point of actually deciding where we're setting up at all. I just know I want to get control of the gas station at least enough to Oh. Should always check the garbage bag. Nothing I care about. Let's see. Well, that guy was just wearing a shirt and slippers. Hey, man. He just wants to be comfy at work. You're just jealous that your boss wouldn't let you do that. Ooh, hey. What do you got in here? Alright, we got a magazine. Got so much junk food, I don't know what to do with it. Let's go ahead and grab that book. Just on the assumption that we are going to be setting up here. I could start being a little bit more hoardy and grabbing stuff I might use someday and chuck it on a bookshelf or whatever. Okay. We got zombies back there. Let's not try and sleep in the gas station tonight, because we did drag a bunch of zombies into that area. Oh, before I forget, boom, boom, boom. We have looted that. That is a gas pump. It's fine, we'll just leave it unmarked. And bucket. Alright, so now we're back to clearing. So I've got the keys to that taxi, as well as another taxi around the corner that are both in relatively good shape. We've got the generator magazine red. I know where a generator is, and we've got these gas pumps relatively clear. So what we're probably going to want to do from here is I'm going to need to go farther south. These houses here, I probably made those super dangerous with the zombies we dumped off. But we'll probably want to figure out where we can... Oh man, you know what I'm betting? You know where the generator I know is? Right there. Where I took the helicopter. It's right there. That's fine. I believe there was another one down here somewhere as well. Did we have... Oh, we got another one down here. Okay. Alright, so that's going to be our goal for the next day, is to get that generator from down here up to the gas station. That's the next goal, next day in-game goal. That's going to be rough, because it's going to be a lot of pick up the generator, walk 10 feet up the road, put the generator back down, rest, repeat. Yeah, so the only thing I was really missing from, like, to get, like, the full getup is if I would have gone the webbing. Because the webbing, you can have a light that mounts on your chest piece as opposed to having to hold it. Yeah, but I mean, realistically, that's what I'm going to be doing. I could wander around the neighborhood and hope I can find a car to get stuff from. But there is a very good chance that once I kick that generator in, I'm pretty much going to be evicted from the area because it's going to be loud. But once I get the generator hooked up and I can gas up a car, that can be a thing. Because then we can make the decision of where I actually want to live, because I can always fall back and, you know, top off the old gas tank at the place. So we're getting sleepy. So I figure we're going to sleep down here. All right. So no more friends chilling over here. And honestly, where's our regular water bottle? I've already read that magazine. I'm gonna get rid of this water bottle for now. I don't really need to have the multiple water bottles. Cool. Right, this one. Okay. Wait, was it a magazine we had? All right. We could probably put the caffeine pills on the holder, the shoulder holsters and all that. Let's see, there's another game where you can carry / wear, all at the same time, a large hiker's backpack, military duffel bag, cargo pants, jacket, gun around one shoulder or something, you forgot the other. And if you want another bag in your hand, you can also push a shopping cart. If that's not enough, you can carry... but it carries its own weight and then some. And unless you're strong, athletic, and both, you can maybe move 1 hour a day and have to rest for the rest of the day. Yeah, no, and it's a thing that happens in this. Alright, so we're in great shape so far as a lot of stuff. We've got all our food happening here. We can go ahead and eat the salad real quick. We'll add some more beef jerky. We can add some salt. And some sunflower seeds. Okay. But yeah, so we grabbed all that extra stuff and we're not even overburned. That backpack, we basically skipped like 4 tiers of backpack. Because when it would have gone to, like if we would have followed like the upgrades in order, we would have gone from like duffel to hiking bag to big hiking bag to large backpack, and then you would have military backpack. Military backpack is the largest bag, like the highest carry capacity and highest weight reduction. Now granted, the large and the military are like barely different. I think it's like 1 extra carry weight and like 5% more reduction or something. It's like, or I think it might only be like 2% more reduction. It's not a big step between those two. The school bag was smaller. Well, the school bag is kind of a side grade from the duffel bag. It has slightly better weight reduction than the duffel bag, but it has a lower capacity than the duffel bag. So it's kind of a side grade, not a direct upgrade. Versus all the other bags, from what I recall, are very, very straightforward, as like, this bag is just objectively better than the other bag in all ways. It used to not be that way. It used to be that the duffel bag was a straight upgrade over the school bag. But with Build 42, they kind of rebalanced it, and that's what they came up with. Okay, so let's go ahead and work our way down this way. Give me the nightstick. I shouldn't have done it that way. Let's attach left. Alright, so as I said before, our goal today is we know there's a generator just down the road from me. I'm here. It's like 1-2 buildings south of us. So we're going to go over there, grab our generator, and it's going to be a rough day of picking up the generator, lugging it up the road a couple of blocks, sitting it back down so we can rest, because we don't want to push ourselves to like high exertion and all that, because we'll get sleepy faster, and on top of that, if I get into a fight, I'm in a really bad way. So it's not supposed to drain the battery, and most of the time it won't drain the battery if you remember to turn off the radio, but I have had instances where I definitely 100% without question turned off the radio, but when I, bring it back up, it's still on and the battery's knocked down like 10-15% or whatever. So it's not supposed to, but I do think there's a bug that happens sometimes where like the radio forgets that it's turned off and then does the calculation. So I've gotten to the point of, even though I have enough batteries, I probably never need to worry about it. I've just gotten to the point where, like, you know what? I'm just gonna take the battery out. Pretty sure it's short blunt 5. Yep, short blunt 5. Are kid wagons a thing? I think there is a physical asset of a kid wagon, but not like a usable thing. There's no shopping cart, dollies, forklifts, nothing like that. There's mods that add them, but almost all of them are real janky. And like really, really glitchy animations too. Go ahead and just recycle the pipe wrench. It's like a rainy day today. Clear sky, sorry. Rain should cut out tomorrow during the day. And nothing else interesting happening so far as weather and all that. Put all this away. There we go. But yeah, and the only way to move stuff like that is you can either carry it, or generally the better idea is you take it to your car, and depending on your car, you can either put in the trunk or you can put in the passenger seat. One of the things the game doesn't really explain to you is you are allowed to put any one object in an empty seat, no matter what the carry weight of that object is. So I can legitimately go to the seat of my car, which can carry something like 15 weight, and I could put a 30-40 encumbrance generator there, no problem. I can load up a military backpack all the way to its maximum capacity and chuck it in there. That's actually like the meta for carrying as much as possible, is to massively overfill a military backpack to its max and then chuck it in the passenger seat of a car. But then the danger is if you get in trouble, your passenger seat is now blocked by a big heavy backpack. Okay. So let's kill this group of 5 and then we get a rest. Are you clear down here? So we go down here and it's clear. I can see way better. Get zombies over there. Yeah, so let's cut across the field. It'll be a shorter distance. And then also because I don't have to worry about the tree line and all that, we can just chill in the field. Alright, so we can sit down here for a minute. We can eat our salad real quick. Make some more beef jerky salad, i.e. beef jerky in a bowl that we put salt on it. Salad, by the way. Actually getting slightly cold. That's surprising. Considering I had a scarf. Even that we are drenching wet, but that's fine. Alright. Put our book away. We don't want to skip fighting the zombies in the field, because once they start moving the generator around, it's going to be way rougher on us moving around. So we want to knock out as many of them as we can. Go bachelor food right there. That is the, I meant to go by the grocery store and I didn't get there, but I am hungry situation. Okay. I honestly think that's the first time I've been to the military surplus store in years and years and years and years in Project Zomboid. Because I know I didn't go to it on any of my major high kill runs. Like, not a single one of them. Like, genuinely, it would have been well before multiplayer in Build 41, I think. Since the last time I went there. It's a good location to go. It's a bit intense from Zombie Pop, but I mean, like, it's got some of the best kit you can get so far as, like, backpacks and all that. But Build 41, it's you go there and there's a relatively decent chance you'll find a military backpack. It's not great, but it's decent. At a minimum, you can potentially get some decent guns or whatever. Versus now that they've kind of buffed loot in Build 42, it is definitely way easier to get some, like, good kit. Yeah, no, I definitely got myself mixed up as to where I was. Because like I said, it's been a long time since I've gone to military surplus area. Because usually the north end of Lake Falls is one of my favorite places to go. For a base. Because, like, right there in the north side of town, you can literally build a building right along the gas pumps. And also be in range of the lake there. So you can live right there, you've got water. You got a place you can fish. You got gas. It's a relatively good town all around. It's a very central map, so no matter where you want to go from there, it's not that bad of a journey. Add some sugar and some cinnamon to your beef jerky. A little bit of flour, maybe. Crumble up some bread. Add some bread. You can do like croutons. You can't use the flour as a seasoning or any of that, unfortunately. This is one thing I'm curious about. Okay. I've not really used the canteens on the sides. I'm assuming I still have to like pull it off my side. Yeah. The majority of my build party runs were Rosewood Starts in surplus area, being the first goal outside there. Raw flour, that would be horrible. Who commits such food crimes? That was oh man, I don't remember where I got it from. It was like, you know, just like ways of being. Okay, so it does automatically drink from there. It's like the kind of like really rough comments or whatever. And the one in question was if you were a seasoning, you'd be flour. You're like, ow. Just what else could you say other than just straight up, ow? is a way of calling someone particularly boring. All right. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I missed that you had actually said that's into last. Yeah, you had already mentioned it. My apologies. Trying to, like, play the game and all that stuff. Yeah, no, it's the exact same thing. What's easy for me to say for someone very interesting? I can see, like, a lot of things. I can see people going with, like, you know, cinnamon would be one I can see. I can see, like, Creole seasoning. You could do stuff like that. There's, like, definitely plenty of options. Maybe it's here where you heard from? Yeah, no, I know I got it from somewhere. I don't know who, like, where to credit it from. It was before streaming that I had heard it. But I don't know if I got it from, like, a book or a TV show or what. Like, it wasn't something that was, like, an original idea by me or whatever. Alright, so there's the generator. There's 2 zombies chilling there. I believe... I don't actually remember the weights in the generator. I thought there was, like, one of the generators was lighter than the others. I don't know if that's true, though. Question is, do you have leather pants? No. These have boring jeans. Right, and then there's a ton of tools in here. Leave the rest for a minute. Alright, so let's sit for a minute to recover that. Also, a clip triggered a memory. Guess we separately learned it because I'm fairly sure you got it from someone posting that clip. Is there a way to replace a CPU thingy in a laptop? Generally, from like a consumer replacing it on their own laptop, I would say for a practicality side, no. The answer isn't technically no. But, it's one of those things, if you have to ask the question, the answer is probably no, because you probably don't know what you need to know to do it, kind of thing. Alright, so take the generator. Alright, rip those knees! But yes, I would say, if you're asking the question, the answer is no. Because it's definitely one of those things that you'd be getting in over your head. And it's one thing to, like, hey, you can manage this yourself, like, with something like doing basic plumbing or whatever. But it's another thing we're talking about, something that's several $100s. Still no loot run from yesterday? No, the no loot run from yesterday did ultimately die. I was getting down to the last bit I had to do to build the bench. And unfortunately what ended up happening in that run is we were working on that, got pretty exhausted and tired while working on it, and the helicopter showed up while we were exhausted and tired, and I tried to recoup enough to manage, but it just didn't happen. Alright, so basically we keep on walking until we get exerted, and then we put down the generator, and then we read a little bit of our book. I pick up the generator. And we repeat to get there. We're actually making more distance. I figured we'd be exerted by now. Do we still have more salad? Okay, so we're all done on our salad options. Fair enough. Go ahead and eat these chips. Then all Sarson's 4th gen? Yeah. Generally speaking, if it came down to, like, if it was a laptop I owned, I would still probably just go with, like, replacing... Sorry, like, I'd just probably go with replacing the laptop. It's kind of one of those things that once you... With, like, a laptop specifically, if it's a video card or a CPU, I would just consider the laptop done. Something like memory or something like that, that's a different story, but laptops are, like, very specifically not very maintainable. It's one of the big criticisms you get with a lot of laptops is, as they've been trying to make the form factors smaller and smaller and smaller, their ability for you to do your own maintenance has gotten worse and worse and worse. Especially since nowadays they'll even glue parts in as opposed to, you know, like solder and screwing and that kind of stuff. Just take it straight up, take the battery and just glue it in the bottom. Making it even less maintainable than it already was. Alright. Working hard today, earning our keep. This is the cost of electricity. Some broken shins. But once I have this, we have gas, and we have car. I actually have 2 cars I know I'll be able to use. Alright, this is the riskiest part here, is cutting through this tree line where I can't see. As long as we're not too far gone, I can hit 1 to pull out my crowbar and we'll just automatically drop the generator. Okay, we're good. Got a group of zombies up ahead of me we'll need to deal with. And as you can see, our muscle strain is starting to also be a problem. Alright. Put you away. Let's deal with our friends that were right here. There you go. They're going up in the trees. We still want to deal with them, because they'll just spot me walking by with the big heavy generator. Alright. And the alternative way I could have done this is I could have taken... Well, no, actually I wouldn't have been able to. I was going to say I could have taken... Well, actually, I could have taken there's a gas can and just looked for a car that has just a little bit of gas. And then once I found that, you know, take it to the car, put it in the car, drive the car over here. And we're still going to actually have to do that, by the way, not the driving part. I'm still going to have to take the gas can and look for a little bit of gas. But for right now, I'm just going to get this in place. So rest a minute. Because I don't need, like, hardly any gas. I need just, like, 0.1 liters of gas. Just the like, whatever the smallest increment is. Oh, I've already read it. It is a useful one, but I've already read it, so it doesn't do me any good. Do you have a hose for siphoning gas? I don't believe... Oh, I gotta remember. I know we've seen hoses, so worst case, it can make it work. I was trying to remember, I didn't think you needed the hose, not unless they change that, which is very likely. Because I thought the siphon was one of those things that we had before that, like, it existed, but didn't actually do anything. Like, we used to have the battery charger. You definitely need a hose? Gotcha. It's been a long time since I've needed to siphon gas in this game. Like, I've only had to do it like 1 or 2 times in the entire time I've played the game since the very beginning. Almost there. Okay, time for the next arrest. Probably need to kill those 3. Yeah, no, I've seen a good couple hoses. If we have to, we have to. That's fine. There's a mechanic shop right there. Really good chance a mechanic shop will have one for me. Let's kill these 3, because, like I said, they're right here. Alright. Wait just a little longer. Put you back away. And back to work. Okay. And generators are usually not particularly hard to find. The magazine's rough, but the generator itself is usually not a big deal. I've cleared out the fields more. It's not about avoiding the stink, really, so much as I've cut back and forth through these fields a bunch versus the road I haven't cleared into the woods, so there's more likely to be zombies over there. So that's all I'm trying to do is be where I feel like there's less likely to run into company. Because while I'm definitely down for fighting zombies, right now we're moving a generator, so we're in a vulnerable position. Okay, so there's a pretty decent chance the zombies will have moved down to overtake the gas pumps again. If we have to clear again, we have to clear again. Yeah, it's like a perfect example where the zombies moved in from the tree line. Okay, so let's sit down and rest again. But once we've done this the one time, I don't need to do this again. Because then I should have access to a car, we can just put a generator in the passenger seat, pull right up to the pump, and just dump it out the side kind of deal. But the very first time, I gotta be able to get it there. Gotcha. I didn't know that builder reduced the loot because I just, you know, I haven't really played it. All right. It looks like we might be all clear. So the plan is to drop the generator right around here so we can power this building and the pumps. I don't know if we'll actually stay inside here, but it's at least something. And at that stage, I want to yank up all of the not ice cream freezers. So that way we're not powering things I don't need. Okay, and connect the generator. Alright. So, we now have the generator in position. It's connected. All that good stuff. Now I just need to get a single liter of gas into it. Any gas at all. Not even a single liter, like 0.1 liters of gas in it. Just enough to turn it on. And then once I have that, I can fuel up a gas tank, and then I'll have multiple liters in the gas tank, and you get the idea. Alright, so we know the taxi does not have gas because we had the keys and we couldn't start it. Let's see here. You have gas. Alright, so we've got gas right here. Oh, right, I dumped the zombies, like, right there. Okay. So for right now, I don't actually need the tire pump. That's redundant. Anything else need to chuck in here? So right now, this car is my base. As far as for books, I cannot use. Cool, so we're settled there. I believe there was a gas can inside this building. Spare backpack? I'm going to keep that on me, for right now at least. Oh, you got a lot coming, actually. Hold up, let's back up. Alright. Yeah, beta blockers in the game. I generally don't bother. Even in build 41, it's like, yeah, technically taking your beta blockers early game to avoid the panic was worthwhile. Or if you're gonna go like on a gun shooting rampage, because of just nature how Panic works, it was definitely worth taking him. But even then, I just broadly didn't. It's just another thing to throw in my inventory to take up spots that didn't really matter that much. Okay, so we need to get away from the bodies. And rest up for a minute. More swings equals more XP, technically is optimal. So yes and no. For maintenance, strength, and fitness, you're getting more XP. For your weapon skill, you're actually not getting more XP because I believe the weapon skill, if I recall correctly, is based on the damage done, not the number of swings, whereas maintenance, strength, and fitness are based on number of swings. So I'm being inefficient in my leveling of my long blunt skill by doing that. XP in skills still matter? Yeah, it does. But more importantly, I want to kill the zombies. Because I believe, if I recall correctly, there is, there's a gas can inside this building. And with that, I can test to see about the taking the gas out with a tube. I think people are right about the tube. Ah, bummer. The zombies, these are the zombies I dumped getting into the military surplus. So we're being punished for doing that, which is fine. I even mentioned it was probably going to be an issue. And the probably became a yes. We also need to back off. It's getting too late. But yeah, luckily that car right next to it, the one I don't have keys for, does have 3 liters of gas in it. Alright, so let's back off. Let's go to bed. Because we don't want to get caught out here at nighttime. We tossed a bunch of our books in the car. Before we get too far, make 2 corrections. There is no longer a generator down there. And instead, we have a generator right here. So we did accomplish the primary goal of today. We got the generator moved all the way from where it was down in that garage, you know, several blocks down the road. We did get dragged and connected at the gas pump. Now all I gotta do is work on getting that little bit of gas out of that one car into the generator so that I can start the generator to then fully fuel up the gas tank to then, you know, gas up a car, go through and do like the whole rotation. We'll need to be a little bit careful about how we approach all that. Just by the fact that it's very easy to make a lot of noise. And it is okay if we leave the generator running and we get backed off for a little while, as long as it's not a super long time. Okay, so it looks like the zombie bodies are all going here. This area is about to be clear of corpses. Let's see. So drink the water. Fill our empty canteen. Fill our other canteen. Get back to reading. All right. And bear with me, chat. I'm going to take 2 seconds to stretch my legs real fast, and I'll be right back, and I'll get right back to it. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. All right, so thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and we are back. We're just sneaking in a little bit of my food as well. Go check the VOD. Unfortunate. Yeah, no, it happens. If you say something, I will subscribe. No. Not a pet. You don't walk and be like, I'm gonna hold this thing where I push the button and it shows me your channel again. If you say my name, no. That's just weird. I never understood that. Like, on the YouTube side, like, when you're live, people are like, is this recorded? I bet you this is recorded. Say my name. Say, say, like, whatever this other name is, happy birthday, that kind of thing. It's like, why? Is this AI? Oh, absolutely. Their YouTube frogs being weird again. Yeah, no, I mean, and it's... like, the weirdest one is like, oh, I bet you this is all recorded ahead. It's like, okay. I mean, even if we pretend it was, if you're having the same experience, would it matter? The big things, I think a lot of people expect people to be more responsive to people on YouTube when it comes to YouTube chat kind of thing. But like, even like, so often the delay on the YouTube side can be so ridiculous that, like, they'll say something and it won't even show up for like 4 or 5 minutes sometimes. That's an exaggeration. Or I shouldn't say, that part's not true. What they say will show up quickly, but like, them seeing the footage of me responding can be like a full minute delayed, 2-3 minutes at times. Maybe they're fans of Destiny's Child? I don't know. I very much prefer the engagement on Twitch over any other platform. I've done multi-streaming at a bunch of different platforms over the years. And like, don't get me wrong, Twitch is not perfect. Like, very much, let's not exaggerate. Twitch is very far from perfect. But definitely of the other ones, like, the most unhinged stuff comes from everywhere else. Was this one of those weird NPC? I have no idea what any of that is. Okay. So, the goal for today, in-game, is that we would like to push our way back up to the gas station, and secure it at least enough that I can manage to grab the gas can, get the gas into the generator, completely top off the generator, completely top off the gas can, and completely top off at least one of the cars. Because this is the other car that we have, that I have the keys for, that's in good shape. Yeah, that was Roadcraft Infinity. Yep, no, we were playing that, and it's just like, there's this big geyser that they made a whole big thing. It's like, alright, that should just drop into the abyss kind of thing. Sure, let's see. Yeah, so we're getting all these zombies. These were all the ones I dumped over there. Because it's like a good 100, 200 zombies, they'll want to split up into groups of roughly 20, which would be, 5-10 groups or so. Also find a hose. Yeah. We'll check out. There's a pretty good chance there's a hose in there. If not, the mechanic shop is right there. I'd be surprised between the two of them if we don't find a hose. Or just get lucky and find a gas can with the gas in it. We found that before. Alright, let's get away from the giant mountain of corpses. Maybe, if that's possible. Need like a heat map of where's not corpses. That's probably as good as we're gonna get for right now. Alright, slowly but surely we're getting another book done. Not going out of my way for books or anything. You can actually be moved way down here. Sorry. But, not going out of my way for books or anything. But, you know, we're finding them. Alright. And little by little, we're cleaning up the neighborhood. Should be a gap over here. I can... No, that got worse. Okay, so there's some on both sides of the gas station over there. I got a small number over here. Not really what I was aiming for, but okay. Alright, good enough. Okay, so we just want to go back and forth and just keep killing the zombies around the gas station. Until we can get enough of enough breathing room. We're nowhere near eligible for the helicopter, and we did just check yesterday. So I'm not going to worry about it today because you get a warning of at least a couple days before a storm shows up. It's like 3 days, I think. So I shouldn't have to worry about that being a thing right now. Yeah, there's a whole rally group inside that building, I believe. Hey, Fireman Zax, how you doing back there? You would look awfully lovely in my backpack. Okay, so right by the south edge of the parking lot is a Fireman's Axe. Okay, let's grab that Fireman's Axe before we lose track of it. Okay, now I gotta back off again and rest. Fireman's Axe? That would be fantastic. Fireman just blasting a saxophone while the fire goes out. The moral support. All the firemen working hard. Gotta have their theme song. What's even the point of saving the day if you don't have a theme song? Yeah, Fireman Bard. Okay. So with that, we can pop over here. Now, another big downside we're also going to run into with that Fireman's Axe is we really don't have much axe skill. So it's not going to be an efficient weapon at all for us. I'm going to probably try and delay using it for a little while. Just because of that reason. But we'll just keep using, like, the nightsticks, the crowbars. We've been doing really well that I haven't had to stop and worry about crafting weapons. That's going to change here soon. Because, like, out of this entire block, the only places I haven't checked is I have not checked the mechanic shop, which will probably give me a decent number of weapons. And I haven't checked whatever the building on the left there is, but I don't imagine that's a particularly weapon-heavy one. It looked like kind of a clothing store or something. So we've been doing good on weapons. I've got one shed to the south. I know I've got a pretty good amount of weapons just stashed there. But realistically, we're going to start petering out what's left of our weapons pretty soon. And then we'll have to, like, actually craft weapons, which will be rough. As a build 41, you prefer axes simply to train up the skill to make your axes last longer for chopping trees. Axes weren't my least favorite weapon. They're actually one of the, like, on the level, they're one of the ones that are kind of on the lower end of my weapon preferences. I like them more than spears. They are good, for the record. Like, I will stand by that axes are solid weapon choice in the game. If you want to get to one-tapping a zombie without depending on execution animations, they get you there the fastest. But from a endurance-y efficiency standpoint, they are among, like, the absolute worst in the game. I want to say they are the worst in the game, but I'm not super sure on that versus spears. I think the axes are worse. Yeah, you're playing 16 times pop? Yeah, I mean, even not, like, don't get me wrong, 16 times pop makes it way bigger of an issue. Where's the one with the pipe in them, or whatever it was? Yeah, it's fine. Let's back off and deal with our muscle strain. I keep looking at this area and thinking this is an empty pocket, but I'm not seeing those corpses over there, and there's, like, a corpse right here. I keep wanting there to be a pocket of, like... Yeah, this spot here I keep thinking is an area I could go, but it's actually worse. But that should start getting better soon. But yeah, so, like, just because I tend to play in very high pops, like, again, axes are solid weapons, but generally speaking, I tend to avoid them. Just because of the stamina use issue. Now, obviously, if it's what I got, I'm going to use it. But they can go through a number. I don't know about nowadays. I do know in Build 41, kind of the meta of your axes was the stone axes, because while their durability was crap, it was just one of those things that because for an axe it was very light, it really helped. Like, it was still not very efficient so far as endurance, but it was way better than the fireman's axe. Now, what's your best melee weapon in the game? Whatever's on hand. Generally speaking, historically, almost all of my runs, hunting knife has been what's shown up here as favorite weapon because I use it the most. Because short blades are incredibly endurance efficient, and they're also muscle strain efficient. So it's just kind of one of those things that you get short blades, you get some levels into where you can start killing zombies in a couple of hits. And they'll carry you through. But generally speaking, I'm not a very picky person with the weapons. I'll actively avoid spears. But other than that, you know, if I got it on hand, I'm gonna use it. I don't focus on getting, like, the short blunt skill or the long blunt skill up. Especially because of my sayings gonna be bouncing between weapons so often based on availability. I'll just make it work. It also means I don't run into the awkward situation where if you're deliberately only using like 1 or 2 weapons or having a heavy preference on those, when you finally do run into that situation where you just don't have that weapon available, you suddenly go from where you're just demolishing groups because you got like 8 in your axe skill or whatever, and then you have to like hop over, you don't have one handy, so you grab your long blunt weapon, you got like 1 long blunt. So you grab the next group of like 20 zombies and you go to fight it. And you just kind of fold like a briefcase because you just don't have the stats to hold up. Versus by me popping between the weapon categories, at least a little bit. They're a little unbalanced because I have found a long blades and I'm not using spears. So like my axes are kind of lagging behind. But at least it means like most of my weapons, you hand me a weapon and I can be effective. Alright. Yeah, it's unfortunate because of all the corpses. I'm having to back off to rest because of corpse stink. If we were to rest here, where it's like overwhelming, we would just get corpse sickness and then I'd have to either die or get all the way out. Neither of which is a way to make any type of meaningful progress. Okay. Alright. And go back to our field. So you actively avoid spears? Yeah, it's not that I'll never use them, but I find spears to be the most obnoxious weapon in the game. And that basically boils down to spears' durability is horrifically low. So to use spears on any real amount, you need to carry a bunch of them. And it is one of those things that even when you start getting to like 8, 9, 10 maintenance, 8, 9, 10 spears, you still need a bunch of them on you if you're going to use them. So kind of one of the big negatives, you end up having like 6, 8, 10 or so of encumbrance of your backpack that's just spears. So you can do a day of fighting or two. Are you on Unstable or 42.13.1? I believe I'm on 42.13.1. I haven't heard of there being another update to Unstable since then, but I've also not kept the best track. Yeah, there's a new recipe to fire harden your spears. Is like quadruple from build 42. So it can handle 3 hits now. Yeah, no, I'm aware they did that, but and I would say it's arguably entirely necessary to fire harden if you're gonna bother. But the other thing with build 42 is spears got nerfed hard in that because now their availability is really low. It used to be you could chop down a tree and have yourself like 20 spears between like chopping up the logs into planks and turning those into spears and then the branches into spears and all that. Versus now it's only stuff like saplings and that make spears. So it's a lot more involved to get the materials to craft a spear. I would still say once you get a hold of them as far as combat, you know, they still hit super fast and they still do a lot of damage. So they're still like a solid like burst damage kind of weapon. But the reduced availability and all that certainly hurts them a great deal. That was long blunt 4. Cool, love to see it. That means we kill in less hits and less muscle strain. If you have blacksmiths, you can pump out gardener first. That's cool. All right, let's try and. So I'm pretty soon, like I'm gonna need to get away from these corpses. We're just chilling on way too many bodies. But we are clearing out all these zombies because we've already killed 3 rally, maybe 4 rally groups today. Killing that many zombies. Only spear worth using? Yeah, no, like I said, I've not been a big fan of spears. It was a whole thing in Build 41 where what people considered meta moved around a lot over the Build 41. Like there was a time it was the hunting knives, there was a time it was the stone axes, there was a time it was spears. It did kind of ultimately settle on that spears were the meta. But it's one of those things that usually the way I'll mention it to people is it was more of a soft meta, not a hard meta. Yes, if you sat down and you did the numbers and all that, theoretically spears could have the highest kill count per day sustained kind of thing. But there was also not by that much of a lead compared to like the hunting knives. And then there was just like the annoyance of having to constantly craft more of them. Alright. We got a med event. That's bad. So we're backing away. The med event looks like it's pulling them southwest, which means the zombies I dumped over to the northeast of me now are going to be drawn directly across where I'm standing. We're going to try and just move south and east and get past them as best we can. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be able to get around a lot of them. Yeah, here's where it's starting to get more and more. That's the reason I didn't stop to fight the one. So we want to get past where we're seeing them cut across. And then we'll clean up. Alright, so let's kill the one that's behind us. All this is what I was talking about, where there's like the whole, you know, tug-of-war of sorts at 16 times pop. This is a perfect example where it's kind of just pushing out into their groups and farther, and then the meta event pushes us back, and then we're going to push back into their group more and more, and then, you know, whatever else will happen, it'll push us back. And that tug-of-war goes until we've killed enough zombies in the area. We're getting close to the break point. I've been noticing the rally groups are not seeing nearly as many. We did get a bunch there a minute ago when we were doing the military surplus because it was actively drawing them in with the whistle. Yeah, so I got a rally group or two coming around here. Okay. Yeah, so good news is most of these bodies are vanishing. Alright, so let's take a minute to rest. I'm a little worried by how long he's been under the corpse exposure. We're still only queasy, but I'm expecting it to hit nauseous any second now, if not escalating. So rest here for a minute. Drop you off. That's fine. Let's Still got tons of junk in here. And what I'll probably want to do is also, I'll probably want to throw one of those ratchets and a screwdriver in the trunk of the car. I like to kind of keep the cars with everything they need to be repaired, serviced, all that stuff. Don't carry it on me, just chuck it in the trunk of the car, leave it there, whatever cars I'm using. Alright, topped off our water. Okay. Let's get back to trying to push the gas station. Because yeah, this fence here is going to be just a death trap till the numbers are knocked down here. You can see, they're just walking back and forth all the time. I very, very much recommend staying away from tall fences when it comes to like where you're going to live. Just avoid all that. Yeah, so you can see like there's another rally group and they're just going to keep ping-ponging back and forth. Okay, so it seems like the meta event may have drawn the zombies away from the gas station. I do have a zombie over at the pumps. We could have a zombie in front of the building as well. Okay. Okay, we moved up to nauseous. Yeah, lighters, all that stuff. And we got ourselves a rubber hose and a gas can. We also got jack that we're going to want. So let's get to work over here. So let's get to the trunk of the car. Put the jack in here. We'll want to go here and grab the tire iron for the tires and the wrench. And then one of the screwdrivers. And with that, I can basically repair everything on the car we care about. Alright. So now, siphon gas into the gas can. Whoa, is that a full gas can? 1 second. That shouldn't be full. It said empty, right? Yeah, no, it says empty. Siphon gas. It said 10 out of 10, so it just confused me. I was like, wait a second. Cool, we've got our gas. Chuck the rubber hose in here now, because we're not going to need it anymore. Okay, so drop that for a moment. Okay, let's rest inside before the corpse sickness gets us killed. So give it just a minute to recover from that. Because once I turn on the generator, it's gonna make noise, and that'll be a whole thing. So a group of like 5 or 6 over here. Let's get rid of them. Okay. Now, generally we have, I believe, is the quietest one. Could be wrong about that. Let's pop back in here and rest again. Because I am expecting this to be one of those things that, once they do it, I'll probably have to fight a rally group or 2 right away. I'm really starting to worry about how much we're sitting around these corpses. They definitely made the corpse sickness a lot stronger than it used to be. If we see sick, we leave. It doesn't matter what we're up to. We outie stage left when that happens. Alright, let's check the other side of the pump. And assuming it's clear, we kick on the generator. Cool. Never mind. I blinked and now I have a full rally group behind me. They were trying to time their move for the moment I went for this. Alright. Okay. Got a couple groups of zombies dropping in from behind. That'd be from our meta events. I'm going to kill this zombie down here. I'm going to rest up in that field again to get away from the corpses. I'm really starting to worry about the, all that nonsense. Okay. Yeah, that rally group dropping in behind is pretty annoying. It happens. But you'll notice I'm not pushing. It's not like, oh man, I gotta get this gas again now. I'm waiting till we actually have enough area clear that I can do it with probably not much risk. Because I don't need the car right now. It's a nicety. It's not even that important of a nicety, even. We've got this area clear. I don't even know where I'd want to take the car. I mentioned before that kind of the goal we have of this run is we're going to quote-unquote treasure hunt. Then we're going to find survivor zombies, and they will have annotated maps. And we're going to use those annotated maps as, like, the quote-unquote treasure we're looking for to give us our destinations. And once again, annotated map, we work our way after it. It's not a strategically good idea at all, but is what I am choosing to do. Okay, let's get back in here and rest inside the building where we're not by the corpses again. Little by little, we're getting everything consolidated into the military bag. Alright. So let's see if I've got some breathing room now. I do not. Okay. Oh, where? Okay, back there. Alright, we're gonna need to rest yet again. Okay. Still at nauseous, luckily. Okay, so just 2 more up here. And then we should be good to consider lighting up the generator. Alright. It's time to pop the generator. So let's grab the gas tank. Okay. Cool. So you're topped off. You shouldn't be empty. I should still have some gas left in this. Alright. So things are looking pretty good here. Turn it back on. And we top off the gas can again. This way we always have a spare gas can by the generator. Now I walk over here to the generator. And right on the ground right next to it, I chuck down the gas tank. Alright. And I know I left it running, bear with me. Okay, no immediate zombies. And now we've got a fully topped off vehicle that we got keys for and everything. And now generator's not needed, so we turn it off to conserve gas and to avoid drawing zombies there, because I don't really care about trying to hold that spot. We are at 6, so we need to get the heck out of Dodge. So where I normally don't run anywhere, we are jogging. Because we don't get clear of that and we go to feverish, we start dying. We are feverish. So what we're going to do here is step 1, get away from the bodies. Ignore everything else, get away from the bodies. Don't worry about literally anything else. We are actively dying now. Okay, we're clear of the bodies. Step 2, overeat. If we overeat, we get a healing bonus. So we just need to overeat as aggressively as possible to get the healing bonus. Okay, we're alive. We're okay. We drop back down to sick. But right on that fence between that and feverish. Let's just fast forward for a minute. And see if we can't get that to drop back down to nauseous before we start trying to go anywhere. Because, yeah, the difference between sick and feverish, as you saw, was pretty minor. But you notice the moment I saw sick, it was just beeline out of there. And we managed to get out of there, even though we did go into fever. We got out of there relatively quick, because it takes a little while for it to get better. So let's start going down this way. Okay, we're down to nauseous. We'll probably go back to sick pretty quick, and like I said, the step between sick and fever is not a big step. So we're just going to want to make our way into one of the buildings and call it a night. We're already drowsy, and we're pushing the edge. There's a reason I kept making the comment being like I'm worried about how much time we're spending around the bodies. It's because we're spending too much time around the bodies. So the question here is, nope, don't be nearby this stuff. Let's go down here. There's less bodies down here. Let's get in here as quickly as we can. Okay. Yeah, and I went this way versus the house we've been staying at up the road, just because the house up the road has way more corpses around it. I was worried about poking back into fever. But yeah, so we got ourselves a car, we got ourselves a generator, it's hooked up at a gas tank, or at a gas pump, so we're really good there. So then lays the next question of, where are we going next? The short term is we should probably just work on killing the zombies immediately around the gas station to give myself some breathing room, so that if we go and explore out in the map, I don't just come back and the gas station's completely overrun again. That'd be kind of the first step. But otherwise, if we're doing this treasure hunting idea, my thoughts of the next move after that would be checking out some of these different roads around there and see if we can't find a survivor zombie to get our first annotated map. You know what, actually, I take that back. What I need to be working on first, before the annotated map, is we are shedding weight. I'm going to have to go find a body of water, and everyone's going to love me having to do a lot of fishing. I know you're all here for it, and this is all you've ever wanted to see in this game. But, if I don't deal with the fish side of things, we're gonna be in trouble. Because we've been doing good with our junk food, but we are starting to deplete it. Alright. Now, for places I know we can find water, if we head towards Lake Fallis, I can follow the river to the cabins. It's not my favorite because those are going to be probably pretty overrun with zombies, and it is a dirt road, so it'll start growing in and becoming obnoxious pretty soon. Oh, here. Lake Fallis itself will have to do a major clear to get there, so probably not the target. You could also head like just straight up north towards the Ohio River. There's plenty of places there where we can get in to get access to the river without having to fight a war. Because like I said, we're underweight right now and we're going down. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to rerun of the resort. Oh, going for the resort? No, at this point, I would be pushing starvation before I got to the resort. Like, if we're gonna be pushing a location, it needs to be not a particularly dense location. Yeah, so let's ignore those zombies way over there to the right. That's fine, you can ignore me. I won't put too much effort into preventing that. Well, early on fishing, you won't gain weight. It'll just take too long between catches. So we're gonna have to get a couple of levels in fishing. I was trying to think if there's some place to give me a pretty good chance of giving me a fishing book that I could get to relatively easy. You're at 3-4-ish? Yeah, so you probably still have to gain more levels in fishing. I'd guess it'd be around 5 that you'll start getting ahead. It's also one of those things that, annoyingly enough, when you butcher the fish, until you get enough butchering skill, you will actually lose calories from not butchering it. Alright. So, before we start driving, so right now, if I'm not mistaken, this road going north goes to Lake Fallis. We could probably go up here. There's probably the ice cream parlor and that over there. There'd be a couple of farmhouses over here. And then there's Lake Fallis. That's fine. There are lakes on the north side of Lake Fallis, but I will have to fight the town proper to get at those. If I have more food, we'd be fine. I'm trying to remember. So it's not this road. Neil's Road here. Oh, there's a nod. Lick Skillet Lane. That I didn't see that nod. That's driving through the Hellies area? Well, that's the whole thing. I'm trying to remember exactly where the cutoff is. Yeah, this would be going through here. We probably wouldn't want to drive through there. What I'm hoping is we can go up this way, and I know there's some cabins around over here somewhere. Lake Fallis is over there. The river would be up here. So I think I'm going to hop in the car and just drive north. Because I know no matter what, north ultimately will take me to water. Because I'm not actually looking to stay in this area forever. But yeah, if you're wondering why the lick skillet thing was like, oh, that's a cool nod. Back in the day, Lake Fallis was mentioned by a lot of people. We called it Ekron. Even though the dev said it's not based on Ekron, it was like, if you looked at the map of Kentucky, it was like vaguely kind of ish, sort of, maybe, possibly Ekron. But not really. This is way more zombies than I was expecting and some random don't you do this to me. Alright, north was a mistake. Don't mind me, just gonna shorten the lifespan of a brand new taxi. Yeah, no, going on those dirt roads, because again, we've been alive over a month, so erosion's starting to be a problem. So going in that dirt road is a fast way to die. I was like, why is this place so busy? I mean, the answer is helicopters and med events and all that garbage, but still. Alright. Now, if the U-turn had gone stuck, it would have immediately just bailed out and we would have lost our taxi. That's fine. No survivor zombie. And we do not have Sunday driver. I just set my cruise control and go. It's real easy to kill yourself otherwise. Like when we're on a big road, I'll open up a little bit more. But the number of runs I've seen where someone just goes around here like 67, just catches the edge of a tree, and then their character's got a broken leg and their run's just done. You'll find I tend to be very, very cautious. That's what's required to live a long time in Project Zomboid, is to always err on the side of caution. So what I could do is push up along the, with Riverside. You push up along that way. There's some fishing places. Might be able to find a fishing magazine to help us level the fishing faster. I don't need any of those windows right now. Yeah, so I'm assuming that's to the west of Lake Fallis. There's a handful of like there's a handful of places up off the dirt road. I don't think that's the cabins. I think that's like there's like an actual campground with some cabin, like, you know, like there's a common space and dormitory kind of thing. Alright, so we're going... Yeah, I think this is the road. Is either that one or that one that goes to the cabins. But like people mentioned before, that's where we dumped the helicopter. So where that got tense there, if we went back thing. Oh, yes, sorry, my apologies. I got distracted because of things going on. Yeah, so we used to call it Ekron. Then there was this whole video about that this individual is making the argument that very clearly the town is not Ekron. It's actually Lickskill. Don't Don't mind me, I'm driving terribly. I can't tell you the last time I drove the taxi in the game. But yeah, so it's actually a town, Lickskill, and they explain, you know, like, based on the, you know, like, the various highways and all that, that Ekron would be way out to the west, and, you know, Lickskill would be in that area. There's this whole big thing about how, you know, the video was a little condescending about how, like, you'd have to be stupid to think it was, you know, Ekron. It's, like, Ekron's in a totally wrong place and all that kind of stuff. So it's a little condescending and all that. But, you know, then the devs came out and it's like, it's not Lickskillet. Like, the reality is it's not actually a town in Kentucky. They put a town there because, or they put it there because game reasons. Alright, so this is another road that goes in that same area. Very clearly we don't want to go out there. Because it also just trashed my tires a whole bunch. But, so it is definitely one of those things that the road being named Lickskillet is a nod to people who had the theory that that town was actually Lickskillet. Which, again, it's not. But I do know when that video came out, a whole bunch of people were going around and being like, don't call it Ekron, it's Lickskillet. It's like, no, I'm calling it Ekron. That's what the community knows it forever. It's like, it's not Lickskillet either. And then the devs came out and were like, it's not Lickskillet. And they're like, see? Well, it's not Ekron. It's like, right, but we gotta name it something. That said, the only ones who are more wrong is, the ones who wanted to call it Dixie. And the reason they're more wrong is because there are multiple places on the map already called Dixie. And it's not, Akron like that, it's, E-K-R-O-N, I believe. Which they did ultimately add Ekron to the map, like there actually is an Ekron now. Yep, that's the way you spell it. Alright. That'll be good enough. I'm just trying to get him out of the middle of the road on a narrow road. Because I like to clear the roads in case of, like, things go bad with the helicopter or meta event or whatever. All right. Let's go here. And we will add a tire symbol there. And junk cars. And that way when I'm going through here later, I know warning, like I have a warning on my mini-map here that, hey, you've checked this area, there's some crappy cars kind of in the way here. So, like, maybe don't slam into them. And also labeling what they are, so like later on if I just want to work on mechanic, you got some junk cars over there. But we do have a sleeping bag, so we can sleep anywhere now. We do have like the canteens and all that. I have no idea where this road is going. It's very clearly going into the new part of the map. Okay, so that's a dead end there. Not hang around here. Okay, got some wrecks I don't care about. Alright, so I feel like we're going, I believe, was it Irvington is to the north? We definitely don't want to go to Irvington proper. On 16 times pop, that's just going to be a whole thing. We've already used a quarter of a gas tank, which is not the dream. Now, ideally, we find a survivor group of zombies. The one of the duffel bag might be a survivor. And drag anything with me, right? Yeah. It's hard to tell. It might just be a random rally group. Can't tell if he is or isn't. Now, granted, the highest odds are that the highest odds are that, you know, the annotated map will point us to state or Louisville, which would kind of be like a borderline undoable one, just because 16 times pop, there's literally hundreds of thousands of zombies in Louisville. But we can check because it's along the edge. For our, you know, quote-unquote treasure hunt thing, using stuff like we did with the military checkpoint is acceptable, where I don't clear the area, I do go in and I get the treasure, as it were. So on the one with the pink hat... Okay, so you were... Yeah, so that was a survivor zombie. Alright, so let's take a look at what we got. We got 2 annotated maps. We got some books I'll probably never use. Chuck you in here. Chuck you in here. You have Long Blade 2 already in here, I believe. Yes, we got Long Blade 2. There's glass making we'll probably never use. Fishing 4. Cooking 5. Cooking 3. Carving 4. Carpentry 3. Carpentry 2. Aiming 3. Agricultural 3. Tailoring 4. We will move the corned beef to my bag. The rest of the canned goods can go die in a fire. And I'll just chuck that on the ground. What does the compass do? It tells you what directions north, south, east, and west. Which, you know, you can tell because they're static. But, you know, that is a thing. Alright. So, we have guns and food is in fair... don't get lost in the trees. Those things are in there. I'm pretty sure that's Louisville. Pretty sure that's like the center of Louisville right there. Okay. So, what are we going to mark treasure with? Yeah. That's Central Park, Louisville. That's probably going to be a no. And then the other map is Black Friday kind of crowds, gun store. Okay, so the gun store is on the north side there. Oh, which town was that? Is that West Point? No, that's... Yeah, it is West Point. I believe it marked the symbol up there. Gonna verify that map again. Yeah. Okay. I've actually had people in Louisville pronounce it Louisville and Louisville. It's one of those things that has to do with, like, the different accents and all that. But I've heard both Louisville and Louisville from people who are there. Not saying you're wrong, I'm saying it's more you have, like, different people pronounce it the same way. We have that here in Florida. There's a lot of towns that have multiple pronunciations for the same town by the people who live in that town. It's especially a common thing if you have lots of different languages represented in the area. Like, you see that a lot in the in Canada in the East, because French is so very heavily there as well as English. As long as you're not going Louisville. Let's see, Louisville or people are the ones from Indiana, you find? Yeah, I mean, I'm not from Kentucky, so I can't really answer that side. But I have been told multiple times that, like, both pronunciations are very common, all that stuff. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. Like I said, both are acceptable thing. Like, they're both considered completely acceptable pronunciations. Alright, so it looks like our target, to be clear, our target is West Point. So we are getting to the right height. But I'm gonna need to start... Yeah, you're correct, though. Louisville is baked. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's like, it's like Louisville. It's like, no. It's just not right. Yeah, so we're gonna make our way north, and we're gonna have to start working our way across the map. Because the whole point is we were supposed to do this treasure hunt, and we now have a destination. So the Central Park one is probably a no-go. The Central Park Louisville is probably a no-go entirely, because 16 times pop, that's basically, literally I can barely pull that off on Venus Orozco. She just kind of cleared up to that edge. That's about, like, kind of the area where she's kind of in control in that run. Versus this one, it would take me, like, a long, long protracted battle to get in there. Hey, Treacle, thank you for the 130 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the streams and all that good stuff. It's always good to have you. And can we get a shout-out for Treacle, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of RimWorld, among other games. So if you like any of that, you can find it over there. Definitely a good time over there with Treacle. What are you? Nothing. Okay, carry on. But yes, definitely go check out Treacle. Good times over there. I probably could have snagged the generator and taken off with it, but chose not to. Alright, so we definitely want to turn east here. I'm pretty sure we're on the main road that goes into Irvington, which if I follow that, we will be simply down a car. Is the way that will end up, is I will have to abandon the car and run. And while it's pretty unlikely we'll make it all the way to Louisville... Is this the gas station? Oh, or sorry, the bait shop. What are you? Or is this the abandoned area? Okay, this is the abandoned neighborhood. So, the abandoned neighborhood is interesting. If we go in here, the abandoned neighborhood does have one cool thing about it. One of the houses is not abandoned. All the other houses are junk. But there is one, if this is the neighborhood I think it is, there is one house in this neighborhood that is going to be in, like, mint condition, and it's a hunting house. Yeah, I think it was that one. I think it's pre-looted on this run. Yeah, this would be it. This is pre-looted for us. But that you can get a bunch of, like, fishing and hunting stuff, potentially. There'll be, like, traps and whatever. So, no dice. It looks like it's rolled to be pre-looted. So, no point in being here. All the rest of the houses, as you can see, they're all for sale and abandoned and all that. Yeah, but the one house is the green one there. And then around the corner from there will be an abandoned factory. It's also pretty worthless. So if that house had been intact, I might have considered trying to sneak around and see if we can't poke our nose in there. But with it being a thing where it's a pre-looted house, it means the one and only property that had any point of potentially having value is a bust, so we're just leaving. Interesting that there's no one here. I remember this building. I think it's just another abandoned building. Nah, it's just another abandoned building. Yeah, I can't remember. People mentioned there's a whole story behind this, that it was like a development that failed or whatever. Oh, right, it's a barred window. It's fine. Okay, it's not a survivor group, it's multiple rally groups. There must be something down that way. Yeah, and this is the other half of the abandoned neighborhood. So you'd have like a bar over there and you can get some empty beer bottles and all that. And one of these will start taking us up towards Riverside. We don't actually want to go to Riverside. I'm thinking that's this road. We'll probably run up to where it crosses over here. There'll be a farm, some storage units and all that. I need the second one. Weird having one big group by itself, but okay. Because yeah, we're just trying to work our way east towards West Point. We have this whole treasure hunting thing we're doing. I finally got a map. We're kind of dropping everything and doing that. And I know that means we basically left the area we've been clearing this whole time. But we've got ourselves, you know, military backpack, a bunch of food, a bunch of books, a car, and all that. And yeah, the car's going to run out of gas. It's fine. We've actually got some pretty solid skills and all that set up so we can get some stuff done. We might get lucky and find another, you know, survivor group and get more annotated maps and books. See when we get there. This might be the route that takes to the right side of South Riverside. Because I want to say there's a little area kind of dips up. It meets, like, it'll have like a T intersection that then goes to Riverside's kind of eastern part of it. Not all the way on the east, but like just south of downtown. We might be coming up around there. Plastic bags. Nothing we care about in here. Yeah, it's just a bunch of parcel boxes and all that. Nothing I saw was particularly exciting. Didn't they say they're fixing that? Yeah, we don't need a mini fridge or a weight bench. Alright, rabbits. You can live, you just stay out from under my tires, please. The T, we might hit like a really big crowded intersection of zombies that I'll have to get my way around. Because basically just trying to work our way to the eastern part of the map where West Point is. It's going to be tricky. What I could probably do is if I can get past West Point to the east, there's the bridges over there. And what I could potentially do then is I could set up at those bridges and give me a place to fish to start getting my weight back up. And we could like literally live on the bridge kind of thing, something like that. And then start working our way in to where the annotated map points at that. Don't mind the gun store. Nothing to see there. And here's the factories. So we're on the west side of Riverside. Well, southwest. We're south of Riverside, but west of it. To be fair, it was a gun store. Yep, and then there's this farm, which is notorious in the game for being a random farm that should have... Oh, those look like warning signs from... I was like, what? This farm is notorious because even on normal settings, it just weirdly was always high density. So that road would take us directly into kind of the west side of Riverside. You go up about a block or two. Like all the trailers would be on the left-hand side. Well, manufactured home would be on the left-hand side, the 1 or 2 blocks, and then like the town proper would be on the right. The bait shop would be straight up the middle, which would be nice, but at these populations, that place would be a zoo. So then this will curve along the bottom of Riverside. Do like a little up and then down. Where it goes up, I think we might have a really high population density. I mean, it's not actually high population density, but we will have a lot of zombies because of my population settings. Then we'll work down our way on the east side of the map along the river. It could be potentially worth it for us to sneak in on the direction of West Point where the mansions are, just to hit up the log cabin, like not even worry about the mansions themselves. I was expecting, yeah, so that's dense over there. I was expecting it to bleed out here. Thank you, Modibs, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month. You use it here, and that's 4 months you sub the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. Yeah, so now we're passing through the east side of Riverside, will be just north of us. I think our car's going to run out of gas before we get where we're going, but that's fine. So yeah, then this will take us back down to the river, because the river comes up and then drops down and goes over. And that should follow the river down. You can follow that North Pass. The North Pass will take us to West Point from the west side. And like I said, I think it might be worth us to poke our nose into the log cabin, because we could potentially find, trapping, fishing, hunting stuff there. And the dream would be to find the Wilderness Survival magazine and or the fishing magazines. Those would be kind of the hope for what we would find. Because we find those magazines, we'll be in a really good shape. They've changed this road a bit and it's throwing me off. I believe there's one road farther east that follows the shore more closely. We'll know here if I pass the abandoned house and this, the stuff on the shore. Survivor zombie. Right there with the hiking bag. So it gives us more options of treasures to hit. All right. That's a bad one. We're fine. Just getting greedy for the swing, so I should have been backing off. But yeah, these zombies that spawn like in the middle of absolutely nowhere are by design. You have what are called survivor zombies, and they are like these groups of zombies that spawn just randomly away from everything else. That one of the zombies is effectively a loot pinata. Okay. Let's go find our loot pinata here. Magazine body armor. So for right now, let's drop that. Here, actually, take that back. Let's not drop that. Let's put that into our secondary. Let's go to the car. Let's see what we want versus what we don't, because the car is basically full, which is unfortunate. Alright, that's what I want to have on my person. That's a regular old boring map. Yeah, that's just a regular map, right? This is a regular map. The no annotated map on this one. You know, my candles, I don't want them. You can have that. And so what we can do with this... How much can the back seat hold? Well, here's the interesting thing. If you look at some of these seats, they only mark as like 26. And you might look at this. This one's actually okay at 19. But if that exceeded that, I could still put it in the seat. Yeah, have our weapon ready in case we end up needing it. I don't care about the scraps. I only want the loot pinata zombie. If this is the road I think it is, we should come by a fruit stand. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 200 biddies. I do really appreciate it. It is the right road, but it's not the right part of the road. Yeah, so this road should follow along the river over here to my east. Yeah, there's the river. And that's the abandoned house to my west. And then the fruit stand would be down here on this next road. But thank you so much for the 200 biddies, Randall Thor. I do appreciate it. Yeah, we can start working our way over here. And like I said, I think we'll go for the cabin along the lake, west of West Point, just to snag stuff real fast. Because that might give us what we need for fishing and all that. And we're going to try and go, like, circumvent West Point entirely to go to the east side of West Point, to where the bridges are between, like, the Crossroads Mall and West Point and the areas to the north. And we'll try and set up shop over there, with the intent in pushing West Point from the east side, because that's where our annotated map has told us to go. Now, granted, it just says gun shop, so it might literally just be the normal gun shop. But again, we're playing by the idea of we chase the annotated maps. This is not a strategy for surviving for extended periods of time. It's also not a cost-effective strategy here. I'm going to use way more resources than I'm going to gain from getting there. Plus, it's guns. They're only good for a little while. Especially considering we had cleared the military surplus place, and all those guns are still just back there. We also basically have gone to near opposite edges of what the map originally was. The only exception is we go a little bit farther to the Crossroads Mall, but that's about as far apart of the spots you could go on the map. The far, far, far west of the map, what was the map, to the far northeast. And then you could say, but what about the southwest? It's like, there was jack all in the southwest in the old map. Thing of the follow, welcome to the stream. There was, like, just this road that went like that, and eventually would go to, like, the military secret base and all that. But there was nothing way out there. So you could argue, like, any mods installed? No, not really. Generally speaking, it's recommended that you do not run mods with Build 42 multiplayer. If you do, run them real light, because a lot of them are broken, and we don't anticipate that changing very quickly. Okay, so that goes down towards, there's some cabins and whatever down that way. Well, it's kind of like a cabin with like a carport, and then there's like a separate building. I can't remember what was in it. And then when we get around here, after a little while, it'll turn north. If we follow that road north, it'll take us just a bit south of where I mentioned the log cabins were, or are. So we can go around that area. Well, sorry, single log cabin. It's a cabin in the woods. But we can do that to quickly snag stuff. Because right now we're north center map. But the hope is that we get here and I snag like some fishing magazines that... Any thoughts about on getting gas? No. There's no just getting gas really easily right now. The gas we have is what we've got. I'm going to take this over to, like I said, kind of the east side of West Point. It'll probably have us down to a quarter of a tank or so. And then the car will most likely become a stationary vehicle for a while. As we slowly work on taking our, like, making our move on West Point. And then it'll be a matter of figuring out gas from there. I believe you do need to, cast into the bubbles. It might not strictly require it, but whether or not strictly requires it, for practicality, you'll want to hit any of the sweet spots to increase the speed you get the fish. Okay, so one of them did have a keychain. It's fine. Okay, the door locks are busted. Apple Rosewood, I don't really need another radio. Pop the trunk. That's fine. No, the keys only work for a single vehicle. Which does remind me, we should go down to where we got our taxi over here. Because we stole that car. Let's see, what's the best pack in the game? Military? Yeah, unless it's changed, it was the military backpack. That said, I do not know if we've gotten like a newer backpack that I'm blissfully unaware of, because they did expand on them. But I believe the military backpack is the best backpack in the game. Let's also mark that there's a wreck there. So as I'm zipping along, you don't slap into them. Second place is the large backpack, which then is followed by the big hiking backpack. Which is then followed by the hiking backpack, at which point then it becomes something that you can argue one way or the other between the school bag and the duffel bag, because they're more of a side grade from each other. The school bag has slightly higher carry weight efficiency, and the duffel bag has a higher carry weight capacity. Eat our chips. Okay, so this turns right. So just along here to the right, there's a spot we can potentially run through the trees to the cabin in the woods. probably have to fight a couple of zombies there, but it probably shouldn't be that bad. At that stage, I'll probably want to go back down this road and then cut straight east so that we go across, like, we go between Muldrow and West Point. There's the crossroads intersection there, and that's going to probably be pretty rough to get by. That might be where we end up losing the taxi. You found your first frame pack? Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. That might be the best we have now. I don't know. I know they added a bunch of new stuff, but I haven't had the chance to, like, really learn all the new stuff because mostly it doesn't matter. All right. Yeah, so it's along this route here where I'm pulling that's somewhere in here. We'd be able to cut through really quickly and hit the log cabin. Fine, worst case, if we follow this around, there's the spot. I can see the edge of the water there. Alright, so I don't actually want to go this whole way. It's like a bigger duffel bag. 70% reduction. Yeah, so what's going to happen here is we're going to ditch the car here for a minute. And yeah, with the mini-map, I wouldn't know to do this. Like, I wouldn't know the exact spot, I should say. But, I would have driven down to the farm, and then once I saw the farm, I'd know to backtrack a little ways. Then cut in the woods. And there's, like, this whole big river water system back here. Yep, so the mansions are straight north of us if people don't know where we are. It's the West Point Mansions. Like, that's literally the West Point Mansions over there. We're not looking to deal with anything there. Where they used to be, like, a really strategically good place to start your run. Because it used to be there's, like, no zombies there hardly. Nowadays, that's not true. But there is, just down here, a little log cabin. That if you're not playing in 16 times pop, has only like 3 or 4 zombies around it most of the time. Oh, you actually have a lot of zombies around it. Okay. I didn't want to continue to fight out in those trees and all that. It's also starting to get dark, so I'm a little worried about that, so I'm trying to back off. Alright. Yeah, because again, dark, that's the reason that, like, I was going up expecting to kill a rally group. When I saw there was at least, like, 3 or so rally groups, like, okay, let's back off. So danger there is, as you can see, now he pulled those zombies into the trees. So we're gonna back off here for a little while. Do I have a book to read? And now I've read the book, we will immediately litter. There we go. And let's see. What book is next on the agenda? Alright, so with that figured out, we're going to back off a little bit farther. Just as a precaution. And now we can unpack our sleeping bag. Put it on the ground. Now ourselves a good read. All right. Now the good news with the sleeping bag, the zombies can't destroy the sleeping bag like my tent. That's the reason we ultimately went with the sleeping bag. Okay, and before we do anything else, we pick up our sleeping bag, pack it away, we put it away, all that. We need to get you set up. All right. Now we can eat a snack real fast. Wifey, I love you too.
Love you the most out of all the husbands.
I don't know about that. Alright, I'm guessing you're heading to bed?
Yeah.
Alright, well, you sleep well.
You sleep well. You're my husband. Of course I love you the most out of all the husbands.
Sure. Love.
Love.
Alright. Jim's just heading to bed. Okay. And thank you for the Gigantify and all that stuff. Yeah, so what we're going to do is, I drew the zombies vaguely down. I'm going to try cutting up here. We need to be a bit more careful this time cutting through the woods than last time, because I did draw the zombies thing. Alright, and sync. Enjoy the stream of new product Zomboid. What is the radio doing for you right now? So, you've got the automated emergency channel. If you get the automated emergency channel, it'll give you a lot of information each day. After 8 a.m., it'll tell you if the helicopter is going to arrive that day. It'll also tell you what today and tomorrow's weather is going to be. And then if there is like a significant weather event, like a tropical storm or just like a, you know, just a blizzard, stuff like that, it'll warn you up to 3 days, I believe 3 days in advance. So it is one of those things that you just kind of get yourself in the morning routine to being like, what's the weather look like? So we're going to cut across here. And today I'm planning on fighting into this place. This is where it gets really dangerous because I did drag the zombies north and west. I just saw a zombie over there, way over there. Now we're not looking to like clear the area. I'm just looking to get enough that I can get in here, snag the goodies, and then get back out. Because we're hoping hoping to snag, like, a fishing magazine or something like that. That's kind of the dream here. I expect to hit zombies on the other side of this building. I'm not expecting this to go as smoothly as it's going right now. Okay, before we do that, let's peek in the other window to make sure there's not a zombie close enough to be a problem. Okay, should be all good. So what I did there is I opened this window, checked to make sure there's no zombie in the cone of vision there, and if not, I should have plenty of time to jump right on through. And thankfully, we don't have a house alarm on it this time, like last time. None of that's helpful. Okay. Well, I mean, now I've got the other stuff, so I guess I don't care about that. This is not boding well. So fishing 1, that's a big find. Fishing net, spare fishing pole in case I break mine. Fishing lure, extra fishing pole, extra lures. Grab you. Get ourselves some water. Good spare to keep in the car. Alright, so now we want to avoid getting in the fight with all those zombies we dumped in the wood. That's all we came here for, is I didn't actually care about the building or anything. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the roads just over there. Yeah, so you just want to kind of duck around here. Avoid the worst of the zombies we pulled away from the cabin. Because the entire motivation there was just to get there. That Fishing 1 book was almost the best thing we could get. The Wilderness magazine certainly would have been good. And then the magazine for making replacement, like, fishing equipment would have also been really good. But I can live without that. We have 3 fishing poles now. So I can fail a number of times before it's a problem. Yeah, so we started drawing... Okay, hi. I don't know why you're way up here, but that was deeply upsetting. Oh, you know what it is? I got close enough that the mansion's loaded in. And because of how many zombies are there, they're being forced out by each other. They're doing that whole nonsense. And then because now they're in the woods, they're just spreading out everywhere. Alright, well, we came and got what we wanted. Alright. What do you mean I can't read while driving? I think you used to be able to do stuff like that. Okay. So meanwhile... let's go to some of this extra stuff we don't need. So these are spare fishing rods. Let's keep those on me for right this second. Ideally, I'd probably leave them in the car. We can drop you here. We should be paying attention to the road. Okay. So I took some of the spare things. No, so the frequency changes every run. There's a bunch of frequencies like that that change run to run to run. And you gotta refine them each run. The automated channel is the only important one, but there are ones that give you, like, lore and stuff like that. So, that was the west side of West Point. We want to come in from the east side, because the annotated map wants us to hit the northeast corner of the area. That's where the gun shop is. And so to accomplish that, what I'm going to need to do is I'm backing down here, and then we're going to go south of West Point and go out and around it. And then the intent is to go to, there is a bridge on the other side, and just vaguely in that area start setting up shop. We will just, whatever gas is in the car at the time, we'll kill the car, and we're just going to leave it there. The idea is the car is going to be kind of a stationary base at that point, until we manage to successfully, get a gas station or retrieve the treasure. We would go and do that. You once tried to read while walking. 3 collisions later, you said it was a bad idea. Yeah, no, generally, like, distracted walking and reading doesn't work. So now, if I'm not mistaken, this will take us down. It'll cut to the east. So we look at the map real fast. If I'm not mistaken where this road goes. So you see Muldrow here? I believe this road is going to cut east here and meet up with that road. And there'll be an intersection there. I can't remember. I think that's the one that ends up with all the car accident where it's really kind of hard to navigate. But we'll want to leave that to the east, I believe. Because I believe if we go through that to the east, then we'll be able to go up along the side there. And it's going to be a little tricky because even if you take the east route, it kind of skirts right along the edge of West Point. So we will draw some of the zombies out. And then we'll need to be kind of fighting our way in. Yeah, no, the charcoal grill is one of the, or not the charcoal grill, the antique stove. That's those things that when you're new to the game, you're like, oh man, antique stove, this is very important. And then later on you realize that, like, literally there's no meaningful difference between that and just the regular red barbecue charcoal grill. There might be a thing like fuel efficiency I'm blissfully unaware of, but for all intents and purposes, it makes zero difference. In Build 41, you read that the indoors barbecue grill are unsafe? I have no idea. Hey, moo cows. Those cows would be another option for maintaining weight. Okay, those are actual wrecks, so I can't get in them. Yeah, we're still pretty far west of West Point. So mark that spot. I'm not gonna bother with the yeah, in real life, yeah, don't use like an open fire kind of grill indoors. What do you feed them with? You feed them with hay. You just cut the grass. You get grass clippings. There's a meta event. It could be a thing, ultimately, that we get a trailer, an animal trailer, we load up a cow in a bowl, and take it wherever we end up, and we just switch over to milk. But I'm not really anticipating doing that. Why the canteen and not the water bottle? Can attach it to my belt, so I can drink on the go without having a bunch of extra carry weight. Normally, I tend to get the leather pouch that takes the same slot as the satchel. But because I had the canteen, is like, all right, sure, why not? I'll just do that. The antique oven provides more heat than the charcoal grill. Then that means nothing. Because that's not a mechanic that matters. There is temperature in the game you have to worry about, but like you can just put on one more piece of clothing and you've got it settled. Winter, unless you're doing like heavily modded or really extremely messed with, winter's a pretty nothing burger in the game. The big impact winter has is like you have less you find foraging. The fishing takes a little bit of a penalty on your yield. It's still manageable. And a couple things like that. But temperature's a big old nothing burger. You just put on a jacket and a sweater. You're good. Are you encumbered while driving? I have too much stuff in my inventory. Alright. Yeah. Oh, no, that's not the right road. That's the road still goes in there. We gotta go farther south. Basically, we don't want to drive through West Point itself, because of these populations, you can't drive through West Point itself without a lot of fighting. Let's see, the leather pouch to carry around the waist is an upgrade, though. You mean the leather water pouch thing? Generally I'd say yes, but now they've made it so we can wear the satchel as well as an actual backpack, so we can use both. And in a lot of ways, the satchel is going to be an upgrade to the water pouch, because the water pouch is basically just a bottle of water. But the satchel, you know, you have, I think it's like 11 carry weight there. That's in our survivor group. This is a bad idea. Hey, you. You with the military backpack. Follow me. Oh, come on. There we go. And now we'll give ourselves a little breathing room on the other one so we can snag the bag and go. So everyone on this side of the fence. I probably should just fight him. I don't want to, though. All right. And we chucked in our passenger seat. The large hook is for butchering. That's not going to be relevant to us this run, unfortunately. Okay, so that one does not have a mailbox. That shouldn't end in a dead end. Hoping. So what we're working on right now is we are quote-unquote treasure hunting. And so what we're doing is we grabbed an annotated map. It's on East-West Point, and we are trying to make our way to that annotated map to, you know, quote-unquote collect our treasure. For all reality, it's a dumb idea, but we're doing it because it gives us direction to go. It gives us an objective. Yeah, and so we did grab the bag with all the books. We didn't get a chance to go through any of it. I just snagged the bag, chucked it in the seat, and took off. But this should take us over here to the east. Alright, so we're off-roading a little. This is not what I wanted to see here. Okay, it's all trees all around. Well, crap. Yeah, because this is Muldrow down here. Muldrow has its main highway. Right, Muldrow's highway, I forgot. It kind of goes there to the right and over. So, very genuinely on the other side of that trees is where we're looking at. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's dense. Yep, that's unfortunate. Because it also means I gotta backtrack over a dangerous road. Fuel's a little low? Yeah, no, we're gonna be running the fuel out. I fully am expecting this car to be something we kind of lose access to. It's not a car I care about very much, it's just a taxi. But the point is it saved me from having to walk the entire way. Now, downside is I obviously cannot carry remotely half of these books. But here's hoping that I can go out this way back to the main drag. Pretty narrow road. Did the armor schematic, did you have a map? Huh, no map on you. Most of the time I found the survivor zombies, that's where I found the annotated maps. Nowadays. But that's okay. Like I said, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to work our way around here. This should merge on with the road. I'm basically trying to merge onto the same highway that goes from the north of Muldrow. Because that should be allowed to take us over and around West Point. Because driving through West Point is a non-doable thing. Yeah, this looks encouraging. Yeah, because there's a railroad track that goes along where I'm talking about. Now, problem is if I find yet another... survivor zombie, we're running out of seats. Have you found gone to the dev's house? I don't know what you mean. Like, it's possible I found it and didn't realize a thing. You need to find a trailer? I mean, to be fair, we're gonna run out of gas in not too long. Have you found gone? No, I have no idea what we're talking about here. Is it like a secret house that's like in the middle of nowhere in the empty part of the map or something? That there's just like one house out there or something like that? They're usually pretty full, the survivor backpacks. As you saw, that's kind of one of the main ways you get books nowadays, is the survivor zombies. And genuinely, the best way to get survivor zombies is literally get a car, jump on a road, start driving until you see a random group of zombies by itself, and then when you see that, look for the one with the big backpack. And that's been that way since Build 41. They just really, really juiced the loot you get on them in Build 42. Because it used to be the backpack was what you got that you cared about. Alright, let's check here real fast. Okay. Yeah, so that should be where we're looking for. There should be somewhere along here should be able to cut east. And then where we cut east should meet up with the main highway. And somewhere around here there'll be a bunch of wrecked cars we'll have to work our way around. Then we're going to follow that to the north and east. It'll take us, like, it'll skirt the edge of West Point on the southeast, because our destination is on the northeast. So the plan is to drive by West Point entirely, go vaguely up to where the river is, and either find a house somewhere nearby the river, or something like that. Yeah, but it's like full of all the things you need for graduate. Yeah, I've not looked for it. That's the kind of thing. It's kind of cool, like for not for trivia, but like for just interesting information. But it's not a thing I'd go after, because like there's, for example, there's a house that has an advanced forge and everything just already there if you want to do the blacksmithy. Well, crap. Yes, I think that's... Well, crap. That's the road I need. But we're not driving it. Let's give them a moment. To settle into their rally groups. Or a gunshot in the woods? What do you mean gun? Who carries a gun? Alright. So yes, I'm pretty sure that's the crossroads. Not the Crossroads Mall, but like the T intersection. I was trying to remember if that was the one that was the intersection where everything's kind of a mess. One thing we could do is we could drive up here and blast the horn a whole bunch, but I don't think that'd be far enough off. So we killed the engine. Yeah, I'm 99% sure that's the crossroads. Because if I'm not mistaken, this highway goes over here, turns up, then goes up this way. Probably like right along here. Then it goes over here, it kind of goes there, and then that'll be the other part of the highway there. And so it's right here is the spot I expected to be the spicy spot, but it looks like we're hitting that early. Then this goes over here, and then there's a bridge up there, and that's where I'm trying to go, because that's our target, based on the annotated map. And so there's a bridge over here somewhere. And then Louisville's, well, actually, the bridge might be down here somewhere. But, because that's Louisville, and that's where our other annotated map was, literally in Central Park, Louisville, and it's like, you know what? No. Okay. So, we got problems. I could take this route, or I could take this route. This route goes dead into Louisville. That's not happening. That's utter death. I don't really have a third alternative route that I could think. I think there might be a route that goes way along the east side of the map, like a little crap road. But I don't think that actually gets us away from that much. Alright. Yeah, that's definitely not happening. I was taking a peek, but that's definitely not happening. Well, crap. Okay. I have a very cursed third idea on how to deal with this that is likely to kill our car. And no, it is not just slamming the car into that. That'll just kill us. There is a railroad track that I believe will cut along the south side. I believe there's a railroad track there. I might be able to use the railroad track to skirt along it. It might get hairy. The railroad track, if I get caught up in zombies there, the car's done. We just leave the car, because I won't be able to easily turn around. And I did honk on purpose while we were leaving to try and draw the zombies this way, because like I said, I don't think we can fight through that with the car. Worst case scenario, if none of these routes work, I just decide which route looks like it's the least cursed, and we would begin just, you know, fighting our way through it. Hi, zombies in the middle of the road. Anything interesting? Not seeing any big backpacks. Okay, carry on. Alright. This is also going to destroy my car's wheels. Because this railroad does go to where we want. But as you can see, visibility blows, and I don't have a whole lot of room to turn around and book it if things go bad. I also don't know if I have another opportunity to skip from this to the road easily. But this should let us circumvent the crossroads, at least most of it. And if I can, you know, circumvent it enough that I can either cut across the grass to get around it, or just completely, that'd be good. My concern is I think this goes and then turns closer to West Point than the actual road does. Like, it crosses into West Point, then back out. Obviously, I can't do that. But if it takes me to the east side of West Point, that might still be manageable. That, you know, I can go over there, bail, leave the car there, mark where we left it, start our work on taking the town and whatnot, and then, you know, go there. Because the things I need to work on now, immediate concerns. First, just getting to a place where we can settle in. That's step one. Step two is I unfortunately have got to start fishing, because we are underweight. And I do not have a means of getting that fixed until we start fishing or getting the cows or whatever. And we did see cows, but they're nowhere near where I want to operate, and there's zero chance of getting a cows and a trailer through all this crap. Just getting alive through this crap and not spending 3 months clearing is already sweaty enough. But yeah, so what I don't remember is exactly how this railroad track goes related to the main highway. I do know when it comes to the south side, like southeast West Point, it turns up and it, like, I think it crosses into it slightly and then goes back out. And then there's a bridge across the river, not like the Ohio itself, but like one of the little out branching areas. Okay, so we do have the fact that we're getting drowsy. If we get someplace that's wide open, we're going to stop. I'm going to put down the sleeping bag. Right now, this close to the trees, I kind of don't want to, because for all I know, there's a rally group right here and there. that we're like, we've just crossed into the dense spot or whatever. I don't think so. But I have no way of telling without running around and making a big noise. So we're going to get to the other side of whatever's here. Alright. And the gas tank is getting a little scared. This is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to see. This is super manageable here. This is the highway we were just trying to get onto a moment ago. Okay. Oh, wait, we're sleepy at 4? No. Sleep for today has been canceled. Did an event pull them all off the highway? Oh, those other zombies? No, we just got into the area, so there hasn't been a chance for any events to happen. Can you siphon? If they have gas. Which is a real big if. No, I didn't pop the trunk. Also, not really, because I didn't bring the gas tank with me. I hadn't intended on going on this giant journey when I left. But then we got the annotated map, and you're like, eh, I see no reason to stay. Yeah, I actually do have the hose in the trunk of the car. But I left the gas can next to the generator, next to the gas pump, on literally the opposite end of the map. So, you know, that's fine. What's the name of this game? This is Project Zomboid. That's early for them to be showing up from that. I don't see a backpack among them. It definitely looks like what I'd expect the survivor group to be. Oh no, there's others over there. I bet you there's probably like a farm or two down here. Two liters? Yeah, I mean, it would depend if they even have gas. So there's a very, very good chance just up ahead we're going to be abandoning this car, by the way. This south edge of West Point is very, very, very often just as bad as the city itself. Like, we'll probably, where we had that crossroads, we'll probably see a wall of zombies. And this is the corner I'm actually worried about. All the other ones I can easily circumvent. This one, however, is kind of like just this one main highway. This is the main highway that goes all the way to Louisville. But, there really isn't an alternate route. Not that I'm aware of, at least. I vaguely remember there being, like, not a dirt road, but like a little gravel road, like, way out to the right, but I don't remember how you get to it. And that could be 100% a figment of my imagination. So what should happen up here is the road will veer right. And it's around the time that that road veers right that I'm worried about. Yeah, so this veers right here. And then goes that way. And it's just this little corridor here that I'm worried about. We do see that the railroad does go this way, but I don't think it makes my situation easier because it goes straight along here. We run the same problem. But this is a major highway. So there's always the possibility, if we let them settle into rally groups, I can maybe maneuver between all the rally groups. Because it stays a major highway going around the corner. Yeah, that's what I don't know. Is either the railway will allow me to bypass the worst of it, or it'll be just as bad. Alright, well, we are not cruise controlling this. Nope. Nope. Alright, the railroad sounds great. The railroad sounds lovely. Okay, plan B. Because I got a little ways up there, I saw the wall and was like, nope, that's not happening. So we're going to drop back down to the railroad. And we'll try that, and if that's a bust, then we're walking. Because that's coming up anyways. Yeah, we can check for the gas while we're on our way by. I didn't think about the bottle in the car. Yeah, that was... I've died in that corner before. Like, just barely one screen higher, you would have seen the turn to the right, and it's going to be that way for that whole turn. Again, you are a very suspicious group, you know that? Come on. Come on. There you go. Hey, Sui, how's it going? What'd you do is make you want to run low pop so you could just loot all the maps and all the buildings in the map? Yeah. Alright, so people mentioned that there was a bottle in one of these cars. Before we even worry about that, we could just peek in the car real fast. But for those that don't know, Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team and all that good stuff. No gas in this one. Played American Truck Simulator recently, but like lots of good times over there. Okay, both of them are empty, so it doesn't matter. They're empty. Been lurking, having a chill weekend. That's always good. Alright, well, this car is going to be out of gas in not too much longer. We're definitely not finding gas along this railroad track. So, if I'm not mistaken about where this railroad track goes, is I believe it'll go to the right and it'll split off in two directions. I don't remember exactly what that intersection looks like. And I believe one will go down towards Muldrow. And it'll go... Well, actually, no. This will probably go north to the rail station. Which will probably have a couple of zombies around it. It's an abandoned railroad station. So normally there's like 5 or 6 zombies, so it'll probably have like, 60 zombies there. But that could be one of those ones that we hop out, we blow the whistle a bunch of times to draw the zombies to one side, and then jump back in the car and go on our way. Alright. But this should turn north. And then the question is, when we get to that last little bit before we would actually get to the West Point area, what's it look like? Because we might be lucky that it's just... Okay, so I think the railroad station might be down there, closer to Muldrow. Needless to say, I can't say I have followed this route very much, because it's not a typical thing you do in Project Zomboid of taking your car and jumping on a railroad track. Hey, Bambi, how you doing? Alright, we're hungry again. Eat some pork rinds. Car's getting real low on gas. This would be such a bumpy ride, even if you could do it. Oh, your suspension would be done. Like, your suspension would be straight up wrecked. It'd be going over, like, just thousands of speed bumps. One after the other after the other. Okay, we're about halfway north where we ran into the zombies. Gas tank is just about done. That's all, folks. Alright. So let's do some decision making. We do have a dirt road here, which both interests and concerns me. All of our stuff. Alright, so, decision-making time. What stays and what goes? Because we're probably not going to be able to get back this vehicle in a long time. I'm feeling pretty good. Well, let's drop off the welding mask. That I don't need right now. The butchering book I probably don't need. The armor schematic I don't care about. Carving 2, we already have fishing 1. The intermediate car mechanics magazine will be fine. Reloading 1 I don't care about. We already have welding 1. Let's grab the food that's there. Carving 2 is probably a good one for me to grab. Butchering 2 is worth considering. Out of that one, probably that's all we need there. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna grab here. Let's check the trunk. Make sure there's nothing I'm like, this, you know I need this. Carpenter 2 is definitely a contestant. Mechanics and all 2 is contestant. I'm gonna leave the rubber hose for now. Yeah, so we basically have everything we need for the car itself left with the car. I'm already a little overburned, we don't want to push our luck. But we are now officially on foot. Yes, I did. Yeah, I was able to check that from the seat I was sitting in. That's actually the inventory on the right I was going through was the backpack we snagged. That's actually where I grabbed the Carving 2 book, was out of that one. So I want to find a vaguely open area. I'm a little concerned about this path nearby us. There's a path right over here. Okay, this is opening up, so maybe I can get a good look at what the heck is going on over there. Okay, it looks like it's just a path. Like a nature trail or whatever. Alright, so this is a nice open spot here, because we're getting ready to go into nighttime. And I do not want to be pushing into what could potentially be an extremely high pop area while going into nighttime. Oh good, there's a porta potty. Or an outhouse. Same difference. It is a toilet. It is locked. Why would you do this to me? I was mostly thinking we would go in there and just deal with that. Alright. In memory of Dave. Yeah, we had, in a really long run... I actually don't need to be sitting. There's no reason for me to be sitting. In a really, really long run we had, on Venus Orozco is still alive, at over 300,000 zombie kills. We had one of the porta potties by the, in the Louisville checkpoint. Like, I had been fighting zombies for months and months and months. Like, killed over 50,000 zombies in that area. And then one day, like, we had helicopters, like 4 or 5 helicopters we had done there. Like, a whole bunch of nonsense. And one day I was just walking back past the porta potties, and a zombie started hitting at the porta potty door from the inside of the porta potty. No respawns or anything. So there had been a zombie in that porta potty for like literally 8 months or something like that, just minding its own business. And I just like walking by, like I had done construction nearby it and everything, and just walking by it had finally aggroed. Yeah, and it was like literally my base was like here, and the porta potty was like there. So we're talking like here I had like 5 or 6 rain barrels on the roof. We had like a farming area there. I had a generator running like down in this area, and there's the porta potty like right there. And just walk by and just hear donk, donk. It's like there's a zombie in here. But we left it there because in build 41 the zombies could not destroy the porta potty doors. So it just lived in there. That was home. And so we named him Dave. Dave was our pet zombie. And Dave was allowed to live as long as he stayed in the porta potty. If he ever got out of the porta potty, Dave would have to die. Because I'm not willing to lose the 300,000 run to protect the zombie. It was a little bit of a bummer when build 42 first dropped. That we went to the resort and there was like these little floating pads that, like in real life you'd have a lake, you'd have a little floating pad in the middle of it, so people could go like dive off into the lake and then swim over to the pad and get back up onto it. And it's put a horde of zombies on the pad, which they can't get off of. And it's like, oh cool, I finally have pet zombies. Like these zombies I don't have to kill, they're living on their little pad. Unfortunately for those who don't know, the game does kind of cheat with its zombie moving when you're not nearby. And it's not to do anything like nefarious or unfair. It's just there's no reason for them to do a whole bunch of calculations about where the zombies can and can't go. So from very far away, zombies will actually walk through walls and that kind of nonsense. Because the idea is you're so far away, it doesn't matter. Like the kid in Fallout 4 trapped in the fridge, I forgot about that. Alright, so we did take a caffeine pill. So we're not going to be able to sleep. So we're going to chase our caffeine pill with a sleeping pill. As you do. We're just going to have some mild heart palpitations. Not really, but, in real life, don't do that. In real life, keep your medicine separate unless your doctor recommends otherwise. A good way to live a very short life. And midnight. Go to sleep. Alright, so let's start by getting our radio and all that sorted out. Gotta get our weather forecast. Next, after that, put away your sleeping bag. Alright, and I guess we might as well turn on foraging while we're walking. So yeah, for those who missed it, we did take our car as far as we could. It has run out of gas. We're just south of West Point, going for where we've been told to reach on... Wait, what are you? Huh, that's an interesting texture for the berries. But we are treasure hunting, and we got our first annotated map, and it's the gun store in West Point. Which is interesting, because I'm curious if it'll actually be, like, a Survivor annotated map situation, or if it'll, like, literally just be the normal gun store. I actually don't know how this works. Alright, give me 1 second, zombie. I'm just putting away my stuff. Okay. So, new plan. These zombies are migrating. They're not just here. So we are committing here. This might get extremely dangerous very quickly. But you can see the zombies are moving to the east here. So we're not seeing the density we saw before. We're at about the same height we had the density. But these are zombies that were to the west who are just migrating east because, you know, maybe a meta event, something like that happened. Because you don't always hear the meta events. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 star to Darstrider. So Darstrider, you have some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. And I do hope you enjoy that. This is looking bad. We definitely don't want to cut into the woods. Cutting into the woods is yelling, Jesus, take the wheel, and closing our eyes and putting our hands in the air and hoping for the best. If there is no other option, we'll do it. But that is at that point, might as well just roll a dice and be, did I live? Like, you know, obviously player skill fudges the numbers on the dice a little bit. But just a little bit. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, we're looking good. This is good. This is good. Oh, I thought that bush was a backpack for a moment. I was about to be like, don't you dare put a survivor zombie right here. Okay, so it looks like we're in the clear. So yeah, so this road goes over here. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. So that's like the, so West Point's on that side. So now all I want to do is break away from these zombies, and then it's a matter of establishing wherever we can establish. We got a couple options here. So one option is we just rough it in the woods. We've got what we need to do that. The other option is we actually go northwest. I believe there's a set of a couple of houses up a couple of blocks that would be manageable on the other side of the road. That might take me a little bit of fighting to get into one of them, but then we could set up there. It'd be right along the water, and we need to live there probably for a little bit because I got to get my weight under control. And like I said, unfortunately, the reality of how we're going to have to do that is I'm just going to have to commit to some fishing. It's not peak content, but like the alternative is this number keeps going down until we die. Because I either have to get butter from cows, I got to get a whole bunch of rabbits trapped into an area and let them breed ridiculously, or I got to murder a whole lot of fish. And I got the tools to murder a whole lot of fish on me. I've got 3 fishing poles on me, so that's looking the most promising. Of course, we could get lucky here and just BS silly shenanigans. You're not a gas station, are you? No, you're the tire place. I believe there is a gas station just up there, though. So we want to avoid aggroing this. I don't need anything here. I don't have the carry weight to grab a bunch more weapons either. I think I still have another crowbar in our inventory, a tire iron, and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, I see it. It's fine. Just finished the maple syrup. And here a second ago, I was like, maybe we could sneak in the back and get that. Nah, that's not happening. Alright, so this is what we're up against to get our treasure. To just get a good look at this. This is what we're fighting through to get our treasure. Our treasure. Our treasure. I.e., we're following an annotated map to a gun store, and we're gonna look and go, those are some mighty fine guns there, and probably leave them there because I won't have the inventory space to take them with me. And I think the plan for getting in there, because our target's right there, like we're literally within a mini-map screen of our target. Realistically, the plan for going here is going to be going around the shore side and then just poking our nose in directly for it. If we find another map, do we wait to do that one or pick between the two? I mean, the problem is right now we're already way up here, that it would be kind of tricky to backtrack to go someplace else. Versus, like, if I was in the middle of the map and I found another annotated map and it was, like, for Rosewood, I'm like, oh, well, I'm halfway between West Point and Rosewood. I would do that. But now I've got a abandoned car, and I would have to, like, go back through all the zombies and all that to get to the other side. I forgot that this place is usually covered with destroyed vehicles. Okay, just a screwdriver. A golf bag and a screwdriver. Duct tape in a sack. And locked. We are definitely not taking the time to try and break into that. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, this railroad track goes up here into a subdivision. And that subdivision is relatively easy to get into. Like, we're probably gonna have to fight like 50, 100 zombies or something like that. Because 16 times pop nonsense. But it shouldn't be too hard. And I want to say the water line is just over there. That, like, it'll kind of come in and then, like, line up a little bit. If I'm remembering correctly, which should be highly suspect. Yeah, so that's where it comes in over here. Because this is, like, a little branch off, and then that's, like, this is the actual Ohio. So, as I mentioned, if we follow this railroad track, it should take us directly into that, like, little subdivision. And we might take our go at, like, the first house or two, because if I can get myself a red grill, it'll make my life easier. Because I don't have to worry about accidentally stepping into a campfire and dying. Because that does happen. I don't like the campfires. Anything that I can just make the tiniest little mistake and my entire run ends, you'll see me avoid if I can. Obviously, fighting zombies is what it is. But, like, you'll notice I don't drive particularly faster on the map. I will be extremely cautious and seldom go up on roofs, especially if it's a roof I'm not familiar with. And the reason is because sometimes they'll have angled roofs that look like you can walk on them, but they're not real. And there's tricks to, like, doing, like, right-click, walk to verify whether or not you can walk on stuff before you approach it. Huh. I was not expecting that many of you just randomly on this road. And for the record, we're getting we're not close to Louisville, but we're in the area that goes to Louisville. So this is the part of the map that is just pretty much high pop. For the bulk of it. You saw a 4-month run end with a crash? Yep. Yep, it does happen. Alright, so I gotta make decisions. Let's move up here just a little bit. We gotta make a decision here. So, the decision we can make is, if you notice there's this little peninsula here, I could go over here and just live in the wilderness. Otherwise, the neighborhood I'm talking about, I think, is like right here. And so the neighborhood, I get an indoor area I can go to and all that. But then I've got that much more I've got to fight my way down here. And it's a longer walk. Over here, though, I have the risk of stuff like meta events and helicopters fully evicting me. I'm leaning towards the wilderness life over here. Let's try and cut through the woods over to the riverside and see if we can't get a look at where the subdivision is. How do you pause the game on the map? You bring up the map and then you press F2, which is the shortcut key for pause/play. So a little dangerous, we are cutting through the woods. The river's right here. Yeah, so I was thinking we'll cut across here to the water side. I'll take a quick peek up and down the shore. So I've got rocks I can craft on if need be. But I do know the neighborhood I'm looking at goes right up to the shore. I'm leaning towards going to the peninsula. I think we're going to the peninsula. And like I said, the reason is that I don't really want to have to walk a long ways each and every single day if I don't have to. We can do a little bit of wilderness living over here. And all that kind of stuff. I've got everything I need for it for the most part. And we need to be fishing anyways in the short term. Hey, I'll take that. You just instantly hand things I'm going to probably want. Because then what I can do is I can spend a little bit of time taking care of my character. And then as we start getting things in a good place, we can fight down below. Now the only danger, like I said, is the risk of a helicopter or meta event going badly. And then suddenly finding ourselves in a real bad situation. Cool. I love the random body by itself. Come on. But yeah, so we'll take this all the way to, like, the end of the peninsula. And I'll set it from there. Yeah, it's the one or two I drug over here when I was walking along those railroad tracks. Oh, lead pipe. That's actually an okay weapon. Not gonna say no to that. Where did the... Oh, you just moved. I thought you were actually aggroed. Alright, so if we get a meta event that draws the zombies west, that is the worst case scenario. That is where suddenly everything goes really, really badly for me. Because we are going out to a peninsula. There's only one way to leave. Arguably, if you want to consider each shore its own way. And so if we get the zombies drawn from the west here, they will follow that shore to come get me. Which blocks that route. And then the north, we could probably get away with it. We definitely don't want to accidentally have the helicopter happen out here. So if we get the helicopter, we want to make our way to the shore and then start heading away. A burlap piece? That's fine. I'm gonna leave the berries. Like, hunger isn't a particular problem right now. The problem is going to be ultimately getting food that actually puts weight on us. Yeah, this is perfect. We got a little bit of an open spot here. And we now live out in the woods. If we look really carefully, right across that river, that's where our destination is. Straight across that river. If we can zoom in quite a bit, we can still see our mark. Plan on building a little hut. We'll figure out what we're going to actually build. Right now, the immediate objective is I desperately have got to get food. So let's start by building our campfire. Because no matter if I catch fish, I can't cook it. Oh, do I have... Okay, so I do have some crafting stones. They're not particularly good spots, but we do have them. So now I need to find a log and a branch. So I can make... Well, actually, I don't need a notch plank. I think I've got a lighter. But I am going to need some fuel of some capacity. Okay, we'll bring it all over here. Unintentional woodlands run begins. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Yeah, so it's definitely going to be a tricky spot here in the middle, where I'm going to be spending a lot of time just trying to manage resources. They're not really pushing things forward so far as actually clearing to our treasure. And for those who don't know, Azrael, absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a lot of simulation games. If you like American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, Farming Simulator, stuff like that, you can find a lot of that over there. Okay, we got twigs. We're already tired at this hour. That's not the dream. Really hoping to come across the log. Probably my best crafting log. Yeah, let's bring the crafting stuff down here. That's probably my safest crafting log. Those ones in there are terrifying. I'll be in the middle of like napping a bunch of stuff, have some zombie just pop through a tree and grab me. That one's at least away from the trees. There's a bunch of bushes and stuff around it, but that's not as bad. And our canteens are officially empty. I do not have a container to boil water in for them. That's just what we're living with. I do have a fireman's axe and I believe a hatchet that I can cut down trees. Okay, destroy for fuel. Twigs, all of them. Destroy for fuel. Broken branch. Okay. So, we suck at fishing. There are realities we must live with, and one of those realities is we don't know how to fish. But there's only one way to solve that problem. That's to fish. Go ahead and snack a little bit. Okay. And unfortunately, this is what we're going to have to do for a little bit. Oh, I also think I have a fish trap. Did I bring that with me or that's in the bag? We'll have to check, because I believe the fish traps are actually pretty strong. I don't believe the bait's not, like, that big of a deal. There is some bait that's better than other. Alright. Don't you screw me. Alright, got our first fish in here for the grill. But before I forget, I've never done the trap. Because we can make a fish net. But I don't remember how you actually do the fishing. It just tells me what you can. Because I know you can do these. It might need to be main inventory kind of thing. Alright, let's try building. Yeah, because one of those things that, like I said, I've never done fish traps, because they used to be a bit of a meme. Don't know. It's a perfectly good fishing net. Oh, it's a fishing net like a cast net. Well, right-click on the water with your hand. It's worthwhile. Nah, it's in my primary hand. Oh, fishing net? Fishing net. Ah, okay. You can only use chum as bait in a fishing net. Okay. What is the recipe for chum? Make chum base. I can use a sack of sand. If I have the recipe. Which I don't. Well, we'll just go ahead and put a jig lure on this and not even worry about that then, will we? Okay. Chuck, you on here? Oh wait, we can slice the fillet. Yeah, because these early fish are going to be so light. Yeah, I don't even know what to do with the fish guts. I tried to cook those before in the past, they just didn't seem to do it. Oh, right, the lure is good for more than one, that's fine. Can they become chum? If they can, I don't know the recipe. Because if I can make him into chum, then I can put him in the trap and we can do with that. But it said I needed sand for... Oh, I bet you it's you have the chum base you make out of sand, and then you add the, like the fish guts or something to it. But it requires a sack of sand. I don't have a sack on me. We've seen plenty of them. We just didn't take them because we didn't have an immediate need and they can get heavy. Alright, there's another fish into the pile. If you're not catching, all these fish we're getting are extremely small fish. We're doing our best to try and get ourselves what we can. We just need to level fishing up a couple of times. I'll start getting some bigger stuff. Alright. I'm glad we have the jig lure. We can use it. I think eventually the jig lure goes away. We get to use it for at least a little while. And then after that, we can potentially use the smaller fish fillets we don't care about, because there's just not enough on them to be relevant. We can start using those as bait themselves. Alright, and the bigger fish we catch, we get more XP and all that. So we get lucky, we catch like a big fish, even just one. It could jump us ahead a lot. We did get a good amount of reading on the Fishing 1 book. We're a little over halfway. I could sit here and just slam out reading more of it. I'm just trying to get the fishing going. But then we'll end up lighting the fire down there. And it should be enough to cook all that. And we're going to start overeating the crap out of fish as much as we can. Until we start getting our weight managed. How does fishing work this build? I mean, you're watching it? You get a fishing pole, you put a lure on it, you right-click, like to aim at a spot, you left-click, you'll see the bubbles. Eventually, the fish will start, like, grabbing your line and pulling it out, at which point then you left-click to reel it in, and right-click to reduce tension. And so you just have that gauge above my character. I hold left. If it starts going towards the red, then I right-click instead of left-click, and just kind of bounce back. The earlier fish, the smaller ones, it's unlikely they'll be much of a fight. A little yellow is fine, but do not go in the red. Got a medium perch. We can slice you. For a little butchering XP. And as I mentioned earlier, unfortunately butchering the early fish, you are going to lose nutrition that you would otherwise get because your character sucks at butchering, so it's just kind of like wasting it. But I am going to want to take care of that. If we get like a big fish, there is a good chance I will just eat the whole fish. How are we doing on that fishing, by the way? So... We're actually about to hit fitness again. Okay, so we're almost about to hit fishing 1. We're actually making relatively okay progress. Because right now we're already 5 kilograms underweight. It doesn't take a lot of skill to learn how to fillet a fish in real life. You're not wrong. But, video game. Okay. See, the devs of this game are only interested in realism if it makes life harder for the player. I wouldn't say that. There's definitely times where they do stuff for your personal convenience and all that. Like, for example, with a generator in real life, those little generators that we're seeing in the game, real life you are running like maybe a refrigerator and a light on it before you're going to start having to worry about it browning out and causing problems. They're little shop generators. Because you're able to pick it up by hand and walk it around any real distance. He is a little baby generator. I'm honestly surprised this is going this well. I'm assuming it's that jig lure is probably really good and kind of carrying me through the earlier level. I think those do wear out eventually, but if I can get a level or two of fishing out of it right away, that's going to skip me ahead a lot, which is not something I'm going to complain about. Here's a dirty rag. I can live with that. Dirty rag is something I can potentially use to start the fire and all that. Or more fuel, you get the idea. Yeah, so basically the plan is to fish until it's getting a little bit in the late evening, it starts getting dark, that kind of thing. That will light the fire, cook all the fish, and I'm going to just basically wolf it all down in one sitting. We're going to have to do that until we can start getting the up arrows. It's probably not going to happen unless I find something properly big. Because right now we're only sitting at 2.5 carry weight worth of fish. One thing definitely working for us is there's no doubt we're getting the maximum bonus we can for casting into bubbles far away from the shore. Come on. You've been good all day. And as far as I'm aware, there's no concept of an area running out of fish. Like, if you keep casting the bubbles, you should be fine. But you might go to, like, an area, and because you've fished a whole bunch, maybe you just don't see bubbles that much the next day. Fishing net broken. Let's see. You think you make chum guts from the guts in the inventory, not the crafting menu? Alright, well I can go ahead and toss on the main thing. My choices are to eat them, drop them, or place them. So, that doesn't change anything for me. Works with ground beef? Yeah, no, I think the fish guts... I think the fish guts is, a different thing. Yeah, and that was the thing. On the multiplayer server, I couldn't find a use for them. There probably is. But it would be good to use a trap, because I've heard good things about the fish traps, that they're actually pretty solid. I just haven't had much opportunity to use them. A small bass. You make chum with sand, then add things. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured when it mentioned earlier. You make the chum base. But unfortunately, thus far, we don't have a bag for sand at the moment. Nor do I have the recipe for it anyways. That said, we can work with the fishing for the time being. It'll take a little bit of grinding, but we'll get there. Because we're underweight and we have to solve that. And this is one of like 3 ways to solve weight. One is eat copious amounts of fish, especially big fish. The other way is get cows, eat copious amounts of butter. That's pretty straightforward. And then the last one would be to get something like rabbits and get them into a pen and eat copious amounts of rabbit. All right. But considering we're catching a fish almost every time, this should be leveling pretty quickly. We already hit 1. We're working on 2. If we get lucky and we get a like sturgeon or whatever, that's when you get a fish that like 1 fish is enough to feed you for a day kind of deal, or longer. That's what we're aiming for, is those big fish. Right now we're just getting a bunch of little baby fish. Which seems odd given you can starve on rabbits. Butter you can understand, but even fish is quite lean normally. Yeah, no, but it's actually one of the problems we have in Project Zomboid right now, is they kind of need to do a balance pass on the food. Not even for the realism side, ignoring that. I'm down with rabbits being a way you can sustain it. I know protein poisoning is a thing in real life, and you can literally starve to death nutritionally on rabbit. But, just for video game logic kind of thing, you should get a lot more calories from, slaughtering stuff like the pigs and the bulls and all that, the cows, even the chickens for that matter. You should get a lot more calories than you do because of how much effort it takes to raise them, because otherwise they're useless and you might as well delete them from the game because they serve no purpose. Not really, the chickens give you eggs, but you get the idea. The pigs are just kind of not a usable fish otherwise. Okay. Just a lot of fishing to do. It also becomes a nice thing later on. A lot of the weather that you kind of don't want to go out and fight zombies in, like rainy days and all that, happen to be days that the fishing is extra good. So it kind of does work out where you're like, oh, I don't want to fight zombies today. It's just a bad day for fighting zombies. And then, you turn around and, like, the fishing's solid. Not always. Oh, I guess the ladybug can't be used as bait, so we'll just go ahead and drop the ladybug in the ground. Okay. Can the ladybug be used as bait for the trap? No. I already tried clicking on the trap a couple times with right click. I mean, actually, we can try it, because there is a thing that certain times you will only be able to use stuff if it's in your main pocket, versus sometimes it could be any pocket. I doubt that's what's going to go on here, but we can try it. My expectations won't make any kind of difference. My expectation is you specifically need chum for the trap. So you would need to get the recipe. Fresh meat in the trap? I don't think so. So we got those. Can only use chum. Yeah, so it's literally only chum. Which means to do that I gotta find the recipe, and it could be that we gained a couple levels in fishing, and then by just magic I learned the recipe. No, that's fair. When you consider everything you have to do to use other types of traps, like that you need like trapping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or you have to find the magazine, all that, I think it's fair that you require a magazine for the fishing as well. Because you can get, for carving, to get a fishing pole even without the magazine. Otherwise you need the magazine for fishing. Alright. Where are the boats? There you are. How you can craft anything without a crafting surface? Only certain things require a crafting surface. I can show you in a minute how you can tell the difference. As far as a crafting surface, if you look at the very bottom of my screen, right above where my canteens are, there's a rock down there. Those count. All the big rocks count as a crafting surface. Even certain like things like some beds and benches and stuff like that you wouldn't necessarily expect do count as well. It's actually pretty forgiving. And part of the reason I'm also just binge fishing today is we got tired very early and I don't want to turn the character in early. So I'm deliberately just kind of wasting the day. Still need light? Yes, you still do need light. Most crafting does require light, but even then, not all crafting does require light. The bulk of it does, though. Yeah, so if you look here, where that one's got the little sun on it, that means I need light to be able to craft that. So I can insert and take out batteries, open the can and remove batteries. I can do all those with no surface or light. Meanwhile, where you see that little table icon, that means I need a surface. So to assemble a bladed item, I need a surface. To assemble a crude knife, I don't need a surface. And then the picture of the book means that recipe has to be learned. I can't, like, I don't need just the skill, I need to also learn the recipe. So, slicing the fillet, I require light to slice the fillet. I do not require a surface to slice the fillet. And pretty soon we're going to get out of the peak fishing hours. When it starts to get to the point it's going to start getting dark, that's when we're cooking the fish, putting down the sleeping bag and sleeping for the night. And then the next day I'll probably have to get more fuel for the fire. We'll probably have to do more fishing. It's going to be a whole thing. That is one of the downsides of wilderness survival, is you're going to be doing a mix of like foraging or fishing. You might get to trapping. When you get to trapping, that's the lower effort one, because you set up your traps. You just do the walk by your traps, check on them, and then you leave. But there is a lot of that, because you are going to have to source food. This is replacing what would be effectively looting time if you weren't doing wilderness stuff. Alright. I'm trying to remember, it's 9 p.m. that because it was what, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. is the evening fishing bonus? There's 7, it's like, I don't remember, it's either like 7 to 9 or like 5 to 8 or something like that. That shot sideways. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, but... yeah, it's somewhere in that ballpark, because you gotta, basically it's dusk and dawn. Because once we get past the peak fishing hours, we'll make our food, we'll read a little bit more of the fishing book, do that kind of stuff. Because we're going to be here for a little while, doing survival things. 4 to 7. Okay, so we're already outside. Really, 4 to 7? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 6 to 9. Yeah, 4 to 7 in the morning. Yeah, that checks out. The 6 to 9. Okay, so we probably got maybe one more fish after this one if we get it pretty soon. And then we'll be done for, like, the thing. Yeah, no, it's because you presented the late, then the early. That's just what threw me for a moment, because, like, wait, what? And then realized you did 24-hour time. Which is all good. Come on. And it literally is one of those things, and we get later on, and we're trying, like, we get enough fishing, you just kind of fish for, like, a couple of minutes until you get that one big fish, and then you're just done for the day. Because you'll get a fish that you'll struggle to even move around. And that'll have your weight covered for a couple of days. But that's going to take getting a little bit of XP. Who stocked through it too? Yeah, no, it's you get like, I can't remember, there's like, it's pike, I think was one of the big ones, but you get like a giant pike or whatever, and it used to be it was heavy enough, if you accidentally sat it down, to pick it back off, you'd have to take off your clothes, because it was heavy enough that with nothing else in your inventory, you had to take off your clothes to have enough carry weight to pick it up. I remember having to do that right when Build 42 came out. Because it was something like 47 encumbrance, and you can only pick up 50 encumbrance. So you get the idea, that the little bit of clothing you were wearing was enough to push it over the edge. Oh, I'm actually sharpening my knife. That's fine. Alright, so drop the fish guts. Plop these off. So light the fire. We will light it. Using that. Bob, why are you getting naked so I can carry the fish? Just product Zomboid things. Let's see which one's the farthest along. It's kind of hard to tell with the bars bouncing all over the place. Take all. Okay, and we will put out the fire. Okay. And we're gonna follow this fish. Up with eating this fish. And after we had that fish, we should eat this fish. You know, that fish really didn't hit the spot. We're gonna have to wait a minute. Yeah, so these little fish is gonna be really, really hard for me to get to the point of gaining weight. Why the random fillets? I'm working on getting my butchering skill up. Because if we work on getting the butchering skill up, we'll start getting better results. So I'm using it on the little fish versus the big fish are probably just going to eat as a single unit. But since all my fish are little crappy fish, you know. Yeah, so you look at this, it's only 140, 130 calories. So it's pretty hard. We can actually get ourselves to gaining weight on that. If we eat them aggressively as it'll let me. But it's pretty tricky. Okay, so we can't read the book anymore. Let's unpack our sleeping bag. And then we can place it here. And we did that, so let's eat a fish. Now, normally, there's a mod I would run sometimes called Minimal Display Bars. I think it changed its name at some point. But the general idea of the mod is you'd be able to see the numbers kind of under the hood of what was happening. And it would do it so you could actually see, like, you know, people be like, oh, you're eating so much, you're full to bursting, why aren't you gaining weight? And you'd have to get into, like, the calories. So the idea is you could eat something that you feel full, but there's, like, very little nutrition there, is the general concept. Some of the things that Product Zomboid is like, that's low in calories, if only. But in this particular case, like, each one of these, because I have nutritionists, we can see they're about 140 calories per fish fillet. And you do burn a lot of calories, and this is both in-game and in real life. You actually burn quite a few calories in any given day. Like, you'll burn, you know, the average person something like 1,200, 1,300 calories. It depends heavily, like, you know, the larger you are as a person, broadly speaking, the more calories you'll burn. The more active you are, the more calories you'll burn. There is some, like, kind of just nature side to it as well. Like, some people have a tendency to have a higher caloric burning rate than others. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And it is all that stuff that, like, you do burn a bunch. So while we're sitting here just wolfing these down, even as much fish as we've sat there and wolfed down right now, we're probably pushing our character that we've eaten about maybe 1,000 calories worth of fish since we've been slamming here, because each one of these is about 100, give or take. We're still losing calories. Got alarm set to 4 a.m.? That's not a bad idea. Honestly, the only reason I'm hesitant to do that now is because we've already let our character stay up till midnight. It very likely, if we woke up that early, I'd just get tired too early. Alright, time to go to sleep. Oh no, I'd have to take a sleeping pill to go back to sleep, and then we would miss the helicopter radio broadcast. There's something moving next to me. Okay, no. Oh, we woke up. It's morning. Go ahead and eat a fish. We put a radio in her hand. Feels like I've earned myself a fish. We put the battery in and turned on the radio. You know what? It's feeling like that earns ourselves a fish. Obviously, I can't do that yet. Another thing I could potentially do is I could actually sit here and take the time to make them all into salads. You can kind of stretch the fish out a little bit that way. In this particular case, I don't go through that effort. Oh, listen to a little radio. I feel like that's time to eat a fish. Okay, nothing to worry about today. The problem with that is I think if we make them into salads, we'll get a little bit more hunger out of each fish. And I can only do that with the fillets, not the fish. That's actually the reason why I'm kind of trying to prioritize eating all, like, the straight-up fish. Do you have pot to boil water in? Nah, don't need it. Like, it'd be convenient to have it, but don't necessarily need it. I want to eat this last crappie here. Hey, we're officially not losing weight. We're not gaining it yet, but we have gotten to the point we're not losing weight. So that gives you an idea. We've wolfed down probably 12 little fish already. And that's what it took us to neutralize the weight. But it is a thing that once we get like a fish that weighs like 10 encumbrance or whatever, when we eat that, then they'll just shoot that up to like double up arrows. We're pretty close to hitting level 2 on fishing. So with that said though, chat, is I'm at that situation where if we go and we put a whole extra day, I'm going to be going way longer than I want to tonight, because this is about the time I normally wrap up. So we are going to be pausing it there. I would definitely say today has been a productive day in the game. We hooked up our generator, we gassed up a car, we literally traveled to the other side of the map. We got 2 different annotated maps that we can target to be getting that stuff. We got a military backup. We got a second military backpack. We also got like a bunch of books and magazines and all that kind of garbage. We've got like our little vest for putting stuff on as well. We got like our angled flashlight and everything. So all in all, we are doing extremely well in it. Now, granted, we did relocate to the other side of the map, so as far as like the area cleared around us, we kind of did a reset. But that's just kind of it. We now have a path to managing our weight. We're still working on getting it in place, but we'll hit fishing 2 and all that. And I'm imagining from fishing 2, I'll be able to start getting the weight on an uptick. And then anytime our weight's on an uptick, I'll go back out to like fighting and all that. And then when it goes back down to like once it goes back down to a downtick again the next day, we'll fish some more. So it'll be one of those things, there'll be a lot of fishing early on, and as time goes on, there'll be less and less fishing as I'm able to quickly catch a big fish and, cover myself for a couple of days. I don't think we're going to build like a giant cabin or whatever down here, but I could see adding a couple of like basic things for crafting, like so I don't have to go to the rock down here, adding some type of surface over here where it's nice and in the open, knock some of these trees back to give myself more sight lines and all that. With all that said, though, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending abruptly for you as I do not have a host ready. But thank you so much for tuning in. Let me get them out of the way. And then with that, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who we can find to drop a raid on tonight.